Section 0 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Bowden. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Preface. To Pulteney Bigelow, one of the small band of American writers who dares at all times to tell the truth, whose patriotism is genuine and useful, and who has revealed to us so much of modern Europe. May it not be that in every family there are unborn children, souls that have come too late perhaps to find a medium, yet in consequence of their hereditary particles unable to seek it elsewhere? We know not what mysterious disillusions and recombinations of spirit take place in the realm where the released forces go, with what deliberations the essence of families are remixed, oftenest, no doubt, with commonplace results, sometimes with the intent to bring humiliation and disaster upon a house which has transgressed too many laws, yet again combining the great characteristics of mind and soul and temperament of those who have distinguished themselves in history with such weaknesses as must inevitably destroy all three, as in the notable instance of the last Rudolf von Hapsburg. Again, the best may have been remixed with only enough human weakness and passion that love may be inspired instead of awe, that happiness without disaster may be possible, and yet the most fortunate of these fusions may be finished too late for its generation, and be forced to bide its time invisible, or perhaps by some spiritual statute of limitations, is deprived of its earthly rights forever. Nevertheless, it may linger in spirit where it should walk in its servant of flesh, and unknown, unsuspected, take its part in the daily life of its kin, having its own influence perhaps on their destinies and on history. And the romanticist, so much of whose time is spent in the unreal world, may fancy once in a way that one of these belated souls has swum into its ken, and that his privilege is to rescue it, to fit it to the part for which nature so tirelessly equipped it. Note: the dinner described in Chapter 4, Part 2 occurred in 1897. But it being necessary that the action of the story should take place several years later, I have brought it forward. This, of course, could not have been done had certain circumstances arisen which might have given immediate historic results to the speech of the Emperor of Germany. Those circumstances not having arisen, it makes little difference whether the speech was delivered yesterday or 6 years ago. Otherwise, the dinner, the speech, its effect upon the Hungarian magnates present, its reception next day by the Hungarian press and people, were as described. End of Preface.
Section 1 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 1. When Fessenden Abbot heard that he was to inherit $400 million, he experienced the profoundest discouragement he was ever to know. Except on that midnight 10 years later, when he stood on a moonlit balcony in Hungary alone with the daughter of an emperor, and opened his contemptuous American mind to the deeper problems of Europe. His ambition had been immeasurable, yet almost defined. His hopes had been the confident imperious extravagancies of a youth in whom narrow circumstances and a high and dominant spirit had developed that ardent personal force which equips man to conquer life. His ideals had soared in stellar spaces, ideals created by passionate brooding on the careers of Washington, Hamilton, Napoleon, Nelson, Cromwell, Cassius, the great Chianti, Alexander, Caesar, Rudolf I of Austria. How he had pored over the lives of this Catholic assortment of heroes, while his fingers froze and the winds roared through the Adirondack wilderness. On hot summer afternoons, as he trudged behind his plow, the reins wound about one arm, his book in the bend of the other, vaguely wondering sometimes why his manifest delinquencies were never noticed. As he looked back, he marveled at the bluntness of his observation. His difference from the other young men at that high gallery of the continent must have been obvious, and whenever he thought of his dead mother, it was to associate her with a magnificence of personal environment, which in time he grew to believe he had borrowed from the Arabian Nights for the more literal framing of a created memory. Certainly in real life, even in those huge cities where men made money, even in the vast cold palaces of Europe, of which he had read, there could be nothing today like those splendors which haunted his young mind. He had just investigated the interiors of the toys of his third Christmas when he was made to keep so quiet for 4 days that he became a miserable and obstreperous baby. On the 5th, he forgot the troubles of his past in a 12-hours journey with his doting father. His indulgent nurse had been dismissed, and a woman with a white cap and a firm, admonishing eye formed the rear of his bodyguard and held him to the window when his restless legs sent his father to the smoking compartments. He could remember still his bewildered sensation as the train climbed slowly through dark forests, as hard black peaks traveled across his blinking vision, of the night ride through the woods in a springless wagon. He recalled little but the sharp accentuations of the bull's eye and the deep sighs of his nurse. After that, life for several years was too monotonous for memories. He lived in a farmhouse without toys and sweets, which he quickly forgot, and after the departure of his nurse at the end of 3 months, his was the life of any mountain boy. Out of doors in the wildest weather, out of bed at 6 o'clock, cuffed, spanked, roughly petted by the farmer's mother, beside whose bed he slept during the remaining years of his childhood. Twice a year, his father came and spent the day on the Nillback farm. In summer, VIII led him to the woods and exhibited his many treasures, expounded the forest lore to which he had instinctively applied himself as soon as he could run alone, unanticipative of the lore to which it would be the golden key in more difficult years. In winter, they sat in the best parlor, close to a red stove, which made the little boy, little used to the luxury of fires, sleepy and almost ill. Neither woods nor fire inspired Mr. Abbot to many words. He examined the boy in his studies, and took his physical measurements, comparing them with previous entries in the little red book. Then, after an interval of sound fatherly advice, and another of tender interest, he usually went to sleep, or remained motionless for hours, his weary eyes fixed and rapt, his lips and nostrils quivering occasionally, but stern, immobile, relentless, the lower lip raised, the upper drawn down and under. His little son fidgeted, coughed respectfully, yawned shamelessly, and finally stole away. Mr. Abbot, upon his arrival, always presented VIII with a box of books, several red sweaters, and as soon as he was old enough, a new pair of trousers, for his Sunday use. The boy wore overalls on other days. Mr. Abbot forbade him to clothe his more conspicuous part in anything but red, that he might be found in briefer time if lost, and avoided with less effort in the hunting season. The books were selected with a careful regard for his succeeding years, and under their insidious gardening, his imagination developed and his horizon receded. He received his elementary schooling from a young woman on a neighboring farm. At the same time his body grew tall and strong and his temper fierce. He took as easily to fighting as to books. He was sometimes ignominiously whipped by hulking mountain boys. Sometimes he won against heavy odds, for he had an instinct for the scientific rules of the game. A long wind, hard muscles, and the primitive delight of the small boy in war. The fights were not uncommonly for the favor of some baby minx, but oftener for the pure lust of battle. He was frequently mangled and battered when his father arrived, but Mr. Abbot merely laughed, and, on the whole, seemed to approve his appearance. So passed the uneventful years until his 10th birthday, when life began to ring its changes. End of Section 1.
Section 2 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Josh J. Barker. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Part 1, Chapter 2. Mr. Abbot sat in the rocking chair by the hot stove, regarding his son with his dreamy, far-seeing eyes. For the first time, Fessenden wondered who and what his father was. This man was like no one in the books he had read, like no one in the Adirondack Axe. He was a boy of direct methods, and was about to ask for information when his father spoke. "I am more gratified at your physical development than you will ever know, my son," said Mr. Abbot tenderly. "When I brought you here you were fragile and undersized. It was thought that your chance of becoming a strong man, or of reaching manhood at all, was perhaps 2 in 10. But I knew the magic of the mountains. I made my experiment, and I have succeeded. There are other things I wish to say to you, however, so sit down and listen attentively." Fessenden, in a glow of expectation, fell upon a corner of the sofa, and Mr. Abbot continued. "Originally, I planned to speak to you decisively when you were 13 or 14, but it seems to me that you are brighter than most boys of your age. I think I cannot begin too soon to prepare you for the future. Some boys are taught to say their prayers. I presume you have been taught to say yours by our good Mrs. Nettlebeck, and I am sure I hope you say them, but I want you to repeat, every Saturday night before you lie down, these words I am going to teach you. If you forget them, to rise in the coldest and darkest night, stand in the middle of the room, and repeat them twice. The words are these. Write them down. Life is a fight. Millions fail. Only the strong win. Failure is worse than death. Man's internal strength is created by watching circumstance like a hawk, meeting her every spring, stiff and straight, laughing at her pitfalls, which in the beginning of life are excess, and always excess, and all manner of dishonour. Strength is created by adversity, by trying to win first the small battles of life, then the great, by casting out fear, by training the mind to rule in all things, the heart, the passions, the impulses, which if indulged, make the brain the slave instead of the master. Success for which alone a man lives, if he be honest with himself, comes to those who are strong. Strong, strong. When you have finished that, I want you to repeat no aloud for 10 minutes. The time will come when you will rejoice that no flies, instead of moving reluctantly to your tongue. As for that prayer I have given you, you may not understand it all now, but you will as you grow older, better and better. You will analyze it and ponder upon it. Life is choked and gasping with young men trying to get a decent living, with thousands besides struggling for a career, reputation. I shall do my best to educate you, but I want you to grow up with the distinct understanding that you must support yourself when that preparatory period is over. I may be able to help you to some sort of a position, but I may be dead, and I must do what I can for your sister." "My what?" shouted Fessenden. "You never told me I had a sister." "Did I not? I should have thought I must have mentioned it. She was born when your mother died, and her name is Alexandra. Do not interrupt me again, and listen attentively. I wish you, as I just said, to grow up with the clearly defined idea that you must make your way in the world, make every dollar you spend owe your position, and the respect you may be able to inspire to your personality, to the dignity of your character, and the brilliancy of your mind. I shall keep you here until you are ready for college, where I hope to be able to send you, for unlike many Americans, I believe in educating a man like a gentleman. I have just met with a piece of extraordinary good fortune. The other day, an old friend called on me for the first time in many years. He told me that his son, a Harvard man, and a profound student, was so delicate that he might be obliged to spend the remainder of his life in high altitudes. I called on the young man immediately. His name is Stanley Morris, and persuaded him to come here, for I realized what such companionship would mean to my bright little son. He was very glad of the suggestion, and agreed, for the sake of a small annual sum, to become your teacher, in time to prepare you for college. It was a great relief to my mind, for I want you to remain in this healthy mountain region until you are grown, and, of course, expensive tutors and schools are out of the question. He will be able to teach you German and French among other things, and he has a large library. Therefore, I shall not send you any more books. Fortunately, you need only those rough clothes up here. I feel quite confident that I shall be able to afford the small yearly sum Mr. Morris demands. But you are never to forget that you are studying for equipment, not as the mere routine of youth. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Fessenden was deeply impressed, but longing, nevertheless, to get away from the stove and steer the conversation to lighter topics. His young brain felt as if it had been hammered. "Couldn't you send my sister up here?" he asked. "No, you will have little in common till you are grown. You would act detrimentally upon each other. Girls have such a different part to play in life," he concluded, somewhat vaguely. "I'd like her picture." "I will send it to you, but you are to promise me first that you will not write to her. I want no sentimental nonsense." "I hate to write letters, so I don't mind promising." There was a long silence during which Mr. Abbot dreamed, and Fessenden squirmed. "Are you a success, father, or a failure?" Mr. Abbot jumped. "I? Well, I will let you judge of that for yourself when you are grown." "Do you keep a grocery store, or teach school, or write books?" "No," Mr. Abbot laughed, "but I get my humble living honestly. I am a lawyer by profession." "What is a lawyer?" "Dear happy child, all in good time, my boy. Now, run out in the air if you like. Your cheeks are very red. Perhaps you will find an apple in my bag. End of Section 2. Read by Josh J. Barker, Bristol, the 5th of January 2023. Section 3 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Josh J. Barker. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 3. During the following week, Fessenden read little and was too amiably excited for battle. He had seen few strangers in that primeval wilderness, no gentleman but his father, and Mr. Abbot had taken pains to admonish him that he was never to forget that he was a gentleman, to criticise his table manners, gait and carriage. In the course of his last visit, after he had twice swept his son's elbows off the table and arrested his knife on its flight to the butter dish, he had said, severely, "I am not raising you to be a congressman from a backwoods district. Without manners, your morals might just as well be bad as good. I am no Democrat. I believe in hard work, and above all things, I despise the idle fools that rich fathers foist upon the world. But I equally despise the man who ever forgets he was born a gentleman. You were. One reason why I have persuaded Stanley Morris to come here is that you may be reminded constantly that you are not to grow up a country lout and disgrace your sister when the time comes for you to meet. Do you think that small head can remember all this tiresome advice?" "You bet your life, but can't I fight any more?" Fessenden had asked anxiously. "I feel my goodest when I've wiped the face of a chap." "Oh, fight all you like, never take an insult, never see a woman insulted, never take a back seat. If you did, I'd disown you. But put on no airs, even when you are being properly educated by Morris. I despise a snob as much as I abhor a weakling. What is a snob? The snob is a man who furnishes comedy for others, and tragedy for himself. Fessender's eyes were a hard, blue stare, but experience had taught him that when his father was cryptic, he did not intend to be questioned further. 2 rooms on the 2nd floor facing the south were put in such order as young Abbott had heretofore associated with the unlicensed imagination of the storyteller. Not only were the walls covered with heavy red paper, but a special car was switched off at a distant station, and its contents, when hauled to the intervening miles and unpacked, proved to be worn but red and luxurious furniture, 4 bookcases, several heavy rugs, 2 stoves, and some 900 books. Fessenden unwrapped and shelved every book, his fingers tingling, unfaithful for the moment to his chipmunks and rabbits, his hidden places in the forest where he was the mighty leader of an invisible robber band. When all was in order, Mr. Stanley Morris arrived. He was very tall and attenuated, with a bulging brow and long, pale fingers. Nature had designed him for the ascetic and scholar, and doubtless had taken back a mere sufficiency of his lung cells to complete her purpose. On this shelf of the world he could live into old age, pack his avid brain with the master thoughts of other men, and one day, possibly, give to the world a thought system of his own. "He kinda gives me the dumps," remarked Fritz Nettlebeck as he filled his pipe in the kitchen that evening. "I don't take the people, looks as if their brains was distributed all over 'em. His headpiece is twice the size of an ordinary man's, but he looks as if he kept that for Sundays, and any other part of him would do as well for other days." "You're getting an imagination," said Christina with contempt. She was a sour and elderly virgin, hard-worked, now that her mother was growing old, and disapproving of her brothers in all their phases. Beaux were few in that vast and lonely wilderness, and these few had passed her by. Even the hired man had failed to succumb to the potencies of propinquity, and the only woman. She was an uncommonly good cook for an American of her class. Her parents were hamburgers, and had won favour with the campers who ventured into this part of the Adirondacks, Mr. Abbott among their number. But if her cake was delicate, her griddle cakes light, her venison a culinary achievement, her temper had been bitter from childhood, her sarcasm a thing to make a strong man falter and slink away. Christina was very proud of this substitute for scholarship, and persuaded herself that it compensated her for all that lay buried in a ligneous spinsterhood. "A young'll have to turn it now, I guess," she continued. "Much church you get out of him if he's got to learn all them books, and he's real handy about the house, too. He's man of the power of things for me." "You're sweet on that kid," said Nettlebeck with borrowed sarcasm. "It's about the only soft spot you've got. But if you make him sick again on coconut cake, and his father finds it out, he'll be packed off, I'll give you that." "Who is that father of his, anyhow?" Christina never argued when she was sure of defeat, and having sat up all night with Fessenden, who had stolen the greater part of the cake, she was not prepared to face the enemy. "I don't believe he's as poor as he makes it out. The mortgage is paid off this farm, I happen to know." "And you're insinuating that your 2 brothers ain't hard-working enough to pay it off themselves?" cried Nettlebeck, bringing his fist down on the table with such violence that Christina's pile of clean plates rattled, and she gave a wholly feminine shriek. "If you ever insult me like that again, I'll get a wife. And how you like that?" This threat never failed to subdue Christina, for although she shrewdly guessed that no girl within a radius of 100 miles had the courage to become her sister-in-law, she knew that a desperate man might make a pilgrimage to some distant town which her fame had not penetrated. She sniffed, muttered something about not being minded to insult her own family, whatever she might think of folks in general, and carried off her dishes to their shelves. "Mr. Abbott," resumed Nettlebeck, having given his wrath such time to cool as a female could expect, "is a generous and self-sacrificing father, and he just worships that kid. He'd wear 1 suit of clothes a year to give him what he needed, and of course keep don't cost much up here. As to this here Morris, he spent all his money on books and furniture, thinking he was going to be a college professor. Mr. Abbott must have got him cheap, and the little we get from the old man's regular, just you remember that. I ain't forgetting. Nobody asked you to make excuses for Mr. Abbott being alive. Suppose he ain't paying for that canoe, neither. That there canoe is a second-handed one, and I got it dirt cheap. Mr. Abbott consulted me about it when he was here last, and asked me to do the best I could, as he'd like the kid to have a canoe if one could be got inside his means. But Fess ain't to know it's here till his birthday comes round, so mind your own business till the ice goes out, if you can. And Mr. Nettlebeck slouched off to join his brother in the barn and avoid further questions. I ain't no fool, confided Christina to herself as she covered her fire, but I know which side my bread's buttered on, and the young'un'll get no hint from me. Then, when our share in raising him is over, there'll be a big present all rounds. My name ain't Christina Nettlebeck. There's been too many campers in these woods in my time, and I know a rich man and a gentleman when I see one. Mr. Abbott was the worst looking tramp in the woods I ever saw, and that's a sure sign. It's lucky, though, the kid's what he is, for I couldn't stand a hateful brat nohow. End of section 3. Read by Josh J. Barker, Bristol, the 20th of January, 2023. Section 4 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Josh J. Barker. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 4. Like all invalids, Morris had little affection for anyone but himself. But what he lacked in human sympathy, he atoned for in courtesy of manner and nicety of conscience. He instructed Fessenden until that restless youngster besought Nettleback to find him many chores. But Fessenden was still too small to chop down trees, to plough ice, or to saw wood, and there was little ever work in the mountains in winter. There was no alternative but to accommodate himself to his new condition, embrace his endurance by repeating his father's advice, and attempting to understand it. At the end of the long winter, he was studying hard and fighting less. Now that he did not recite on the neighbouring farm, there was no one to fight with, except on such rare occasions as when a boy came to borrow of Christina after some culinary disaster at home, or some unexpected shortage at the mountain store. Fessenden, no matter how deep in study, seemed to scent the messenger from afar, and was standing in the middle of the slippery road, his muscles bunched, his eye glaring like a tiger's, when his expectant foe, uttering a hideous war whoop, flung his bag into a snowdrift and hurled himself upon the champion. Upon these occasions, Dolph, the younger of the Nettlebeck brothers, always dropped his work and encouraged the sport. When it was over, no matter what the issue, Christina invariably cuffed Fessenden, then made him a cake, and gentle old Mrs. Nettlebeck wept profusely as she sponged him off, convinced it would yet be her mournful duty to lay him out. Her own sons had the peaceful blood of the German peasant in them, and this enterprising American lad was a dear and perpetual mystery. Upon one occasion, when he looked like a blind puppy, and study was out of the question for 2 days, Morris improved the occasion in the interest of reform. "You're a great fighter, Fess," he began, tactfully, "and it does my poor blood good to watch so much energy explode. Only it seems to me a waste. Why don't you concentrate your energy in your brain and become a leader by the force of superior will and intelligence?" "When I fight with my head, I fight with its outside," replied Fessenden dryly. "I've got to make myself understood, and I do, you bet, and I'm not complaining of the headache next day neither. Think of what I've said, however. You've established your reputation as a fighter. You occupy the proud position of champion among boys of your own age and older. The raging hate which must saturate you when fighting like a savage would make me feel mean and terrified for days after. It is all very well to know how to use your fists,
and no doubt they are of service to you here, and at your age, but they will play a small part in afterlife, and your character will play a very great one. You are so constituted that if you would learn to control yourself, you could command your fellows with little effort, and at least when you fight, try not to hate so hard.
How would you like Christina's puddings with all the raisins left out? How would you mind reading to me?
And as long as you like.
And Morris made him comfortable on the sofa, and read from the lives of ancient warriors until the heir of the ages fell asleep. Fessenden's mind at this time was a virgin field into which seeds fell to rise again and be tended by a curious young tiller. Those flung into a fertile crevice by Morris, who took the responsibility very seriously, put out their green heads in time. Fessenden nodded his recognition, and although they were by no means his favourite products, between their insistency and a decreasing lack of opportunity, he arrived, in the course of another year, at the conclusion that it might be interesting to make boys follow his lead without resorting to primitive methods. I suppose one might as well wait till one has a real call to fight, he remarked to himself, with philosophy. The animals don't fight till they have to, none that is, but dogs, and perhaps that's living so much with us, we sicking them on and all that. It's good to fight though, he added with a long sigh. Even if the headache does last longer than the fun, that's a point. Perhaps Mr. Morris is right, although I'd like to know what he knows about it. Maybe I'll try the other tack and see what there's in it, but there are some things will make my fists fly till I'm 80. I guess I wasn't cut out for a Sunday school teacher. Nevertheless, he worked himself into such a terrific rage the next time he was challenged, after an unusual period of virtuous abstinence, that he was thoroughly frightened at the result. For several days he felt flat and peevish, and more worn out in mind than in body. Morris came upon him in the forest where he was seated on a stump, dismally chewing a cud, and embraced an obvious opportunity. "After all," he said sympathetically, "what you fight for is supremacy, is it not? Why not get it some other way? Although you poison yourself with the hate you feel while actually fighting, hate is never the motive of battle with you. You like all these boys well enough, but you must find out who is the best man or burst. Find it out some other way, or rather, having decided that point, try others. Besides, the great man uses the brute force of others. He rarely indulges in it himself. Did not Napoleon sit aloft on a hill while his hundreds of thousands of nameless minions did the fighting? So long as they could see the being whom they looked upon as an emanation from the divine intellect, they were willing to fight like fanatics. But if he had rushed forward with a musket and fallen, the ranks would have scattered in irretrievable panic. Are you cultivating your prowess to fight years hence when a great man orders you out?" "Not much," growled Fessenden. "Well, take me out in your canoe now. We'll take it over further this evening." Fessenden's 12th birthday occurred a week later, and he persuaded Christina to give him a party and invite his enemies. They came, howling through the mountain passes, brandishing big sticks as a manifest of their readiness for the fray. But although, having been invited to dinner and birthday cake, they expected a respite of perhaps 2 hours, they were disconcerted and privately alarmed at being received by young Abbot quite in the style of the great Signor. He wore a new white sweater and a new pair of trousers, and he had been scrubbed and brushed by Mrs. Nettlebeck until, to mountain taste, he was offensively godly. He greeted his weather-beaten guests with a hearty grip of the hand, insinuated his appreciation of the forgiving spirit so touchingly displayed, and when he had them all seated around the table, in the large kitchen he entertained them brilliantly with anecdotes from his most exciting books, while they devoured Christina's substantial dainties. When he had gorged them into a state of sleepy good nature, he led them out into the woods, and, mounting a stump, invited them to spin yarns of personal prowess. Each youth in turn told a tale of terrible adventure and glorious triumph, which Fessenden applauded as a host should. When they were alert once more and ready for action, he organised them into a band of pirates, and they scuttled several ships with such demoniacal vigour that they worked off all the steam that was left in them, and departed at nightfall, vowing that Fessenden, who was now dirty enough to satisfy the most exacting standard, was the finest fellow in the woods, and that they'd never had such a time since they were born. After supper, Fessenden untied his canoe, Pocahontas, whom he loved better than any mortal except his father, and pulled out into the evening shadows. The Nettlebeck farm was on a clearing of some 50 acres on the north and east shores of a large lake. Surrounding it on 3 sides was the virgin and kempt forest, as yet undesecrated by the lumberman or the logger. Just beyond the clearing, the forest grew to the shores of the lake, a body of water so clear that in the early morning and evening, until the ice came, or except when the winds raged, the great spruces and pines, the beeches and maples, looked as if petrified in one of the old glaciers which had ground this vast region into form. Beyond the lake, beyond the surrounding forest, rose the encircling chain of gentle peaks, some barren rocks of eccentric shape, others black with woods. This evening their upper slopes were white with a late fall of snow. The Nettlebecks, like all American farmers, had done what they could to make nature hideous, and their big house with its haphazard additions, the barns and boathouse, the ragged orchard and vegetable garden, were like a patchwork apron on the robes of a goddess. But Fessenden had turned his back on the Nettlebeck outrage, and not a shingle could he see, not a column of smoke. The blue shadows on the mountain were melting as the stars came out. The silence was so intense that nature seemed to laugh noiselessly at a man's puny attempt to impress himself upon her higher solitudes. Fessenden shot his canoe round a bend and entered a long water pass, irregular, half choked with reeds and swamp, dark from the forest on the slopes of the gorge. It led to another lake, the second in a long chain of lakes great and small, on many of which some farmer had made his clearing and erected his monstrosities. But the gorge was long, and the next lake too wild and rocky to invite the attentions of man. Fessenden could paddle far, and fancy himself as alone in the great Adirondack wilderness as the first Red Indian. From the day when Mrs. Nettlebeck had allowed him to run unattended, much of his time had been spent apart. The nearest neighbour lived 3 miles away, on the farm where, with several other boys, he had attended school of a sort for 4 months in the year. The boys were kept busy at other times, and only sought him out when, like himself, they ached for a fight. Solitude had become as necessary in his life as his bed and his bread, and except when storms raged and the thermometer stood too far below 0, he left the house the moment his studies with his tutor were over, and took his reading into the woods or his canoe. On Saturdays and Sundays he was not permitted to open a book, and during the short summer there was no mental tasks. He spent these holidays in the woods or on the water, only returning to the house for his evening meal in his hard bed. Occasionally Morris accompanied him, and taught him much of practical forestry, but although the man and the boy were good friends, each preferred his solitudes, his long silences. Tonight, Fessenden was in such a strangely exultant mood which he was anxious to understand. He was tired, for he had played hard, but it was a pleasant languor beside the exhaustion which followed his pitched battles, to say nothing of their accompaniment of gaping wounds and nervous depression. He had passed successfully through his first day of diplomacy and self-command. His fists had ached more than once, for Jack Hunter was in fine fighting trim, and invariably lashed his crimson tide, and he tasted all the sweets of power, of dominating in a new role, of discovering unsuspected talents, and of using them easily in the control of his fellows. He looked back upon his career of fists and blood, the youngster of 12, with much the same disgust and contempt as might animate a debauchee crossing the threshold of reform. He did not return home until midnight, and in those lonely hours under the stars, in the profoundest stillness that America can give us, his ambition was born. He felt able to go out and conquer the world then and there, but he was modest by an earlier endowment, and the value of a sound education had been impressed upon his responsive mind.
but his soul took a long flight and met on high, vague and beautiful shapes, which, when he was older, he knew men called ideals. Looked down upon a wonderful world far beyond those mountains, wherein was stored the records of an eternity of great deeds, where greater still were doing, where, in the nebulous galleries of time, things beyond human imaginings awaited the quickening touch of men still in the making. Fessenden returned and raided the pantry for a glass of milk, but it was some time before he sought his bed. In the depths of his soul the sleeping man still muttered, and he felt like Mercury poised for a flight, and not knowing which way to turn, but half drunk with wondrous possibilities. The full moon hung low on the reflecting lake. The mountain tops were white, their lower forests black. The deer came noiselessly out of the woods and drank. The sublime and lonely scene murmured voicelessly of its greater kin in the highest valleys of the Alpine world. Fessenden, standing on the upper veranda of the house, again saw only nature, unchanged since 1,000 years. Her silences might never have been broken. "You, kid!" cried a shrill voice as a window flew open. "What on earth are you doing up at this time of night? Land snakes, get into bed this minute or I'll come out and cuff you good!" And Fessenden, who had a wholesome respect for Christina, fled to his room and was asleep in 10 minutes. End of section 4. Read by Josh J. Barker, Bristol, the 21st of February, 2023.
Section 5 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Zachary David. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 5. But although solitude molded unceasingly in the structure of Fessenden Abbott's character, and with coincident intellectual development opened Gothic spaces in his soul which made him lastingly different from the city-bred man, yet was his life on the whole much like that of any healthy youngster of his age, who lived his boyhood in an American wilderness. He played pioneer to his complete satisfaction, and blazed trails in all directions through the forest. In company with the redoubtable Jeff Hunter, he built a hut on an island in a lake of wild and uninhabitable surroundings, and impersonated Crusoe to his old enemy's Friday. This social triumph was not won without another struggle, partly fistic, partly diplomatic, and Fessenden regarded the issue as his greatest achievement. After the first supper, cooked by Friday and eaten with the graciousness of royalty by his master, Jeff succumbed amiably, and followed Fessenden on such adventurous tramps as his hard-working father would permit. They spent many days and nights during the summer months on the island, from which they sallied forth into the forest or to the high peaks of the range in search of nature's dearest terrors. They were once treed by a bear, whose cubs they stumbled over, but managed to escape by climbing from treetop to treetop. When the bear was obliged to return to maternal duties, they had, with what discrimination was possible, selected trees too slender for the bear to mount. During one of Mr. Abbott's visits, he was entertained on the island, and by the light of a campfire and to the accompaniment of ominous sounds in the surrounding forest was regaled by an account of this adventure, to say nothing of one with a panther, and yet another with a catamount, told by Fessenden in a direct, unvarnished style which made his father tingle with pride and an echo of youth. Shortly after, Fritz Nettlebeck remarked to the boys that he had 2 shotguns, which he guessed they were old enough to use, and he'd teach 'em and give 'em the loans of the guns provided they learn how to shoot straight, and would promise to be careful. The immediate result was an indiscriminate slaughter and loud protest from Christina, who viewed an overstocked and gory larder with disfavor. When, however, they had riddled and dragged home a bear, they were thereafter too proud to kill small game for other than purposes of replenishment. In the hunting season, they spent their Saturdays on the runs, and killed more deer than the law allowed. One fine buck was shipped to Mr. Abbott by Nettlebeck. Fessenden had brought it down, and it was the prize of that season. Having achieved this fresh distinction, Fessenden, who, if he now fought rarely, still burned with youthful ambitions, which had no relation to the swirling yet luminous desires in his soul, organized a canoe race in which boys from 7 lakes competed. As his practice had been constant for 3 years, and as he applied a very superior brain to the sport, he not unnaturally came off best man. But this he did not realize, and he embraced his canoe that night in a glow of complete happiness. He had named her after his favorite girl in history, and he loved her with his first boyish passion. End of Section 5. Section 6 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Zachary David. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 6. Fessenden shivered and sat up in bed. It was the first time he had ever heard sounds in the house at this hour, and even the birds and the cocks were still asleep. He felt more oppressed than curious, and dressing hastily, opened his window and slipped out upon the veranda. The moon shone on vast fields of ice and snow, on white peaks sharply defined against the dark starry sky, on great stretches of woods whose heavy spruce and naked maples were laden and glittering. The lake was a sheet of ice several feet in depth. Fessenden had driven a team across it yesterday to the opposite woods, where the men were chopping trees blown down in a recent storm. The thermometer was very low, but the air so still that the cold had no sting in it. Without the house, the world might have been dead, but not so within. Several people seemed to be moving about in a curious and stealthy manner. Suddenly, someone ran down the hall and back again. Immediately after, there was a scream from Christina, followed by a silence so sudden and complete that it seemed profounder than that without. How he realized at once that Mrs. Nettlebeck was dead, he never knew. She had not been a strong woman for years, and had spent more and more of her time in the big rocking chair, looking out on the lake or reading her Bible. But when he'd kissed her as usual the night before, she had prodded him playfully in search of damaged bones, and told him in her broken English that she forgot she was too old to work while she watched him skate and turn somersaults on the ice. Fessenden knew that she loved him more than she did her own children, for he interested her, and they did not, and he showed her much demonstrative affection, which they thought beneath their religiously acquired Americanism, if indeed there were any impulses left in those dry economical natures. And now Fessenden looked about vaguely, as if in search of the fleeing spirit. For the moment it seemed to him that he vibrated in unison with the great forces beyond the universe. It was several days before he was conscious of grief and his loss, but he tingled with a cosmic curiosity. Morris's window was open, and himself buried under so many blankets that he did not hear Fessenden enter the room. He sprang up when gripped by the shoulder, however, and after a brief visit to the death chamber, returned and endeavored until morning to answer his pupil's eager, almost incoherent questions. He expounded every belief he had investigated. After Fessenden had concluded that he would prefer to think of this poor old friend in that nirvana where there was no more work, he went out and spent the day in the woods by himself. This new idea of death and its impenetrability to mortal light seemed to him magnificent, and Christina hastily patching together a shroud of sheets, old sheets at that, and Fritz and Dolph, not even assisted by the hired man, who was sent to chop wood as usual, hammering together a rude coffin, while a few neighbors stamped through the defiles to help lay the old lady out, filled his ardent young mind with revolt. The burial ground was 10 miles distant, close by a church, a mountain store, a post office, and 3 or 4 houses, a hamlet in a clearing through which a stage passed twice a week. Once a month the church was visited by an itinerant preacher. Mrs. Nettlebeck, to the satisfaction of her family, had accommodated her setting forth to the Methodist returning flight, and as there was no time to lose, her remains on the night following her death were placed on the jumper, a low sledge, and driven through the snowdrifts of the forest by torchlight. Fritz drove. Christina stood beside him, arrayed in fragments of hastily contributed black. Fessenden and his faithful chum tramped in the rear, and Dolph and the hired man lighted the way with great pine torches. The jumper was on runners. The men and boys wore snowshoes, for the snow was often 5 or 6 feet deep. Now and then the rude vehicle plunged into a drift and had to be dug out, while the coffin was deposited beyond the reach of the plunging horses. Once the coffin disappeared, and as no one could remember exactly where it had been placed, and the pitch pine was smoking heavily, it was some time before the treacherous catafalque was discovered. After the box had been dug out and safely hearsed, Fessenden let fly his wrath. "Why on earth can't you bury the poor old lady in the forest?" he demanded. "You're treating her horribly, in my opinion, and I'd like to know what better churchyard anyone wants than the woods." "I guess this family'll get Christian burial every time," replied Fritz. "But I must say it's mighty inconvenient dying in the winter. Still, we can spare the time better than if we was sowing or harvesting. There's something in that. You can't afford to get everything right in this world." And the tramp went on through the forest, where the late moon rarely penetrated, and the wild torches peopled the caverns of the dark with the evil spirits which had haunted the forests of the old peasant's childhood, and cast sinister shadows over the stark outline bumping close to the ground. Mrs. Nettlebeck had been a bit of a cynic in her way, for she had never been persuaded that the transit from her quaint, comfortable village in the toy state of Hamburg to this soaring struggle for existence in an aboriginal wilderness had exalted her second condition over her first, and Fessenden wondered if she were smiling grimly in her coffin at the hardships of her final journey. They arrived at the settlement in the late sunrise, but although several neighbors had assembled to help them, neither pick nor spade made any impression on the frozen snow, many feet in depth, which covered the churchyard and its graves. The preacher managed to flounder through the drifts to his duty, and preached a long and dismal sermon on the platitudes of life and death, which further outraged Fessenden. And then Mrs. Nettlebeck was stowed away in a little room behind the pulpit to wait till the spring came and the ice went out. End of chapter 6.
Section 7 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jukka Pasanen. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 7. It was several days before Fessenden realized that he felt something more than natural grief at the death of Mrs. Nettlebeck. He knew that his father loved him, but Mr. Abbott's visits were brief and far between, and his infrequent letters rarely covered a sheet of notepaper. Fessenden now had his ardent following among the boys of his region, but boys manifested their liking by loyalty, not by sentiment. Fritz and Dolph treated him with good-natured indifference. He would as soon have thought of kissing one of the scraggy winter maples as Christina, in spite of her cross indulgence, and Morris might have been a disembodied spirit. Mrs. Nettlebeck had been his one steady well of affection. She had petted and crooned over him since he had come to her, a baby in a chronic state of disapproval with his nurse, and the large measure of rejected love that was still in her she had lavished upon him daily. He had taken it as a matter of course, for he was lordly and masculine, and there was no sharp contrast of neglect and ill-treatment to fuse it into light. But now that the magic had gone abruptly from him, and there was nothing to take its place, he felt himself up against the barren rocks of life. For the first time, the future seemed to hold vague and unknown terrors, the present to be less than the supremely satisfactory thing he had esteemed it. He went first for consolation to his canoe, whom perhaps he loved the more ardently, as her responses held an exciting element of doubt. But Pocahontas, like the beers, seemed to deaden in winter, at all events to be coldly impersonal until she was skimming about the sunken ice before the first breeze of spring. So he left her to the chill repose of the boathouse. and poured out his lonely and frightened soul to his father. Mr. Abbot answered that he would go up to see him at once, and did manage to pay his son a flying visit in the course of a month. But by this time Fessenden was ashamed of his reckless exhibition of sentiment, and, like a true American, had jealously concealed his gushing fountains under a cool, alert, and practical exterior. When his father arrived his head was high, and his blue eyes keen and bright, his very muscles expressive of masculine impatience with the soft side of life. Mr. Abbot had brought him a fishing rod, which appeared to afford immediate consolement, and then, somewhat to his father's relief, he began to talk about American history. "Mr. Morris wanted me to wait until I had read more of English and foreign history," he said, "but I couldn't, and I've been reading out of hours. We've a great country, haven't we?" "Great." "Up here, they all think it's the greatest in the world. Is it?" "That is largely a matter of experience. Personally, I see more in the future than in the present. We have never been whipped. That is fatal to steady and rounded development. A nation, like man, is full of vanity until life has trounced him more than once." "I should hate it if we had ever been licked, and we have had such grand men to guide us. I have read the lives of Washington and Hamilton and Franklin, and we have such grand ideals. After I read the Declaration of Independence, I went out into the woods and whooped and whooped. With that to live by, we can't be in need of a trouncing. And of course, all other men try to follow in the footsteps of our great ones. There are a lot of others whose lives I haven't had time to read yet." Mr. Abbot turned his eyes to his son's flushed face, and opened his straight lips as if about to smile and speak. But he closed them quickly, and brought down his lids over his cold, dreaming eyes. He answered in a moment, "Our ideals, like our theories, are the best in the world. When you are launched out into the hustle, it will be time enough to know how they work. Meanwhile, don't worry about your country. It has an amazing power of taking care of itself. But develop intellect and your strength of character. Do you repeat that lesson of mine once a week?" Mr. Abbot invariably asked this question, and Fessenden was usually able to nod satisfactorily. He continued, "A man who came up here once said that this was the rich man's country, that the poor man was getting less and less of a show, and often couldn't get justice. They all argued after that. It was done at the store, but it didn't seem to lead anywhere. And I liked to know what he meant. Was he only talking? Is that the reason you are poor? You seem to me the cleverest man in the world, and even Mr. Morris thinks an awful lot of you. He's not much on admiring. Are you ground down by the rich? I should think you could sail into 'em and send 'em all higher 'n a kite." Mr. Abbot opened the door of the stove and poked the fire. Its red glow was reflected in his face, usually the hue of leather. "I cannot say that the rich have interfered with me," he replied after a considerable pause. "I have chosen my own course, and have felt justified in pursuing it. Don't believe all this twaddle about the rich, my son. It is their enterprise that has made this country great, not the growling of the failures. It is they who encourage and promote industries, whether their employees like their manner of doing it or not. It is they who make the money circulate, find employment for millions, keep the fires crackling under the great boiling cauldron. Moreover, most of them have risen from the ranks of these grumblers, who, one and all, dream of reaching their altitude and having their chance to dictate to those still below. Never forget that point. Every working man on strike is a potential millionaire, in fact as well as in fancy, for this country offers equal chances to all. It is the brains of the men that are not equal, and every millionaire has only himself, in rare instances his immediate forebears, to thank that he is not still grovelling with the herd close to the wall. Then, of course, the millionaires have the really great minds nowadays. Having done such wonderful things, I should think they would feel as if all the rest of the world were their children. My son, I think it is time for you to go to bed. End of section 7. Section 8 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jukka Pasanen. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 8. VIII, until his great love affair, which occurred when he had rounded his 17th year, lived in his books and the future, finding less and less companionship in his now humble and devoted band of followers. This interval of 4 years was pricked out by 2 variations only: the gradually discontinuing visits of his father, and the slight change incident upon a letter received from Mr. Abbot on his son's 15th birthday. My dear boy, this letter began in the well-bred and but curiously unexercised handwriting which sometimes made VIII wonder if his father never wrote to anyone else. It may be some time, perhaps years, before we meet again. I shall give you no reason now for this additional separation, so painful to me. When the time comes, I shall explain, and you will find the explanation satisfactory. Meanwhile, I shall write to you twice a year, remind you of all the advice and admonition I have given you, and ask many questions. I am very much gratified of Mr. Morris's accounts of you. It is in your blood to take naturally to books. I hope and pray that other things may come as readily to you in due course. I have now concluded that you are old and strong enough to support yourself, barring your tuition, which I shall manage to meet. I am writing to Nettelbeck to put you to work during the fine weather. As you know, I prefer you should not study during those months, and you will be paid what will more than meet your expenses the year round. You are quite equal to the work of a farmhand, and it is time you knew how it feels to earn money. It will also be a very considerable relief to me, besides accustoming you to the fit of the harness, before it is imperatively necessary to put it on. Your sister is well, and sends you her love. I add mine, and I beg you to believe that, in spite of appearances, I love you devotedly, more than I have ever loved anyone. You ask for my picture. I have never had one taken. I have my reasons. One is that a man always seems to me most of an ass when smirking on cardboard. Your very affectionate father. He believes in disciplining, remarked VIII to Morris with some acerbity. He was not enchanted at the prospect of being a farmhand. If I must, I must, but somehow I can't believe my father is as poor as he makes out. If he is poor, it must be because he wants to be, for it always seems to me as if a sort of power came straight out of him and hit me hard. And up here, where all men are equal, quite unlike what you say it is in cities, the Nettelbecks show him more respect than they ever show anyone else. That is the mere force of personality. You can have the same experience when you are grown, if you make of yourself a strong and isolated spirit, not a mere creditable member of type. As for your father, his opinions are worth their weight in gold. Obey him without question, therein lies the success of your future. He is not only a man of remarkable brain power, but he is between 3 and 4 times your age. He is helping you now out of his own experience. Be thankful that he takes so great an interest in you, instead of spoiling you in the usual criminal American fashion. His interest appears to be more excessive than his love. Cannot you take love on trust? Does anybody take anything on trust? Can I eat nails and believe them bread? I know what I see, what I feel, what I am permitted to enjoy. I might say to myself 20 times a day, My father loves me, and it wouldn't make 1,000th the impression that a weekly visit of 10 minutes would. A weekly visit from Mr. Abbott. Morris checked his laugh abruptly. Your father is not too strong and hates traveling, but you have brain and imagination. It is odd you should need the regularly administered pap of the ordinary youth. I am human, responded Fessenden dryly, and as usual he went to Pocahontas for comfort and counsel. The world was green on this birthday of his, for the spring had come early. The snow had gone from the mountains, the young maple leaves were fluttering in the forest, the fields were green, the golden sunshine flooded the lake. There was a light breeze, and Fessenden unfurled his sails and thought into the sympathetic soul of his canoe. Perhaps, on the whole, I like the idea, he admitted. With one or two exceptions, our great men have risen from the ranks, were hired men, grocery store clerks, born in log cabins, and all that sort of thing. To be sure, my favorites happen to be the ones we were not. Still, it seems to be the proper thing in this country, and as I intend to be a great man, old girl, I am contented to start at the proper place. No log hut could be uglier than the Nettlebeck farmhouse, and I am going to be a hired man all right. I can't help being thankful that it isn't to be a grocery store clerk. What am I to be? What am I to be? Can't you give me a hint? He led his ear to the spot where he fancied the heart of Pocahontas beat, warmly and for him alone. When I read the life of a great warrior, I want to be one. Upon some other occasion, I want to be a great statesman and orator, and spout the 7th of March speech in the woods as exalted as if the world listened, and feel like a fool afterwards. Right? Morris says there are too many writers now, and that my brain is that of the man of action. He certainly seems to know more about it than I do, and as for you, my beauty, you're a selfish hussy. When your sails are up, you think of nothing but filling your belly with wind. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton, Chapter 9. Fessenden was so preoccupied that even the voices and laughter of girls did not attract his attention for some moments. He was inserting the little nickel troughs called spiles into the trees of the maple orchard, and hanging the red buckets beneath to catch the sap. Dolph was in the sugar shanty nearby, scouring out the vats, for the boiling would begin tomorrow, and maple sugar was an industry from which the Nettlebacks derived a yearly income of several $100s. This year, Fessenden, who was now 17 and tired of being a farmhand, had stipulated that he was to work on shares, arguing that if he did 2/3 of the work, he was entitled to at least 1/3 of the profits. Nettlebeck, after some demur and a long growl of his pipe one evening, capitulated when young Abbott threatened to stake off a claim on government land and in partnership with Jeff Hunter build his own vats. Fessenden was feeling much elated over his rise in life, and his imagination was running riot in a great future to which sugar should be a stepping stone. He had recently read several articles on self-made men in magazines sent to Morris, when his house of cards came tumbling down and the future financier rose from the ruins, a blushing, shivering, gibbering swain. "This here's Grace Morin, Fess," remarked the dry young voice of Mammy Hunter. "She's come to stay with me a spell. Lives down to Malone, and ain't very well." During this elaborate introduction, Fessenden was gazing into the soft black eyes of the prettiest girl he had ever seen. Her hair was dark, her features fragile and regular. She wore a black frock and a red peaked cap, red about her throat and tiny waist. Her complexion was sickly. Her figure might have been that of the last woman, but Fessenden saw no defects. Neither did he recognize the vacant, the utterly commonplace mind that looked from that sweet, unchanging face. She was a little beauty in her way, and wholly unlike the buxom, rough-handed girls of his district. There pervaded her that natural refinement which nature has lavished with such a curious lack of discrimination upon all classes in the United States. And to Fessenden, whenever seen even in a village, she seemed city-bred and fashionable. She blushed under his devouring gaze, and she looked like a wild rose of the woods. One barrier fell. She raised her eyes and glanced vaguely round. "I've never seen the sap running before," she remarked. "It looks real nice. Is it sweet like what we eat on cakes?" "You goose!" exclaimed Miss Hunter. "It's got to be boiled down first. The water boiled out of it. Not that it's so bad now." Fessenden had produced a tin cup and filled it with the running liquid. "Will you taste it?" he asked hoarsely. She took the cup from him, and their fingers met. He trembled. She did not, and tasted the sap daintily. "Well, I like it," she announced. "It's real refreshing, and we had a long walk over here. I never walked so far before, and I'm all tuckered out. I guess I'll sit down." Fessenden hastily cleared off a log, and regretted that he had no coat to fling upon it. For obvious reasons, he could not remove his sweater. She seated herself with a fastidious little manner which pervaded her personality, and Miss Hunter, remarking that she guessed she was not wanted, strolled off to call on Christina. Fessenden, humbly craving permission, seated himself beside the beauty from alone, regardless of the sap that was flowing from the punctured trees which still awaited his bile in buckets. They talked disconnectedly of various things, no one of which could Fessenden recall later. Her remarks were pleasant and meaningless, and she was utterly unmoved. She thought this young mountaineer very handsome and clever-looking, and she had a faint romantic preference for tall men, but her poor little body was not destined for reproduction, and her brain was too small for imagination and sentiment. She was vain and liked attention, but she was without guile, and as she had no immediate reason for marrying, her mother keeping a small store comfortably, she encouraged no one of her admirers. While accepting the homage of several as a matter of course, the wild tempest in Fessenden she could not have understood with the aid of a miracle. "Is this your first visit to the woods?" asked Fessenden, who wondered dully why he was so stupid. He could think of nothing to say to this divine creature, and words, as a rule, came to him almost as rapidly as thoughts. "No, I've never been before. I always wanted to." Her voice was sweet and thin. It was only when she raised it that it escaped through her nose. To the infatuated Fessenden, it sounded like the rilling of one of the minor streams in the woods. "I hope you'll stay a long while." "I guess I will. Most of our folks have died of consumption, and I've had a hacking kind of cough. But I guess I'll get over it here. I'm better already." If there was a muttered protest from the raised in Fessenden's depths, he let it pass unheeded. His suddenly conceived and violent passion needed but the lash of pity to transform him from the individual into the type, tumultuous of sentimental desire. The instinct is strong to protect the beloved weak, keen and quick, pouring into a flimsy shell such an ideal as man knows only in his dreams. The determination to possess this inestimable treasure so the world stood still and the angels warned through brazen trumpets. "I hope this log isn't damp," he said anxiously. "I'd better fetch you something from the house to sit on." "Oh, I'd be afraid to stay here alone, and I can't walk another step. It's bad enough to walk home. I guess this log's all right. Have you ever been to Malone?" "Never." Fessenden for the first time realized his rude, wild state. "I've never been 20 miles from here." "My, you are a country bumpkin. I'm sorry if I've hurt your feelings," she added contritely as Fessenden's sunburnt face assumed a purple hue. "I'm always saying silly things. You mustn't mind me. Boys always say I just rattle out anything that comes in my head, and I don't mind a bit." "I'm sure I don't either," said Fessenden quickly. He was determined to equal the Maloner in insensibility. "I should think," he blundered somehow through his first compliments, "that anything you say be about right." "Well, that's what they tell me," she replied complacently. "You can get me another cup of that sap if you like." Fessenden held the cup to her mouth, which was thin and carved in scarlet. Then, partly because his emotions were rendering him speechless, partly because he was fired with the primitive desire of the male to show off for the female, he swung his axe to his shoulder and muttered that he guessed he'd better cut down a tree. He was wasting too much time. His axe he always carried with him. It occupied a place in his affection second to his canoe and preceding a more lukewarm passion for his gun. In a moment, Miss Grace Morton of Malone was admiring a lithe, strong back, the supple free action of two brawny arms as the axe swung as easily as a switch, cutting straight and deep at every stroke. The old tree was quickly brought to earth, and Fessenden leaned on his axe and dared once more to look into the soft eyes beneath the red cap. "It was time the old tree came down," he remarked huskily, yet with a fair assumption of indifference. "Hasn't given any sap for 2 years, and has been bothering the other trees." "Bothering? He talks of trees as people." "Well, they are, in a way. That is, they've often seemed alive to me." "My, you ain't crazy, are you?" Fessenden laughed, and a term of endearment ran close to the tip of his tongue. People who live much alone have odd fancies, but that doesn't mean they're crazy. I guess they're crazy enough they're too different. But you look real sensible. I presume you're all right. She looked adorable in her feminine attempt to console him, and Fessenden wheeled about and swung the axe victoriously into a fruitful maple. This time the young lady was bored. She preferred conversation, and this mountain stripling certainly was handsomer than the Malone small fry who worshipped at her shrine. She coughed pleasantly, but imperiously, and as Fessenden turned quickly the sun blazed full upon her, covering her bright hair with little golden sparks. Her eyes looked babyish and wistful. She had one of those mouths that quiver when pouting. The poor little creature was the more dangerous for being quite natural and sincere. She had neither the brains nor the energy for coquetry, and even to use of some slight experience she seemed as perfect as she was pretty. Fessenden threw aside his axe. "Let's go down to the lake," he said with brutal abruptness. "It's not far, and I'll row you and Mammy home. Here she comes." He showed ahead, and when the girls reached the shore, he had warned the boat to draw up to the landing. He rowed with such swift, strong strokes that the light craft fairly flew up the lake. "My, Fess," remarked Mammy Hunter, "you appear to be in a hurry. Must have wasted time after I left you." Of course the trees had to be spiled, but Miss Morton was too tired to walk home. You shouldn't have brought her such a distance the first time. She didn't calculate on finding a nurse ready-made. She's so fortunate. Perhaps you'll come over and carry her next time. "I should like to." He smiled protectingly into the impassive, expectant eyes. Even in the throes he was a lordly male. Moreover, pride had shaken him into a temporary possession of his senses. "What do you think of our scenery?" he asked Miss Morton. "So pretty." "Pretty? Beautiful, I should call it." "Yes, I guess beautiful suits it better." If he had applied to it erudite and foreign adjectives, she would have scented it as amiably. "Fess is a crank," advised Mammy. "You mustn't mind anything he raves over. He'll be the next thing, I suppose. He'll find it quite a relief after so much brain work." Mammy was an admirer and disciple of Christina, besides possessing a quick and observing eye of her own. She had a long, investigating nose, and no beauty whatever. But with the boy whom she treated villainously, she was the most popular girl in the district. "Have you read much?" asked Fessenden of his divinity, ignoring Mammy. "Oh, yes." "What, Shakespeare? History? Biographies?" "I guess so. I always forget people's names that write things." And even then the rosy halo swirled on rents. Fessenden returned home and viciously punctured his trees. At supper he was so incoherent that Christina arose and felt his pulse. He passed the greater part of the night wandering in the woods. During the ensuing fortnight he spent every evening at the Hunters'. Several times the girls came to Sugar Shanty when he was boiling, and he rode them home in the dusk. He lived aloft with the gods and goddesses, one of whom was Grace, who gradually assumed heroic proportions. It mattered not that every interview betrayed her paucity, the more pitifully. It mattered not that he never once struck fire in that Niagara breast, that never once did her brain respond to the confidences, the ambitions, the aspirations he poured into her puzzled and oft-times very ear. He no longer loved Grace, little as he realized that old fact. He loved the ideal it was her limited destiny to quicken in his imagination. The great forces rushed to his veins, and thumping in his brain had nothing in common with mere facts and girls. They were having their first innings, and not even grateful to the cause. Nothing in the vagaries of nature is more inexplicable than 9/10 of what, for want of their name, is called love. It is a wanton waste of good energy, an lamentable waste of spiritual forces, for the passion moves the victim to all sorts of unselfish impulses, exalted emotion, and even religion, all of which, in the reaction when delusion is over, are finally scorned. That love which is composed of an instinct for companionship and a complete honesty of emotions, and is lacking in sentimentalism and a tragic note, delays its arrival to people of ardent imagination until so late that they must have much richness of nature and large recuperative powers to dismiss into the past the memory of all they have spent. The theory that the blind passion of youth springs from the relentless instinct of reproduction is true only in part, for some of the maddest passions are inspired by anemic and useless women, and the earth has its full measure of sickly children. If nature has any well-defined plan, she has as yet hesitated to reveal it. It is probable that she is still amusing herself in her laboratory. Most love would appear to be a momentary fever of the imagination to which the body responds, and the soul, always struggling for utterance, tries its wings, flies a little span, and flatters the brain. When a man is in love, then he is most pleased with himself. He never imagined that for heights and depths, within an apparently trite exterior, he was so remarkable a being. Until the wave recedes, he bestows a like approval on the chance subject, who in the pregnantness of her hour, or by some instinctive manner, folds his ego into grander proportions. Considering the issues, it was fortunate in many respects that Fessenden had the inevitable attack so early in life. He was subjected to an unmerciful chaffing, to the most sarcastic achievements of Christina's tongue, and to more than one crude remark by Mr. Nunnabek, and subject the eternal damnation tendency of young fools to fall in love with a bigger fool than themselves, in this case as useless as a bit of furniture has ever littered the earth. Morris for a time ignored the episode, but after Fessenden, who scorned his tormentors, overflowed one day in the presence of this polite philosopher, announced that he intended to marry as soon as he had a Maple Grove of his own. College had no further charms for him. The tutor and Nettlebeck had a long and meaning conference. At its conclusion, Morris spent an hour in composition. The farmer hitched up his buckboard, and in spite of the pressing duties of the season, drove 30 miles to the station, and gave letter to obliging conductor to post in New York. Nettlebeck, not many days later, took a trip, which lasted nearly a week. End of Section 9.
Section 10 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jukka Pasanen. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 10. Fessenden, who had long since proposed to Grace and been listlessly accepted, started as usual for the hunters one evening. Striking through the woods, the moon illuminated the recesses in which the snow still lingered, and Fessenden strode along, idealizing even that beautiful forest, for would it not, in another hour, shelter two divinely selected beings? He still trod the upper Eder, but even in that rarefied atmosphere, he experienced a slight chill as he saw Jeff Hunter hastening towards him through the romantic reaches. Jeff, who under Fessenden's training had acquired a direct and uncompromising method of speech, wasted no time in coming to the point. "I've got bad news for you," he announced. "Grace is gone, and she won't come back, neither." Fessenden, who had a confused sense that he was tumbling through space, merely stared at Jeff, who continued. "Her ma came this morning and yanked her off. She said she'd have no such nonsense with a girl who was not strong enough to darn her own stockings, let alone get him married. Grace cried, of course. All girls do whenever they get an excuse, but soon dried up when her ma said she'd take her out west and show her something of the world. Grace told me to tell you she guessed it was all right. She hadn't felt much like getting married anyway. She'd only said yes because it wouldn't have been any use to say no, and the old lady told me to tell you that it was no sort of use to follow her, for she was covering up her tracks. She's a tartar, that one, and I guess you didn't cry that you ain't going to have her for a mother-in-law, and I guess she's got enough money to go as first she likes. She told me she'd be 500 miles away before night. As for Grace, Fess, she ain't worth one of the ribs in Pocahontas. That's the reason I didn't warn you this morning." "Good night," said Fessenden. The blood had rushed to his head. It remained there and confused him, until, after a brief sleep, he awoke next morning. Then he burst in upon the astonished Morris and raged like a madman. He smashed a window and 2 chairs, vowed that he would walk to the west, that he knew Grace loved him, and that if she did not, he had no use for life anyway. Morris brought him partly to his senses by the ironic method to which Fessenden was peculiarly susceptible, and then suggested that he put a sandwich in his pocket and spent the day in the woods. "When you are a rational being once more, I shall be glad to see you again and talk it over. I sincerely hope I may be able to help you in some way, but we all have to go through this, my boy. It is as inevitable as the phenomenon of man and woman itself, and must be taken as philosophically as the ills of the flesh, which under the proper diffusion of scientific knowledge will be obviated in time. It is to be hoped that puppy love will prove an equally amenable microbe. Now take to the woods and think like a man." Fessenden took to the woods, but the time was not yet come when he could think like a man. Calf-love has furnished the mills of the wits since the first pen impaled the emotions, but it may be a hideous experience to youths in whom are the makings of strong and passionate men. The academic standard, arbitrarily established by our literary powers, has given the world an entirely false idea of the American temperament, which, in its masculine half, at least, is excitable and sentimental. It is their capacity for intense and powerful emotion, making them in mob capable of the maddest excesses of enthusiasm, which is the deep, indestructible bond of unity in the American race, that has saved it from passing off long since in fireworks. That, when it has found the courage and acquired the brain power to struggle through its artificial envelope, will permit it to become as great as it now thinks it is. Poor Fessenden had not yet reached the analytical stage. He went out into the forest and suffered horribly. He wept and raved, and believed that so far as he was concerned, the world had reached its finish. For the time, he was primeval man balked of the first woman. Later, when the acute stage had passed, and imagination had returned, every fine impulse and need of his nature which had leaped to assertion under the quickening process of idealized woman seemed to have withered out of him under the sudden blight. He felt shorn, impoverished, hopeless, worse than all, helpless. To pursue would be less than folly. Only a fortune and a detective could have found the indifferent girl hidden in the skirts of a determined mother, and he had not a penny. The little he made beyond what Nettlebeck charged him for his board went, after the replenishments of his rough wardrobe, to New York for books. His helplessness degraded his manhood, added to the sum of his miseries. He stood 2 days of this mental hell, during which he ate little and slept less, and then he shouldered his axe and put a sandwich in his pocket. "I'm going over to the river to get a job driving logs," he said to Nettlebeck. "I've had 14 years of this, and I'd like a change for a week or two. When the logging is over, I'll come home." The river was 12 miles distant. 10 minutes after he had started on his tramp through the forest, he heard a shout behind him. He answered mechanically, and a moment later was joined by Dolph. "I thought I'd come along," panted the younger Nettlebeck. "I ain't seen driving for 6 years or so, and it's good exercise. You have to jump so lively." Fessenden shrugged his shoulders ungraciously, and declined conversation, but even here he did not recognize the ever-watchful spirit of his father. Nevertheless, the thought of that sympathetic parent spontaneously occurred to him. He was the one person to whom he could have spoken, but he remembered his fiercely reacting pride at the age of 13. Moreover, he was bound to respect his father's mandate of complete separation. He had puzzled deeply over the motive which had prompted his decision in a proud and affectionate parent, but had finally put the question aside, as so far beyond his limited experience that he had better apply his inquiring mind elsewhere. He had perfect faith in both the wisdom and the love of his father, in spite of occasional outbursts of disappointment, and although the kind firm hand that guided his destinies and smoothed his path without weakening his spirit was too well covered to attract his attention, some spiritual emanation from it kept his heart from closing, and the bitterness of neglect from entering his soul. They reached the river in 3 hours. Hearing from the forest the roar of the dam, the loud shouts of the men, on their side the woods grew down to the stream, but on the heights opposite and far beyond hundreds of virgin trees had been sacrificed, that the people of New York might have their daily news. The gates had just been opened, the river was foaming and racing over the rocks, its surface already crowded with long sections of tree trunks, while others were running down the hill. The boss was short of men, and Fessenden and Dolph were employed at once, for the logs were already becoming jammed. Fessenden had watched driving many times, and jumping from log to log to avoid crushing his feet, while at the same time he pried refractory logs into position and relieved jams. He was soon so deeply occupied learning his new trade, to say nothing of preserving his bones, that grace lay down among the memories. His passion for proving himself the best man replaced the other, and applying all his intelligence to the task. He was very soon the most expert driver on the river. This elated him and sent consoling rays throughout the dark recesses of his soul. At night he was so tired that, after the evening meal, a repetition of the two preceding ones of pork, beans, bread and coffee, he was asleep before he had settled himself in his bunk. And although his spirit may have wept over the years in the back alleys of his memory, for he awoke depressed and rebellious, he sprang out of bed at once, ate his beans with a relish, and went to work. As he tramped home at night 2 weeks later, he informed himself that he was cured, and when he reached his own comfortable bed, he slept until late on the following day. Moreover, he enjoyed Christina's savory dinner with a relish which, as a rule, associates only with an untroubled mind. Then he went for a stroll through his favorite haunts of the forest. A guilty sense of disloyalty had led him to avoid Pocahontas since the day he met Grace, and it all came back. As it rushed upon him, as he realized that he was still in bondage, he trembled in panic. The horror of returning into the torments of a fortnight since was as strong as the overwhelming passion itself. He ran back to the house, the blood pounding in his head, and searched the shelf over Fritz Nettlebeck's desk, where letters for the household and neighbors awaited leisurely claimant. There was nothing for him, and then he realized that, subconsciously, he had expected Grace to defy her mother and write to him, had believed the separation to be a matter of a few weeks, that the time would come when her demand would be as imperative as his own. He leaped up the stairs to his room and rummaged among the papers on his table. There were fragments of exercises in 5 languages, dead and alive, brief studies of public men, but there was no letter, even from his father. He returned to the forest, his hands and knees trembling, his brain whirling, his panic increasing, muttering vague phrases filled with terror of the future, confusion, a mad desire for annihilation. Then, as his ego reached its depths and grovelled there, he straightened himself suddenly and, flinging his fist against a tree, exclaimed, "By God, what slavery!" What he had seen of religion as expressed by itinerant and ignorant preachers had left him cold, but he had entire faith in some great force pervading the universe. Although he did not think it worthwhile to apply a name to it, he bethought himself of this force, and by a violent effort put himself in relation with it, demanding imperiously that some of its strength should pass into him and relieve him from this intolerable state of slavery. His prayer was answered so quickly that for a moment he stood as dazed as if he had been transferred abruptly to another planet. Then he shrugged his shoulders, laughed at his recent self, went down to the lake, and took Pocahontas out for a long, confidential, and somewhat cynical conversation. He half expected that the obsession would return, but it did not, even when, missing his agonies, he endeavored to evoke their ghosts. Finally, he sat down and wrote a long letter to his father. "It has taught me 2 things," he concluded. "The advisability of keeping a tight hold on the bulk of your energies until you are sure of having found the right woman, and the danger of praying for strength to annihilate unless you are quite sure you are not making a mistake. In this case, it was all right, but she might have been the one woman. There might have been merely a misunderstanding, and the result would have been the same. I dragged the strength from out there into myself and blasted the thing to the roots. I am convinced that I can evoke that strength whenever I will, but it rather frightens me to think that I might have made this discovery at the wrong time. End of section 10. Section 11 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jukka Pasanen. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 11. The immediate results of Fessenden enslavement and deliverance were a terror of woman, which he called contempt, an augmented interest in the great men of history, and a daily mounting ardor for his country. He had the usual schoolboy's idea of the isolated grandeur of the American Republic, and a corresponding resentment against the rest of the world for having annoyed it occasionally. Mr. Abbott, who liked all healthy manifestations in a youth, had asked Morris to let him keep his illusions until he was old enough to accept their loss without bitterness. Fessenden, who had been patriotic enough in all conscience before he met Grace, now burned with a holy fire, built an altar in the depths of the forest, and solemnly devoted his life and energies to the service of the United States. Thought of her, dreamed of her, poured upon her all the rejected passion of his nature. But as yet no light had been shed upon the manner in which he should best serve her, and one day he abruptly broached the subject to Morris. The tutor came to attention at once. He had been in correspondence with Mr. Abbott for some time, and was awaiting his opportunity to speak. Fessenden was a delicate subject. "I have been thinking it over," he said. "Of course your father's wish, and mine, has been that you should go to Harvard. But in the few years since I left college, things have changed so in America. I am not old as years go, and judging from the occasional newspaper and magazine that comes my way, the world seems to have run by me." He spoke hesitatingly, as if the subject had been presented to him too abruptly. After all, and Fessenden, who did not count patience among his virtues, beat a roll call on the window pane. The woods were green and warm. Pocahontas was making imperious little motions on the lake. A hint, a stimulus, was all he expected from Morris. The final solution would be found in solitude. "Why not Harvard?" he asked, as Morris continued to look out upon the world in mute reproach. "Of course, I expect to go to Harvard, and my father says the world's all right. Whatever is right. I am philosopher enough to believe that, but this is the point. The great universities, like Harvard, are for the sons of rich men, or at all events for those of that privileged class who do not have to enter into the great struggle the moment they graduate. If you had even a small income, and purposed to become a man of letters, if you had in you the makings of a professor or a clergyman, I should say Harvard without hesitation, even though you would have to skim through in a manner that is very humiliating to a gentleman. But I have studied you closely now for 7 years, and I cannot associate you with any of the old-fashioned callings. You are peculiarly energetic and practical. You have tremendous ideals, but you would never have the patience to angle for them in an inkpot, and you have too much common sense to stump the world as a propagandist. The way for you to achieve great ends is through the medium of money. No one in this country today respects anything as much, and through that medium you can make yourself understood at once, and have what following you chose. It seems to me that you could make money in very large amounts. You were born with concentration, obstinacy, and industry. You must excel in all you undertake or burn to ashes in the attempt, and you have an uncommonly good brain. Of course, I have only been able to cultivate its intellectual part, and there are 1,000 things you must study in the next few years. Men, your country, other countries, the great industrial, financial, commercial, and political problems which make up the machinery of the world. Now, If you were merely to be a dilettante in these matters, I should again say Harvard. But as it seems to me you were born to take an active part in the great world problems, and as you have your living to make, I have thought it expedient to suggest the University of the Northwest. He paused again and turned away his head. The polite scholar laughed at the thought of the Western College. As Fessenden stared at him in earnest attention, he proceeded in a moment. It is quite a remarkable institution in a way, and very cheap, as it is in a small western town. Living costs next to nothing, and as it is not patronized by rich men's sons, the scale of living is very low. There are no expensive clubs and other constant demands. Of course, it is your duty to consider this, as well as the more complete freedom which it would give you. It is my private opinion that the great colleges are no place for a man who cannot spend money like a gentleman. If my father had lost his money earlier, I should not have gone to Harvard. Well, what should I get at this Western University that would send me straight from the log cabin to Aladdin's cave? It used to be the White House. That is what you would decide after you had been there a year or two. The point is that you would find there special courses on electricity, mechanics, banking, transportation, agriculture, international relations, politics, all the industrial problems. Through one of these great modern avenues you will make your way to wealth, and you will have the inestimable advantage of starting from the ground up, of mastering, for instance, all the details of a machine shop, of an engine, of railway tracks, of the progressive development of that most mysterious of all forces, electricity, while your mind is still plastic. There is still another reason for making yourself familiar with all these things while you are young and enthusiastic, even if you happen to make your money in some field outside them all. He hesitated again, but proceeded almost immediately, and in the tone of a man resolute to pursue any subject as far as analysis would take him. Suppose, for instance, you should make a very great fortune. Modern conditions would place you in the most complex relations with all the subjects which this university specializes. You would be elected upon the boards of companies without end, perhaps become president, vice president of others, and, as a rule, directors know next to nothing of the industries over which they preside. Employers know too little of what is ABC to the men under them. Railroad presidents cannot know too much about mechanics and electricity if they want to pay heavier dividends than their rivals. In a word, it is the millionaire who knows most of those subjects of which most millionaires know nothing, who rules all the other millionaires. You see, I have let my imagination run away with me. I already saw you aloft on a gold pedestal. Perhaps I am too sanguine for you. One dreams much when one lives a solitary life. The millionaire proposition seems to me a good deal of a come-down after all my fine dreams and ambitions. If it's the shortcut, I haven't much patience. Is money really so easy to make? There is nothing less easy to make. My argument is that you are one of the few who can make it if you would. Well, the harder the better. I wouldn't give a red cent for anything that could be had for the asking. Again, Morris turned his head and stared into the fire. He heartily wished that Mr. Abbott had come up and done his own talking. Your life is likely to be strenuous enough, he said after a pause. When you are rich, if you ever are, you will work as hard, if not harder, than before. Will you think over what I have said about this university, and write to your father? He told me once that he should leave the matter to you, but, of course, he must know soon, as you could enter any college this autumn. I do not need to think it over. How long do you suppose it takes me to make up my mind? I shall go to the Western University. End of chapter 11.
Section 12 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Steve Olkowitz. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. He started early in September, accompanied by Morris, who now confessed that he had long pined for the orange groves, the perpetual sunshine of Southern California, and as far as the station by the stoical but cheerless Jeff. Christina embarrassed him by a farewell embrace and a tear, while promising him a monthly box of good things. Morris requested him to take no clothes but those he was obliged to wear, but he stuffed his sweaters among his books. He could imagine himself permanently in no less elastic envelope. In spite of remonstrance, he also packed his axe. He was quick and eager for the change, and, with the ingratitude of man, left even Pocahontas with little reluctance. His imagination pictured the great gates of the world at the foot of the Adirondacks, and at last he was to pass through them and into the infinite beyond where all dreams were realities. Morris had chosen the night train for obvious reasons, and when they reached the station in New York, he hurried his young mountaineer into a cab and drove to the best of the tailors, who met the immediate demand. The necessary autumn and winter wardrobe he bought for his charge called forth a vigorous remonstrance. Fessenden had never imagined such reckless extravagance, but when his mentor had reassured him, he further indulged himself in several sweaters. He was the proud possessor of $100, made in sugar, and his fingers tingled with the new pleasure of spending. From the shop they drove directly back to the station to catch the morning train for the West. Fessenden grumbled, for he wanted to see New York. Every nerve had sprung to greet the great city, and he hung out of the cab in spite of remonstrances and to the amusement of passers-by. "I know how you feel," said Morris. "I should like it myself, but I dare not linger in New York an hour. Its air is fatal to me, so near the Atlantic. You will see enough of New York in the future. I'm sure you will not mind." And Fessenden submitted with what grace he could muster. As they were standing in the station awaiting the announcement of their train, Fessenden, to the alarm of Morris, suddenly darted from his side and disappeared in the crowd. Morris suspected the cause and turned pale with anxiety. The color the mountains had given him came back as he saw his charge returning alone. Fessenden's face, however, was flushed. His eyes were as bright as tears. "I saw my father," he exclaimed, with a complete disregard of the bystanders that was quite superb. "I know I saw him. Why does he act like this? I was sure he would come to meet me. Why should he look at me and go away?" "It could not have been, Mr. Abbott," said Morris soothingly, and taking his arm he hurried him through the open gates. "It is doubtful if he is in New York, and he is not the man to do anything so silly and sentimental. He is very busy working out some idea which requires all his energies. He dares venture upon no distraction. There, I have told you that much. Your unerring instinct has kept you from doubting that he loves you." "Is he an inventor?" asked Fessenden eagerly. "Is that the mystery? Is that the reason he wants me to study all these new things? That I may be of use to him? Well, he is something of an inventor, and you certainly can be of great use to him, more than anybody on earth can be." "Why didn't you tell me that before? Now I have a double object. I'll work like a logger. What's his line?" Morris groaned, but as he disposed his hand baggage neatly about him, he had another inspiration. "All," he announced. "That is to say, a combination of all this very modern university can teach you. The result may be extraordinary." Fessenden fell back on his seat and stared out the window, seeing nothing. His imagination was fired with the vision of his lonely potential devoted father experimenting in obscurity with a revolutionizing idea, whose bare elementary threads, awaiting himself in the Northwest, filled him with such excitement and exhilaration that he wanted to get out and race the train. Fortunately, his deep emotions always rendered him speechless, and Morris was permitted to sleep peacefully during the greater part of the journey.
End of Chapter 12.
Section 13 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rulers of Kings, a novel, by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 13. Although Morris had never reached the heartstrings of his pupil, the youth was his one human interest. His father was dead long since, and as Fessenden fully realized his debt of gratitude to the capable and conscientious tutor, as well as being a person in whom habits struck long roots, the parting was unexpectedly affecting. As Fessenden returned from the station of the little town of Turbine, where he was to spend the greater part of the next 4 years, he suddenly conceived a violent antipathy for his new surroundings and a desire to flee back to his mountains. This flat, interminable prairie, this cheap town, not an elevation in sight, much less the mountains which had gone far into the modeling of his nature, there was nothing here resembling the great world of which he had dreamed. He longed for the real solitude, feeling for the first time the miserable substitute the crowd offers, and suddenly understood how much closer to the great realities of life it brings a man than any actual juxtaposition. But in a few days he was too busy and interested for either homesickness or dreams. Morris had drilled him so thoroughly in English, the dead languages, German, French, and history and mathematics that he could have entered Yale or Harvard with sails spread, and in the younger university he took a rank at once which gave him the more time for the course known as training for business. Almost immediately it seemed to him that sleeping things rose in his brain, things whose existence he had never suspected, and strove to put themselves in touch with inspiring forces without. Fessenden, who had made up his mind to place himself in a neutral receptive state, to give no more thought to the future and to ambition until he had learned all that the university could teach him, was some time recognizing that these newcomers were talents, and that they responded to all that was inventive and practical in his initial course. He recognized them in time, however, as day by day he grew more absorbed in the mysteries of the engine and electricity, and the glimpses he had in his first year of finance and political economy stirred him like old love letters. His imagination idealized and personified the engine he worked upon as it had his canoe, and on the day when he finally mastered the difficult art of taking it to pieces and putting it together again without help or hitch, he challenged the strong men of the college to combat and polished them off with such enthusiasm that once more he occupied the proud position of champion. This satisfied his masculine vanity, besides delivering him from the chaffing and petty persecutions provoked by his mountain hues. He was henceforth permitted to indulge his passion for sweaters and old hats, even on Sundays, unchallenged, while his remarkable abilities were as frankly acknowledged. The military drill did not give him enough exercise, and he had promised his father he would waste no time on sport. "Your passion to excel," Mr. Abbott had written, "would make you neglect your studies, so be wise and get your exercise some other way." Fessenden was feeling nervous and somewhat confused one Friday afternoon when he suddenly bethought himself of his axe. He brought it forth, fingered it lovingly in a rush of memories, then shouldered it and started for the open country. He was not long finding a farmer who was willing to have his wood cut for nothing, and thereafter Fessenden spent an hour every evening and half of Saturday either felling Mr. Lunt's trees or sawing his logs, and the exercise relieved his brain and kept his muscles hard. The military drill not only dismissed his mountain slouch and gave him a free and upright carriage, but inspired him with dreams of war and glory. The martial music quickened his blood, and secretly he fancied himself very much in his uniform. It was not long before he became restless in the ranks and announced to the West Point officer in charge his desire to become captain. The officer stared, laughed, then reminded him that military rank was, as a rule, or should be, he was a victim of politics himself, the result of superior accomplishments and talents, to say naught of hard work. Thereafter, 3 times a week during 2 of the afternoon hours, Fessenden dismissed books and machinery from his brain and concentrated that energetic instrument upon military drill alone. But he spent the greater part of his time and thought in the shops and yards. Aside from the ambition and the superabundant energy which prompted him to excel in all he undertook, His imagination was absorbed in the rapture of unraveling certain mysteries of science, was at work on far distant but great and picturesque results. He was in no hurry to invent, but even while signaling and switching at night, he saw trains of unimaginable beauty and grace and lightness skim by in the dark, and great fleets of ships, invincible and terrible in war, forcing the Monroe Doctrine down the throat of Europe, perhaps annexing the rotten old monarchies altogether. That the red hair of a daughter of the Caesars would one day entangle itself in his wondrous electric stores and jerk them far afield, he did not forebode then, poor Fessenden. He was happy in his dreams and ideals. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 14. As the college year was drawing to its close, he received the following letter from his father. My dear boy, I am sorry to be obliged to inform you that you must manage somehow to pay your own expenses during the remaining 3 years at the university. $500 a year are a good deal, and you are younger than I am, remember. I can let you have 100, but that is all, and I have every confidence that you will be able to make the rest for yourself. Perhaps you may imagine what it means to me to reflect that I have such a son to lean on in my old age. I know of no man living that I envy. I am informed of your progress, and I am proud of you beyond the power of any poor words of mine to express. Your affectionate father. For the moment, Fessenden was shocked and bewildered, but not only did the subtlety of Mr. Abbott's letter begin its work at once, but his mettle flew to its opportunity. He promptly turned to with that absolute lack of doubt which, in a man well equipped, compels success. There were a number of relatively wealthy men in the university whose patriotism for the West and contempt for the effete East had led them, or their fathers, to patronize the home institution. Fessenden imperiously persuaded these men that they needed a course of practical lessons in forestry, and longed for a summer in camp in the Adirondacks not far from the cooking of Christina. The summer was pleasant and profitable for all, but particularly for Fessenden, who found many hours to dream alone among his mountains and into the sympathetic ear of Pocahontas. She was haughty and evasive for several days after his enthusiastic arrival, turned him over twice, and took advantage of every abstraction to make for submerged stumps and shore. But having made him sufficiently miserable, she gradually restored him to favor, and the old happy bond was reestablished. But although he was glad of the long hours of rest and of pondering over the world of science, into which he had been precipitated by the intuition and foresight of his father, he was soon eager to get back to the practical application. He returned to the university with half the money he needed, and he could easily make up the remainder by coaching. The day after his return, he walked out to Mr. Luntz and announced his intention of living with him and paying for his board with his axe, or in any other reasonable manner. The farmer was taken aback and somewhat displeased at the idea of paying for what he had grown accustomed to accept as his right, but finally admitted the justice of Fessenden's argument, especially as he had no such enthusiast for hard labor on his farm. Shortly after, Fessenden, in a burst of adolescent pride, returned his father's contribution, having persuaded his forestry class that they needed private lessons in German, which in truth they did, although they enjoyed the study of Fessenden more. They never connected him with the author of his being, but they thought him unique and perennially interesting. Occasionally they marveled at his sublime audacity, a quality as a rule born of the easy assurance of wealth and social position, particularly when well-bred and unconscious. But they never got beyond the conclusion that it was the result of an unusual brain and a gift for leadership. that he should become the captain of his company before the end of his first year and prove an ardent disciplinarian did not so much surprise them, but his talents were less easy to account for, and those interested in heredity approached him on the subject. Fessenden was determined to keep his father's secret, whatever it might be. And as he could be diplomatic when diplomacy seemed more advisable than throwing an impertinent man out of the window, he sent the curious away with the impression that he came of plain mountain people. End of section 14, read by Bruce Sloan, Bay Springs, Mississippi, January 24th, 2023.
Section 15 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jukka Pasanen. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 15. During this year, he took up modern history, the development of railway intercourse in Europe and America, and pursued his studies and experiments of the previous year with unabated ardor. He likewise became violently interested in politics, and let off a good deal of steam in public speaking. He also took up the cudgels for the East, partly because his father was a New Yorker, partly because in his attitude he stood practically alone. Privately, he thought the West had cause for grievance in the absurd and ignorant attitude of the East. But it was impossible for him to run with the majority, and there certainly was much to be said for the older civilization. The question of strikes and all the manifestations of the antagonism between capital and labor did not engage his attention until the following year, and when it did, his sympathies were entirely with the poor man, as he informed his father in long and impassioned letters. In answer, Mr. Abbott invariably reminded him that as yet he knew nothing of the rich, and advised him to suspend judgment. But although Fessenden by this time was an intolerant Democrat, wore his oldest sweaters, and Devon persuaded Miss Lunt to patch his trousers, there was something curiously aristocratic in his attitude and personality, which his associates felt rather than analyzed. There was not a man in the college who would have dared to emulate his utter disregard of appearance, his indifference to comment on the streets of Turbine, the catholicity of his acquaintance, the manner in which he ignored the very existence of those he did not like, the recklessness with which he talked out loud, apparently unconscious that anything could affect his standing, popularity, and reputation, and the indefinable touch of patronage in his most extreme democracy. And although even at that period, when he was full of vanity, he did not swagger, still it was noticeable that he carried himself as if the world were his. He made enemies, but he either fought them or accepted them with philosophy, and he had an army of disciples who followed his imaginative flights and his most radical theories to the bitter end. But his fellow men interested Fessenden less at this period than the wonderful excursions that he was making daily into the new realms of thought and research. It was during the middle of the third year that he gave himself up more particularly to the study of finance, the development of banking and political economy. He pursued his studies with a curious sense of reviving old memories. He surprised himself at his love of dry details, that even here his imagination saw picturesqueness in the possibilities of concentrating vast sums of money and yet filling the veins of a great country with a lifeblood of liquid gold. During his democratic madness, he had seriously doubted whether his conscience would permit him to be a rich man, but now, with a chastened yet no less sincere democracy, he made up his mind that for a man of the people to acquire millions and then use them for the amelioration of his less gifted fellows, to say nothing of glorifying his country, was both wise and poetical. Having satisfied his mind on this point, he astonished the university and turbine by appearing at the church in a suit of clothes not only of harmoniously assorted pieces, but manifestly made to order. He sustained the balance by looking worse than usual during the week. In the vacation preceding Fesseden's 4th year, the university received, from a source which was to remain unknown to all but the president, a large bequest for the departments of banking and finance. The bequest was accompanied by the condition that during the ensuing year, certain eminent authorities were to be asked to lecture. Somewhat to the surprise but greatly to the satisfaction of the faculty, invitations to lecture were promptly accepted by the Secretary of the Treasury, the President of the Pennsylvania Railroad, the owner of a great department store, and 3 leading bank presidents. These gentlemen did not confine themselves to generalities. They described the practical workings of their respective systems, enriched by a wealth of comparison with corresponding systems in other countries. They pointed out the defects and disadvantages of both sides, and analyzed the causes of the remarkable progress of so young a country as the United States. They emphasized the necessity of a sleepless alertness, and the demand for new ideas which should be bold without recklessness and safe without conservatism. Fessenden listened with tingling nerves and legs moving restlessly. He wrote to his father that he regarded this timely benefaction as a direct interposition of Providence in his behalf, and that although he certainly had to work harder than anyone in the world, he believed that he had been born under a star of remarkable magnitude. His ambitions had revived long since. He had in his imagination a union of steel and electricity so madly romantic that he dared not confide even in his father. He must make a large sum of money first, for he would trust no one with his secret. He believed that he could make his country invincible, the ruler, if she chose, of 2 hemispheres, and he looked back somewhat patronizingly upon his old heroes. Other times, other gods. The pendulum in him was still swinging wildly. The balance was not yet, but the depth and tenacity of purpose, the clear, creative intellect, quick and versatile in grasp, and of an extraordinary energy. The high enthusiasm and real capacity for the passion of patriotism were all modeling, biding their time within the exterior made up of their defects. So passed the 4 years, with her intervals of mountain life, when, in spite of his ever-increasing classes, he drew renewed strength and courage from solitude and the invigorating air of high altitudes. Hard work told little on him, for his body was full of red mountain blood and clamped with magnificent muscles. He hoped that his father would come and witness his triumphs on commencement day, but he received this letter instead. My dear boy, it is a matter of very great regret to me that I cannot be with you at this time, but I will explain my absence to your entire satisfaction when we meet. Thank God that will be almost immediately. At a very bitter price to myself, I have relentlessly pursued a plan conceived the day after your mother's death, and my compensation so far has been its entire success. Will you come to New York on a Monday? It had been my intention to meet you in the Adirondacks and tell my story there, for I dislike anything savoring of drama, but business imperatively commands me to stay here, and I must ask you to come to me. I have sent for Pocahontas. I enclose a postal order for $100. May I ask you not to arrive in a sweater? New York is not a turbine. Moreover, a natural weakness makes me wish to see you, after so many years, at the best possible advantage. Your very affectionate father. Fessenden pondered over this letter. It was enigmatic, and Mr. Abbott's brief communications were usually remarkable for their clarity. He had made up his mind 4 years ago that his father was an inventor, and denuded him of all mystery. It also occurred to him with startling abruptness that he had never seen his father's signature. As he stood staring at the paper, shadowy images, impressions, chance words, blurred pictures rose from some old forgotten well in his mind, endeavored to sharpen, to cohere, but they faded away impotently. The vital interests of tomorrow rushed in and claimed place. He shrugged his shoulders and sent his father a telegram. End of chapter 15. Section 16 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jukka Pasanen. Rulers of Kings, a novel, by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 16. Fess, said Jeremiah Keene, on the night of commencement day. What are you going to do with yourself? You are the most expensive, nay, sentimental and emotional creature on one side of you, and on the other, the most secretive. I've turned myself inside out to you over and over again. You know all my hopes, aspirations, plans. Who doesn't? What have I been digging away at this school of mines for? But you've gone in for everything, distinguished yourself in pretty nearly everything, and you are none the wiser. In these days, you've got to be one thing. There's no chance for any but the specialist, and you are as well aware of that as anyone else. So I know, we all know, that you must have made up your mind, that you know what you are about. It isn't only curiosity that prompts me to ask for your secret. There is no necessity for meanderings on my part. I'd like to know. We may not meet again for years. You go east, I go west. I've never taken a liberty with you before. Forgive me this. Fessenden made no reply for a moment. He was spending his last night in Turbine in the rooms of his chum. The day had been crowded with triumphs. He was dazzled, elated, a trifle bewildered. Compliments and flattering predictions had fallen thick upon him. The president had congratulated him publicly, invited him to dinner to meet the distinguished guests, and he had been the only student so honored. Among the guests were several of the eminent men who had condescended to illuminate the university during the past year, and they had singled out Fessenden and paid him such marked attentions, besides interrogating him so closely as to his interest in his more important studies, that both faculty and students, highly as they thought of their star, were astonished. The successful self-made American takes very little interest in unmade futures. It was a great and notable tribute to personality, and Fesseden's chest had risen and his head bulged more than once. He was feeling his strength at every nerve point. He knew himself to be ready to go out and conquer the world at once. His mind had flashed back during the exciting day to the long course of training, from his babyhood until his last week of his 21st year, which had muddled his inherited forces in brain and character, slowly and safely, given him the physical endurance to keep pace with the restless energies of his mind. He was filled with gratitude for his father, but he also thought very well of himself. The self-made American was his type, the ideal he had set on high, whether born in a log cabin on a Virginia plantation or a romantic British Isle was immaterial. All the great men of his country had started with a reasonable amount of poverty, and certainly the yachtful record of none was more brilliant than his. He had had his disappointments, his disillusionments, even in Turbine. He had been deceived and tricked and tripped and hurt like all men, but he lived too much in imagination, in the future, and his application to study had been too severe for brooding on the shortcomings of the world. He still thought well of it, and his consistent admiration for his friend Keene had gone far to nourish his optimism. Life never did a kinder thing for him than in bestowing so abundant a measure of contentment in his last hours of his boyhood. He stood up in a moment, turning over his chair. Keene was lying on a divan, smoking. The lamp was low, the windows were open, but the silence only. It was very late. Well, said Fessenden. I don't know. I should have to tell you so much, and my ambitions are defined and at the same time rather nebulous. You see, I have to find out just what my father wants of me first, what he is. What he is? There is a mystery, then. You bluffed us pretty well. I'm no maker of mysteries. I don't know myself, and you're the only person living I'd say this to, and I'd break even your head if you give a hint before he was ready. I think he is a great inventor, and wanted me to have this training that I might help him. It was on the tip of Keen's tongue to remark upon the uselessness of Mr. Abbott's secrecy so far as his son was concerned, but congratulated himself a few moments later that Fessenden had given him no time to comment. I have not seen him for years, but not through lack of affection. He asked me to trust him, and I have done so. I had a curious letter from him on Tuesday. I have thought a good deal about it since, and now that I am to see him, and know all so soon, I may permit myself to indulge in curiosity. I'll read it to you, if you like. He held Mr. Abbott's last letter to the lamp and read it aloud, then plunged his hands into his pockets, planted himself squarely on his feet, and told Keene of his peculiar relations with his father since his mother's death. He made it all very vivid. The brief visits of Mr. Abbott, the concise pregnant conversations, the firm, careful finger always modeling at the foundations of his character, the cleverness and foresight with which his father had secured the services of Stanley Morris, who through 7 monotonous years had pined for California. Much of this was revealed unconsciously in the narrative of his mountain life. While he was in the midst of his story, Keene sat up suddenly. A moment later, interrupted him to ask for a description of Mr. Abbott. Fessenden had answered, small, thin, but with an immense lot of presence, even up there where one man is exactly the same as another, where there is real equality and no bluff about it. They all bowed down to him instinctively, even Morris, who is a deep scholar and thinker, and belongs to one of the best families in the country, if you care for that sort of American rot. Even when I was a little chap, and he used to pet and fondle me, I could feel the power come out of him, and I told Morris once that if he wasn't a rich man, it must be his own fault. He made you feel he could be anything he chose. His face is beautiful to me, perhaps because I love him, for Morris remarked rather nastily once that he was not generally considered a beauty, but he has eyes that can light up, and his face always changed for me anyhow, if it did look rather cold, perhaps hard, at other times. Nettlebeck swore once that it was hard, but I never could see it. His feathers are well cut, too. His nose looks as if it could go through a stone wall, and there is not an indefinite curve in his mouth. There you have him, as well as I can describe anybody. But Keene, long since, had rolled over and buried his face in the sofa cushions. The next day, as the two men parted at Chicago, Keene, who was far more mature than Fessenden, having less of the eternal boy in him, put his arm about his friend's shoulder and said hesitatingly, "Remember, there are terrible disappointments awaiting you out there in the great world, as for all of us. Take everything that comes along as philosophically as you can. Everything is for the best, I suppose. Above all, don't let any shock embitter you. I'm sure that your father is all that you imagine him to be, that whatever he does in regard to you, has done, is right. I wish he were not so poor, however. I wish he were Te Abbott." Who is Te Abbott? Of course you never read the newspapers, and it is odd how he manages to keep out of the illustrated magazines. I should think he must pay them. The Abbott, my dear, is richer than the whole Rothschild outfit condensed into the singular. "Well, I'm glad he's not that sort of Abbott," said Fessenden indifferently. "Thank God I can show my mettle and start from the ground up." The words left no trail in Fessenden's mind. The parting which followed affected him deeply, and he was too excited at the prospect of seeing his father again to recall what had impressed him as a mere chance remark. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leslie Langston. Rulers of Kings, a novel, by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 17. As Fessenden left the train on Monday morning and walked down the long crowded platform to the gates, he was nervous and happy and sentimental but full of vanity. Not as the prodigal son was he returning to his father after these long years of disunion. Had not a telegram from the president of his university acquainted Mr. Abbott with his son's brilliant climax? Was he not about to relieve his parent of all further worries and responsibilities, to say naught of shedding luster upon the family name? He was sure that his father, if he had chosen obscurity for his own portion, must still be in a position to give him advice and immediate suggestion of more value than gold. He had arrayed himself in a new suit of summer gray, and with considerable satisfaction, for he had spasms of personal vanity, although only death could separate him permanently from the reprobates of his wardrobe. His long body was still very slight, but it was muscular and lithe. When his eyes were not hard or dreamy with concentrated thought, they were ready to laugh their response into any friendly eyes they chanced to meet, although as a rule he would have scorned to admit that he knew whether he was good-looking or not. He was in so gay a mood this fine summer morning that he frankly accepted admiring glances for what they were worth, and was glad to add such attractions as his ancestors had given him to the sum he was about to present to one doting parent. Not that Fessenden was a handsome boy. His present attractiveness lay for the most part in his youthful armory of glancing and glinting expressions, but his hair was brown and bright, his eyes were blue and dark, and his features cut by race, not by chance. In his most disreputable alliances with old clothes, he never lacked distinction, and today, in spite of the eager restlessness of his muscles, he was seldom in repose. He was very naturally mistaken by the calculating feminine mind for a fledgling of the privileged class. His progress in the dense crowd was slow, and his stride was naturally long. It was not in him to submit to impeded progress, and he jumped back into the train and made his way rapidly to the front car. As he sprang to the ground near the gates, he saw his father's pale, eager face, and he stiffened suddenly lest he utter a mountain whoop or imperil his dignity in the feminine manner. When he had forced his way beyond the barriers, he nearly crushed Mr. Abbott's firm, bony hand, then pulled it through his arm and started for 42nd Street. Come on, he said through his teeth. We can't say anything here." His father managed to steer him to the cab stand, and as they drove down Madison Avenue, talked rapidly and somewhat at random. It was evident that he was as nervous as his son, but equally manifest that he was full of parental pride and delight. Fessenden gripped his hand 2 or 3 times, incoherent but happy, in the light of approval and the warmth of an affection so long withheld. The hansom stopped before an immense brownstone house on a corner, and Mr. Abbott descended, dismissing the cab. Fessenden wondered, but assumed that his father lived in a private hotel. It was his last moment of density. As the door was opened by an elderly butler, behind whom stood 4 footmen in livery, a band of ghosts seemed to race past his inner vision as he entered the wide hall hung with tapestries, doors on the right and the left showing the splendor of delicate brocade and historic furnishing. His brain experienced a sharp and clarifying shock. He had a dizzying vision of a little boy, in the pride of his first trousers, flying down those massive banisters and followed by a soft, protesting shriek. For a moment, every part of the house seemed to be pervaded by that small child and the minor, almost querulous chords of a long-forgotten voice. His hand shook as he gave his hat to a footman of preternatural dignity as he met the stolid but recognizing eye of the butler. He had not the courage to think, and he was white and almost weak as he followed his father to the library at the back of the house. It was a great room, lifted bodily from a ducal castle. Books, pictures, busts, weapons, in the devouring American fashion. Fessenden, after one glance, fell into a chair and covered his face with his hands. He had torn up the papers on that table more than once, tobogganed his father in the deep chair opposite. Mr. Abbott seated himself in the chair and grasped the arms firmly. His face was more sallow than usual, but his glance was unwavering. "I see that you are already beginning to suspect, to know," he said. "I will not insult you by circumlocution, but make my confession at once." Fessenden emerged suddenly from his lethargy, sprang to his feet and glared down upon his father. His eyes were almost black, his nostrils were jerking, and the pallor under his tan made him look quite ferocious. "What is there to say?" he almost shouted. "I can see the cursed truth plainly enough. You are a rich man." His father met his glare steadily. "I am the richest man in the world," he said. Again, Fessenden was inarticulate, and under this merciless assault, even his anger fell. He stared at his father with paling eyes and coloring face. "Sit down, will you not? I have a great deal to say." Fessenden, bewildered with the knowledge that he stood on the threshold of an unknown world which even now mocked his years of strenuous endeavor, resumed his chair mechanically, and fixed his eyes on his father's face that he might make sure he was hearing facts at least. The flattering attentions of the university guests suddenly arose in his memory, and he writhed in self-abasement. He felt the floor with the heel of his boot to ascertain if it were secure beneath his feet. "I suppose I had better begin at the beginning," said Mr. Abbott. "I saw little of your mother after the first year of our marriage. She was born in the world of fashion, was a natural and determined leader, and shortly after your birth she entered upon a career of extravagance, which seldom has been equaled in this town. It was a matter of indifference to me how much money she spent, so long as she was contented. She was badly spoiled, and as she was a beautiful and clever creature, I was very proud of her. Moreover, too busy to regret that she had so little time for me. Perhaps I should go back a step further here and tell you that my father was also a man of large wealth for his day and of great importance in the banking world. I was trained as his successor from my earliest years and fortunately took to it naturally. In those days the sons of rich men were more serious than they are now. But I sowed a few wild oats before I settled down, and being of a delicate constitution, they permanently impaired my health. This fact will enable you to more readily understand my course in regard to you. But to return to your mother. Naturally, she spoiled you. Badly. You were never permitted to draw a breath of fresh air except in fine weather. You had whatever you cried for. There was every prospect that you would grow up, if you survived childhood, the average nervous, dyspeptic American. Worse still, the average worthless rich man's son. The day after her death, as I sat alone here in this room, with you playing on the hearthrug, I had an inspiration and determined at once to act upon it. I had known the Nettlebacks for many years. I was in the habit of going into camp with several of my friends not far from their farm. Only Fritz, who acted as our guide, knew that I was a rich man, and I knew his capacity for silence. I had a sudden vision of all you might become in that magnificent air, raised by frugal but well-living Germans who would obey my orders to the letter, removed from all the debilitating influences of the temptations of wealth. Well, I did not wait to communicate with Nettleback. I whisked you off the day after the funeral, and without warning to grandmothers and aunts. I made Nettleback an offer which he accepted promptly, swore him to secrecy, and left you in that wilderness, as elated as if I had scooped up Wall Street, hard as it was to leave you. Later came the fortunate episode of my conversation with Stanley Morris's father. Fessenden interrupted him with a sharp exclamation. He too was in the plot? You chose your tools well. I never received a hint. Morris knew all, it is quite true. However, he was the son of an old college friend, suddenly impoverished, and that it was necessary for him to live in a peculiar atmosphere. He was bent upon California, but I offered him $5,000 a year to live at the Nettlebacks and prepare you for college. Also $25,000 the day you entered. He did not hesitate. Moreover, I gave him carte blanche at the best bookshops of New York and Boston, and offered to send to Europe for anything that was not imported through the regular channels. In other words, you bought him body and soul. Well, he was not much of a man anyhow, and no wonder he was so well fitted to impress me with the value of money. I have bought bigger men than Morris, said Mr. Abbott dryly. I own 28 members of Congress, 7 of the most imposing figureheads of the British aristocracy, 1 sovereign and several minor presidents. But to proceed. So far, I have given you only my paternal reasons for your bringing up. I will say little now of what the separation meant to me. I had never been too busy to play with you, had haunted the nursery, or had you brought down here every hour I could snatch for home. As I saw you improve up there in the mountains from a charming but sickly baby into such a sturdy, bright, manly little chap, it took all the will I possessed to leave you behind me when I returned. At last, the effort cost too much, and I dreaded failure. I took the drastic course and saw you no more. The day you left New York for the West, I stole a glimpse of you at the station. Since then, I have not seen you until today. During this last year, others have shared my secret besides Morris and Nettleback. The president of your university and the close personal friends whom you know only as prominent men who agreed to lecture on the subjects which happened to absorb you. They were tremendously interested in my experiment, and as they are men who owe their success in life as much to their talent for keeping their mouths shut as to anything else, I had no fear that they would betray me. As for the president, of course, I knew I could trust him fully, but enough of this personal side. I had another object in preserving you from the pitfalls, the physically and mentally debilitating influences of wealth, which I should have pursued had I been 20 times less a father. You are my only son. You must carry on the traditions of our house, become the custodian of millions, of the vast power they entailed. And suppose your method has done its work too well, cried Fessenden, setting his jaw exactly as his father did while listening to his angry son. You know something of the results of your intrigue, but not all. You know that I have developed strength, power, but not how much. You see only the obstacles I have conquered. You know nothing of the ambition that discipline of yours has developed in me, the inspirations of lives of men of not dissimilar, so far as I knew, beginnings. And now, good God, I feel like a mountebank. Answer this question, and not too hastily. Have I done you an injustice? Nothing could alter the fact that I was a rich man. Do you regret that I did not run the risk of your becoming a sickly, spoiled brat, then a dissipated fool? A very few sons of rich men in this country have turned out passably well. Never what their fathers were. Circumstances did not compel them to or go to the wall, and I dared not tell you. The risk was too great. I could see no other way, and, looking back, I see none now. Fessenden rose and mechanically started for the log in the grate, but it was June and he kicked a stool instead. He was still seething, but even so, his sense of justice dominated his desire to indulge to the full his bitter indignation and disappointment. "No," he said after a moment. "You were right enough. Doubtless in time I shall be duly grateful to you. But that premonition does not mitigate in the faintest degree what I feel now." His eyes met his father's, which were full of affection and pride, and he suddenly descended a peg or two. "I don't mind telling you, sir, I believe you will not laugh at me, but I felt, conceited ass that I was destined to become a great man. I felt it was in me to accomplish anything, be anything I set my brains upon. Of course, it was all red blood, the result of precocious development in solitude, of all the little successes which your watchful care enabled me to win. But the result was the same as if it had been the real thing. I feel like a peacock with its tail pulled out. And now please tell me, what has it all been for? You say you need a strong man. Is that necessary? For the custody of millions? An ordinary, sober, honest-working agent could do just as well, I should think. You must have some estimable relatives." Mr. Abbott laughed. "Not suitable for my purpose," he said. "Sit down. I have still much to say. I never blinded myself to the fact that I was running a great risk, my dear boy. That you might get far beyond me, refuse to conform to my ultimate plans, especially after you realized that I not only had been obliged to act a lie, but to utter more than one. One source of my great power is that my word has never been questioned, and I can manipulate Wall Street by a simple statement. I may add that my word is as unchallenged in Europe. I have bitter enemies, and they have called me every opprobrious epithet except liar. But for once I determined to play the Jesuit, and as you have as truthful and honest a nature as one meets here below, I will add that the man who cannot lie when some great issue is at stake is too big an ass for this world. Well, to proceed. It does not so much matter about the destiny of the average millionaire's wealth. It is usually cut up among relatives and benefactions, bids for immortality in the third degree. At the worst, it can be left in trust. But when I follow my father, only 10 millions will go to relatives. You must be the custodian of the bulk. And when I give you its present figure, reminding you that such wealth rolls up wealth unceasingly by the mere force of momentum, it may dawn upon you that you still have it in your power to become as great and as mighty as ever your boyish imaginings dictated, and that you will need all the character you have put in storage. What is your idea of a great fortune, an American fortune? I have thought very little about it. $1 million seems to me a huge sum. I have heard of fortunes of 50 or 60 millions. I have scarcely believed in them, although I perfectly comprehend the wealth of nations. I am now prepared to hear you say you are worth anything. I am worth 400 millions. Fessenden gasped. The distant rumble of the streets came to his sensitive ears like the sound of crashing worlds. In a moment he laughed. "Go on," he said. "I anxiously await the dawn, the arrival of hope. I am utterly incapable of grasping such a sum. Have you got it in gold coin in the bank? If you could show it to me in that concrete form, I might realize it. Not otherwise. You will realize it when you have spent several months examining my papers, and when this natural bewilderment has passed, you will recall all you have recently mastered of banking and finance. You can lay your hands on several millions in gold coin if you desire, and transfer them to your own account for that matter. No wish of yours will ever again be ungratified by me, but the greater part represents the controlling interest in the leading corporations, industries, and railroads in this country, to say nothing of real estate, government bonds, of which I have the largest share of any man or combination of men, and the bank of which I am the president and principal shareholder. That is the skeleton. The details require weeks of explanation on my part and close application on yours. I have told you enough to demonstrate to you that the day approaches when you may be the most powerful man in the world, if you choose. You will have heard that the Rothschilds dictate to Europe, that a nation may be unable to go to war if they refuse to advance the money. What the Rothschilds are as a family, I am as an individual, and doubly so, for I can act on the moment. I am obliged to consult no one. When the coffers of the United States Treasury are low, I can fill them. If I refused and lifted my warning finger to others, they would remain empty. I can reduce the president of this great country to a mere figurehead. When the right moment comes, I can push the United States into the front of nations, or force it to continue to play a third-rate part. In time I can, and shall, make her the most powerful, the most feared, the most hated of all the countries on the globe. Through such a concentration of capital as no one at the present moment has had more than a tantalizing dream of. 15 years from now, this country will not only be the clearinghouse of the world, but the autocrat of commerce. Do you begin to see the light? Yes, the dawn breaks, but by your leave I will go to my own room for a while. My brain must have a brief respite. Where am I to hang out? The corner suite on the 3rd floor. I have had a swimming tank put in, a Russian bath, and a gymnasium. What you don't like, you will change, of course. Thanks, I shall probably put a cot in the gymnasium. Don't fear that I am stifling you with luxury. I have my own idea of what man's rooms should be, and I doubt if you find that it differs from your own. As Fessenden opened the door, he turned with a sudden flash in his eyes. "Where is my sister?" he asked. "She is visiting the Archduchess Renata Theresia, daughter of the Emperor." But Fessenden had closed the door with force and was bounding up the stair. Good God, he thought. Is the world I am to live in made up of superlatives? I feel like Gulliver fallen upon Brobdingnag. End of section 17.
Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 18. He found no fault with his rooms. They were not those of a poor student with a great future, but they were severe, masculine, and entirely adequate. When he had taken a cold swim in his marble tank and exercised for half an hour in his gymnasium, the blood which his father's millions had shocked to his brain receded and left it clear and logical again. But he was by no means reconciled to his lot. He feared the stifling influences of wealth, of which he had read in so many books. To make a great fortune in constant warfare with all the difficulties, acquiring a painful knowledge of the value of every dollar, was an achievement which might easily lead to greater accomplishment still, but to fling a man on his back without warning and pour gold over him by the ton? He left his room abruptly and walked slowly downstairs. What's the use of thinking about it, or about what was to have been? My absurd, impossible past, which I shall put away in lavender and cherish like a dead love. There is nothing to be done but to make the best of a bad business, readapt myself. Mortals are always doing that anyhow. I shall ask for a respite before settling down to it, however. When he reached the main floor, he turned into the reception room and strolled through the several large and lofty rooms which ended in a music room of immense proportions. He inferred that it was the largest in New York, and still feeling sore and satirical, returned to a more appreciative inspection of the other rooms. That their harmonies were exquisite he needed no telling, and he thought the pale, soft tints, as faded and elusive as charming old memories, a pleasant contrast to his beloved nature. That the few pictures were as great in art as they must be in price, he also knew instinctively, and found consolation in the reflection that his father did not belong to the class of millionaires who furnished with a single check and leaned upon the agent and the decorator. The rich, worn, oddly built furniture looked as if brooding in cold aloofness upon an historic past, yet not wholly dissatisfied with its present. Where there were no pictures, bits of brocade, which looked as if a breath might waft them in search of their makers, had been inserted with such skill that they were a part of the background of tarnished gold. Not a chair, not a table, not a cabinet was formed like anything Fessenden had ever seen, and there were numberless objects for which he had no name. But he approved of everything. Indeed, they gave him a distinct pleasure, caressed the raw edges of his resentment, and inclined his mind more philosophically to his new condition. When his eye had mastered the general effect, it took note of the exceeding repetition of one object, the photograph of a girl. There were perhaps 20 of these large photographs in the different rooms, framed in silver, in gold, in brilliants, in semi-precious stones, on tables, on easels, on shelves. One massive gold frame, encrusted with jewels, bore aloft the double eagle of the House of Hapsburg. Across all these pictures was dashed, rather than written, the name Renata, followed by an inscription in German, French, English, or in another language for which Fessenden had no name. The girl herself was taken in full, in profile, on horseback, sitting in throne-like chairs, leaning on balustrades, at any age from 10 to 18, and in as many different costumes as there were photographs. Fessenden sniffed at the vanity of woman, but concluded that he had never seen such a seat in the saddle, and that she certainly looked as if she knew her own mind. Whether he admired her or not, he was unable to determine. She had an antique profile, and her eyes were as American as his own, shrewd, alert, eager, powerful. One of the photographs was colored, and the hair blazed, but the eyes were gray. Fessenden thought it romantic to have a princess in the family, and examined the pictures with much interest. The greater number had been given to her much-loved Alexandra, but one was apparently the property of his father, and another of a Mrs. Abbott, of whom he knew nothing. He was not the youth to fall in love with a photograph, however, and as he walked towards the library, the Archduchess Renata Theresia made way in his mind for other matters which at that stage concerned him far more deeply. End of section 18.
Chapter 19 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Allison. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 19. His father was standing on the hearthrug, awaiting his return with some uneasiness. Fessenden gave his hand a mighty grip. "It's all right," he said. "I was born into this family, and that is the end of it. I'd never go back on you anyhow. But if you don't mind, I'd like to go up to the mountains for a while. I'd like it awfully if you would come too, of course. It's only that I can think there better than anywhere else, and it occurs to me for the first time that I am rather tired. The examinations were very stiff, and I went in for an unusual amount. The Adirondacks by all means if you prefer them, and I am badly in need of a holiday. But how would you like a yachting cruise for a change? I have a new steam yacht of 7,000 tons that I think would interest—" "A steam yacht of 7,000 tons!" cried Fessenden, his terrible responsibilities forgotten. "I can think of nothing on earth. What sort of machinery has she got? How fast can she go? Can I run her?" While Mr. Abbott was answering questions, luncheon was announced, and he passed his hand through his son's arm. "We are lunching earlier than usual on your account, and the time has run away," he said haltingly. "I don't wish to give you too many shocks in one day, but I must make another confession. I married again some years ago." "My dear father," replied his son dryly, "if you told me that you had married Queen Victoria and annexed the British realm, in fact I expect it. Have I any more brothers and sisters scattered about among the palaces of Europe?" Mr. Abbot laughed. "No, I did not marry another young wife. Your stepmother is ornamental in her way, but I selected her partly for companionship. I had known her always, partly because I wanted someone to bring up your sister with common sense and care. I am perfectly satisfied with her, and as she is a woman of infinite tact, I am sure you will get on with her whether you like her or not. She will probably be a little late for luncheon. She has so many morning engagements, charities." But this was not the occasion for Mrs. Abbott's tact to fail her. She had given the father and son their uninterrupted morning, but to hasten home and preside at luncheon at the unseemly hour of 12:30, to make such a performance appear both natural and a compliment, was an occasion for subtlety too rare to be missed. She was standing in the dining room as they entered, one hand resting on the table, her eyes fixed in pleasant anticipation on the gobelin which hung before the door. She still wore her hat, she was slightly flushed, her wrap was half removed, her whole appearance was stamped with delicate haste. As she shook hands warmly with Fessenden, smiling and talking rapidly in a very cultivated voice, her stepson wondered at her extreme unlikeness to any woman of her probable age that he had ever seen. She was tall, slender, as willowy as youth. Her hair was as black as her eyes. Her skin, although sallow, was without wrinkle or line, and her features were mobile. She wore a gown of light summer silk and a large hat, yet both were made and worn with such tact that the painful affectation of lost youth was not suggested. She looked what she was, a woman of the ever-receding middle age, fashionably dressed. Whatever use she might make of modern science to avert age, she employed no art to simulate youth, and as her year was various and crowded, both mind and face were plastic. Whatever her temperament may have been originally, she had made it equable long since, and while she escaped the stigma of amiability, her self-control carried her evenly through the smooth waters of her life. No one ever knew whether she were a really intellectual woman or a brilliantly superficial one, for she had a delicately masterful habit of changing the conversation as if the end of living were to avert the monotonies. Even in the soft vagueness of chiffon and lace, she looked well groomed, and on the promenade and in her carriage, no one outshone her in distinction. Distinction, indeed, was the keynote of her personality, and it is doubtful if she would not have sacrificed all other possible gifts to this. An efficient housekeeper managed her 20 servants. Her pin money would have kept an ambitious family of the middle class in affluence. Her life was far more luxurious than royalties. She was the leader of the most exclusive old set in New York, presided over the most important charities, and yet found time to read the foreign news and play with intellect. With it all, she had the rare good sense to be content with her lot and to keep her health. But in spite of this charming personage, who diffused ease as with unseen wings, discontent had assailed Fessenden again. The immense dim baronial room, the automatic butler, the cat-like footman, absurdly tall in their livery, the gold and crystal and floral splendor of the table, made him long gloomily for Pocahontas and a hunk of Christina's bread. He was grateful, however, that Mrs. Abbott talked constantly, in her sprightly, abrupt manner. She had been educated as thoroughly as an Englishwoman, trained in a deportment which was a nice mixture of reserve and graciousness. Fessenden inferred that she would treat a servant with the utmost consideration, and never permit a liberty from a friend, and she had cultivated the art of conversation, of appearing spontaneous, rarely finishing a long sentence, and of adapting herself to all men, from a reforming drunkard in the slums straight up to royalty. She presently divided her stepson's mental state and diverted him by talking of his sister. "Alexandra spends her winters with the Archduchess, with whom she was brought up, you know. She hates New York, but is fond of our home on the Hudson, and will go with me this summer to Newport. Makes her debut, you know. She is just 18, but went to court functions during the year preceding Rudolph's death. The Archduchess, they are the same age, came out at 16. The Empress being so much away made a difference. Alexandra has rather Americanized her, although in her way she is as much of an individual as the German Emperor. If she only becomes American enough, I believe Europe will hear of her. Do you observe your father smile? It's too bad, really. If you rush off yachting like this, you won't see Alexandra for months. She has remained later than usual this year, for the Archduchess is still in terrible distress over the death of her brother. A greater tragedy for Europe than for her, however. I wonder how you and Alexandra will like each other. How odd for you to meet for the first time at your age. She is most brilliantly educated, very clever, and a really remarkable linguist. Speaks even Hungarian with fluency, and already has quite a knowledge of the world. Foreign men are such an education, but I don't think she will marry early. She is a handsome girl, looks like your mother, but less beautiful. Not in the least susceptible. Has a remarkably level head. Is singularly like your father in many respects. We hardly fancy she will marry a foreigner. If she does, her choice is sure to be a wise one. Her head is very cool, and she is in a position to take any step with her eyes open. Fessenden had all the young, or the untraveled, American's contempt for the foreigner. As his stepmother paused for breath, he elevated the nose that England had given him. I should hope she wouldn't, he said emphatically. Aren't there enough men in America? Why don't you make her live over here? I think hobnobbing with royalty is ridiculous for an American. Mrs. Abbott laughed pleasantly. If you could only be an American woman for 5 minutes. But don't worry, your sister is as good an American as you are. We have seen to that, and as I have said, remarkably level-headed. Europe has merely improved, not changed her. I am positive you will be delighted with her, and what she can't tell you of la haute politique. She is tremendously interested in you, but I must run. I have an engagement with the housekeeper, and she has the vice of promptness. She is moving us to the Abbey, and we are late this year. I love New York, and as your father was going abroad, and Alex is so far behind time, you will excuse me, I know, and mind you come to tea with me in my own little room at 5:30. You are included in that invitation, my lord. And nodding brightly, she left the room with an elastic step that in no way detracted from the light dignity of her carriage. Fessenden drew a long breath. It is not always so, said Mr. Abbott with a smile. As I remarked before, she has great tact. She saw that you were bored and was determined to entertain you. But when another wants the floor, I do not know anyone who can yield it more gracefully. But of course she lives in an atmosphere of flattery. You must expect to find her rather spoiled. But if you really are a good American, you won't mind that. Alexandra is far less so. She has been educated in a severer school, and she has a far juster sense of proportion. Knows exactly what the flattery of the courtier amounts to. That is one reason I have permitted her to be over there so much, one of many reasons. He lapsed into the dreamy condition his son remembered so well, but he emerged in a few moments and waved his hand. The servants disappeared. Mr. Abbott concentrated his gaze on his son. Fessenden, he said slowly, I will tell you my program for the next year, and please remember as you listen that if you do not like it, you are at liberty to follow one of your own. I shall never do more than suggest again, for I admit that I have had my day, and that it is your turn now. To prove my entire sincerity in this respect, I shall deposit $1 million to your credit tomorrow. That will make you your own master. Fessenden had flung himself halfway across the table. I know what I will do with it, he cried eagerly. I never dreamed I could get to work so soon. But pardon me, go ahead, sir. Mine will keep. I have no doubt that plans will come to you very thickly, but I want you to learn something of Europe before settling down. I shall take 3 secretaries on the yacht with me. I should break down if I relaxed altogether, and in the course of the journey you will learn a great deal about my affairs. After that preliminary course, I want you to stay over there for a time, and apply yourself to the study of Europe. If churches and picture galleries happen to interest you, polish them off as quickly as possible, and then get down beneath the surface. Study politics, governments, the financial and commercial conditions of the first-rate powers. Make yourself master at first hand of national traits and idiosyncrasies. You will have letters that will carry you everywhere. There are going to be 2 controlling forces in the world in the next 30 years, yourself and William of Germany, if he lives. Keep a hawk eye on him, and don't make the common shallow mistake of underrating him. He alone can block the progress of the United States. All the other nations put together are not worth considering. He only needs certain conditions to scoop in Europe like another Charlemagne. It may be that he will create these conditions. It may be that you will help him to them, if you both happen to pull in the same direction. That, of course, is for the future. I will see that you meet him informally this summer. But if he fascinates you, as he probably will, make always this reserve. Your future friendship for him depends upon his course towards the United States. It is not too soon to begin checkmating him, and it can always be done by this country, but it must be done by the individual. Washington is blind by too much occupation with other things. Would you like to walk downtown and see our offices? Historical landmarks, too. Washington, Hamilton. Let me hear your plans. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Allison. Rulers of Kings, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 20. Fessenden walked slowly towards the rift in the great wall of rock which marked the land entrance to the ford. Pocahontas was dancing just beyond that narrow gate, but although his fingers tingled for her sail, his steps still halted. He knew that she would bring him swiftly within range of the keen thumping of a typewriter, possibly of more than one. He was dutifully and even deeply interested in his father's vast affairs, and there were nights when he went to bed with the sensation that the earth was his pillow. There were days when he dared to hope the time would come when he could with pleasure embroider the sceneries with figures and puncture the silences of nature with a typewriter. But the time was not yet. 4 days since he had awakened his father at 3 in the morning, informed him that he was off for a solitary tramp into Norway, and promised to return at the end of a week. Conscience was driving him home sooner than he had intended, for he had reveled in the stillness and solitude of his wild and lonely tramp. He missed at first the friendliness of the Adirondacks, the only other mountains he knew, but the harsh and terrible grandeur about him, companioned his mood, finally inspired him with a passionate sense of gratitude, for he was in a desperate state of rebellion. The philosophy he had invoked on the heels of Mr. Abbott's revelation had but deferred the inevitable moment. He did not doubt that the future presented to him by his father would bring him power, but that future was, he sincerely hoped, far distant, and at present he was little more than a glorified clerk in training. His inheritance and his education permitted him to grasp the stupendous details with a sufficient facility, and there were moments when he was staggered and overwhelmed with the thought of such world-manipulating power, at others intoxicated with dreams of a future when himself should be a ruler of many times the strength of any monarch in Europe. In such moments he felt arrogant and contemptuous of sovereigns who were but the tools of a people or a cabinet, no matter what the euphemisms, longed for the time to come when he could demonstrate to them the absolutism of concentrated capital in the hands of an uncrowned ruler of a great republic. But reaction under the lonely stars invariably chastened him. What did he amount to now? Who would recognize in him more than his famous father's second? He was bursting with energy, with ambition for himself and the United States, and, in spite of his father's love and sincere indulgence, he felt like a prisoner on parole. It is true that when he had confided his cherished ideal, the great and beneficent conception which was to have worked his fingers to the bone and made him old in his youth, Mr. Abbott had waved his golden wand. A western desert hummed and echoed, and even now a huge building was rising on its foundations, and the first of the world's electricians, for a yearly salary which made Fessenden's head swim, had agreed to occupy this building with a corps of assistants and work upon the idea which a youth had conceived. The author of the idea felt no temptation to take charge himself. The mere fact that more experienced genius could be bought delivered him from the thrall of his ideal, although he still took a scientific and patriotic interest in its accomplishment. Robbed of this dream of immortality, he had dropped the curtain upon his inner life and endeavored to fulfill his immediate destiny. As his powers of concentration were very great, he had succeeded for a time. During the fortnight before sailing, novelty and wonder had sustained him, and for a time at sea the long conversations with his father were agreeably varied by instructions in the science of yachting. But Fessenden was Fessenden, a personality, a young man bursting with precocious energy, ambition, independence. His reassertion was slow but persistent, and during one sleepless night alone on deck, the naked truth confronted him that he was at the end of his endurance. That, however, he might conform to his father's wishes in the future, for the present he must not only have an interval of personal liberty, but arrange his nebulous ambitions and satisfy them. He restrained his impatience until 3 o'clock, then awakened Mr. Abbott, who smiled and slept again, and plunged without a guide into Norway. He bathed in streams, he slept under the stars, he saw no one but peasants, he hardly uttered a word for 3 days, and he was completely happy. When he was not in mountain gorges, he was in pine forests. Everywhere he had nature in her magnificence, and he was alone. For 2 days he refused to think. It was enough to forget, to feel the freedom of the years when he believed himself innocent of fortune, with a glorious and self-made future stretching through infinite horizons. But on the evening of the 3rd day, he turned his back on the scenery, sat down on the grass, and thought. That the prospect before him was hateful and hideous he admitted aloud, lest he should seem to blink any modicum of the truth. The abstract fact that he was a rich man instead of a poor one dwindled to comparative insignificance beside the million details which made up the sum of that fact. Had he been the author of those details, his inherited and financial instincts, so quick at college, would no doubt possess him and obliterate the dreams of his youth. But that mountain of particulars, massive and petty, had fallen upon him without a moment's warning, and he was not its illustrious author, but its future custodian. The youth in him was rampant, and his strong vein of romance unsatisfied. He admitted, again aloud, that he was as romantic as he was practical. He would train to succeed his father, but meanwhile would distinguish himself in his own manner. He would use the wealth at his disposal, but the manner should be picturesque. Without admitting that he intended to demand a period of liberty, his imagination in the past weeks had toyed with many plans. At first, when he learned of the more than thousands in his father's employ, he had been fired with the desire to ameliorate the lot of the working man, and in his enthusiasm had awakened his father from his afternoon nap on deck and talked to him for an hour. Mr. Abbott, who reveled in the very sound of Fessenden's voice, and would have attempted to give him the North Pole had he wanted it, listened indulgently, but when his turn came to speak he was smiling grimly. "My dear boy," he had said, "what reason have I given you to think me a fool? There are those who will tell you that the day must come when the streets of our great cities will run red with blood, when not one stone on Fifth Avenue will remain upon another. That, in short, the great civil war between capital and labor can be delayed only until a strong leader of organized labor arises who cannot be bought. I did not go so far as to say that I, or you, can avert that calamity, for our rotten municipal governments have destroyed the respect of the thinking laboring man for authority, and these tremendous aggregations of capital I have in hand, which will make the United States strong and feared among nations, may be carried to an excess which will lessen the chances of individual achievement and curtail personal liberty. If rich men, that is to say, the manipulators, make fools of themselves, and in their greed for wealth and power, reduce wages and sow further seeds of discontent, there is no telling what may happen. But although I make no denial of my own greed for wealth and power, and although these concentrations of many small industries into one huge enterprise will double my fortune, I make no such mistake as that. I have always maintained that a man may get rich and still share a certain portion of his gains with his assistants, and my working men all receive good salaries, perquisites, heavy Christmas presents, and pensions in their old age. I make no pretense at philanthropy. There is no man who needs friends as the rich man does. There are no friends so valuable as an army of employees. I know many of mine personally. At some time or other I have managed to come into contact with most of them. They like me, they are content, they never go on strike. They are the one formidable bulwark against united labor in the country. When you return, I wish you to go about among these men, show them your personal interest in them as human beings, make them love you as much as they like me. Then, if an industrial war ever comes, you will make yourself their leader and take whichever side you think wisest. But the thing to do is to avert war and use that great following for another purpose. Either with or without civil war, the time must come for the reform of municipalities, the reduction of state power, and possibly an interval of benevolent despotism. There is the role I have cut out for you, but meanwhile work with me to avert the worst calamity which could visit this country, set it back 100 years. My men are not overpaid. They receive strict justice, that is all. I have harangued for hours with almost every great employer in the country, appealing to his common sense, even his cupidity, but in most cases in vain. The average rich man in the United States is lowly born. He has worked himself up from the ranks. There never was a real democrat who was not born an aristocrat. The risen plebeian is a tyrant, is insatiable in his greed, glories in the thought of grinding the life out of thousands of his own class, delights in the hatred and envy which are but another signal of his success. In short, he is a fool, and deserves to wake up and find his throat cut. I suppose all revolutions are the result of stupidity. Ours, if it comes, will arise from no other cause whatever. If you have the genius in you that I believe, you will avert this war or control it. Now I will sleep again if you will permit me." The words had kept Fessenden awake all night, but after several days his enthusiasm cooled. Again he was willing to take the helm whenever the time came, and with all his energies. But the idea was his father's, not his. His young ego, uniquely developed, demanded creation. During the last day of his tramp, he had looked down 20 avenues of possible greatness, and turned his back upon all. He was not discouraged, for he knew that inspiration comes suddenly, even if it be the final result of industrious raking. He was now returning to demand a vacation of some months, during which he would tramp and study Europe in his own way. But inspiration was closer than he knew, and although he was to tramp Europe again and again, with various and, in one case, extraordinary results, there were to be intervening years. As he jumped into his canoe and set his sail, he saw that the Alexandra was no longer the solitary inhabitant of the ford. Not half a mile from his father's yacht, was what looked to be a miniature man of war. It was painted white and had a heavily gilded figurehead. In a few moments he was close enough to see the colors and design on the standard. He whistled and experienced a glow of anticipation. The German Emperor! I hardly know whether I am more anxious to see him or his yacht. Ours is the biggest in the world, of course. His is the most original. But that might only mean resource. He couldn't get the money voted any other way. The more I hear of Europe, the rottener it appears. With the exception of Germany, this man seems to be making an American city out of Berlin, and to have plenty of sand all around. Someone has said of him that he is an autocrat with a Yankee head on his shoulders, and if that is the case, he may be worth studying for future points. Nevertheless, when a half hour later, his father told him that the Emperor had invited him to visit the Hohenzollern the day of his return, he sniffed with youthful Americanism. I don't fancy waiting till I'm spoken to, he announced, for his high mightiness to introduce every subject. He may be interesting in himself, but he is a monarch, and I have no use for any of them. They are a burlesque in the end of the 19th century. Tell that to William if you like, and introduce what subjects interest you, if you get a chance. He observes a little formality up here, and less with Americans. Now please go and exchange that sweater and those pants. They are not trousers, or a suit of flannels. End of chapter 20.
Section 21 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton, Part 1, Chapter 21. Fessenden drew a long and audible breath. It had not occurred to him soon enough to keep tally, but he felt justified in assuming that he had answered 800 questions. The power and magnetism of the Emperor still impressed him, but the fascination had waned. When he had boarded the yacht early in the afternoon, excited with a sensation that was half eager curiosity, half aggressive fear of being patronized, and had received a hearty greeting from a man as informal as he was charming, Fessenden had promptly conceived his first enthusiasm for a contemporary. He had as promptly reminded himself that he too intended to inspire enthusiasms, that his was not the role of the follower. Nevertheless, he had beamed back upon his imperial host, and in spite of a flinty reserve in the background of both pairs of eyes, a mutual friendship was conceived at once. The Emperor had taken care to cement his personal fascination by exhibiting the machinery of his new yacht to his curious young guest, and a 20 minutes argument on a subject of which one had much practical knowledge and the other almost as much by theory and observation, established a respect as strong as the sentiment. But when they were seated alone on deck, the Emperor's inquiring mind was no longer to be restrained. A conversation with Mr. Abbot the day before had excited his curiosity. His interrogations began upon Fessenden's babyhood, and then, with the rapid strokes of a minute impressionist, never losing sight of causes and effects, he built up a complete picture of a self-made boy, with a beneficent Providence in the background. In 3/4 of an hour, he not only knew the boy in the wilderness as well as the boy had known himself, but the history of the Nettlebecks, the size and condition of their farm, their attitude, or, as he discovered, their lack of attitude, towards Germany, the area of the Adirondack tract, the attention, or lack of attention, given it by the government, the inferior condition, as compared with Germany, of its forests, its roads, its bridges. His questions and comments showed such grasp and activity of intelligence that for a time Fessenden was as interested as the man of questions, and there were intervals when he was permitted to give a bit of thrilling description, notably of logging camps and driving, which, as the Emperor's eyes kindled and his horned upper lip twitched, flattered him for 5 or 6 consecutive minutes. But from the Adirondacks, William passed swiftly to the Western University, and here his curiosity threatened to be insatiable. His questions indicated that Harvard and Yale could tell him no secrets, but of this more modern institution he had never heard until the day before, and an enterprise so novel, practical, and cheap appealed irresistibly to a ruler bent upon modernizing his country and making it the strongest industrially in Europe. He made no secret of the cause of his interest, and Fessenden sympathized heartily with the ambitious and energetic young monarch, and glowed at the thought of flinging a handful of American seeds broadcast upon the German Empire. But at the end of an hour and a quarter, when he had not only presented a picture of the university in all its complex details, from its methods of military drills to the last drop of grease in the machine shops, but had sketched the personalities of all the professors and the most notable of the students, the strident tones of the august interlocutor seemed to be banging about in his brain, the abrupt rapid firing to have torn his nerves to tatters, the impatient action of his lungs receiving no attention from his host, whose eyes were concentrated and glittering. He sprang suddenly to his feet. "Look here!" he exclaimed. "I really can't stand it any longer. I'll come back tomorrow if you like. I think you are a great man, and I'm only too delighted to help you in any way I can. But if you ask me another question today, I'll jump off the yacht." For a second the Emperor's eyes had flashed with a haughty surprise, which gave Fessenden a passing glimpse of outraged majesty. But he recovered himself swiftly, and before the plaint finished he had sprung to his feet and grasped Fessenden's hand, looking like a contrite schoolboy. "I beg your pardon," he stammered. "How inhospitable! I never was so tactless in my life. But you have interested me so deeply. You are the most extraordinary young man. Will you forgive me? And will you do me the honor to return for dinner? Mr. Abbot comes too." A warm responsiveness rushed through Fessenden's veins and flushed from his frank and patient eyes, and he returned the hearty grasp of the other's hand. But although the two men were mutually and strongly attracted, almost to the point of effusiveness, they nevertheless, and almost unconsciously, stared hard and long at each other. For the moment, despite aggressive differences, they looked alike. Their personalities pushed aside the mask of their features and snatched the knowledge that for them it was love or hate, friendship or enmity, mutual assistance or a bitter lifelong struggle, which might waste their energies and thwart their most passionate hopes. William was the older and subtler. He laid his hand affectionately on his new friend's shoulder. "I have suspected something of your father's ultimate plans for you," he said. "Now I am sure. I can help you as much as you can help me. The next time we are alone, turn the tables and ask me as many questions as you like. There is no reason why you should ever remind yourself that I am an emperor. Why our friendship should not be as informal and sincere as that of your charming sister and the daughter of the Emperor of Austria." "Do you know my sister?" "Of course, since she was 12 years old. But her chosen friend is my sworn enemy." That night, in the retirement of his stateroom, Fessenden brushed his hair backward and his mustache upright. The Emperor at dinner had drawn his coils more closely. He had been brilliant, demonstrative, instructive, humorous, almost unegotistical. He had made Fessenden shine without asking a question, and he had toasted Mr. Abbot in the effusive rhetoric with which one ripened sovereign disguises his fear of another. Fessenden forgot his long array of self-made heroes, even those who had been cradled in purple and yet ridden victoriously through the pages of history. He took up an autographed picture of William, presented at parting, and studied it attentively, then regarded his own smooth young face with dissatisfaction. However, he thought, in his earlier photographs he had even less character than I have. It's since he got his own way that he's put it on with a brush. I suppose I can have that eagle roll of the eye in time too, if I choose, and square my iron jaw and look as if I were hewn out of finely tempered steel. He has a sensitive mouth all the same. In a moment he parted his short hair rapidly and brushed his mustache into a dejective curve. I'd like to see myself, he thought with some irritation. He would have the laugh on me tomorrow. He sat for an hour and pondered deeply on all that had passed between himself and the Emperor of Germany that day. Then he started up suddenly, opened the door of the adjoining stateroom, and awakened his father. "What does William want?" he demanded. "Europe and South America," murmured Mr. Abbot sleepily. End of Section 21. Recording by Todd. Section 22 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rulers of Kings, a novel, by Gertrude Atherton, Part 1, Chapter 22. The tremendous walls of the fjord were black, but the moon poured in a flood of light. There had been a sharp breeze earlier in the evening, and Fessenden had invited the Emperor out in Pocahontas. Then, perceiving the difficulty of keeping him quiet, had given him the sheet. The Emperor had accepted the invitation with alacrity. He was not only happy and at home in a canoe, but although he had now had several long conversations with the young American, something in this new personality evaded him, and he was determined to find it. Fessenden, on the other hand, was studying him attentively, his interest in the most remarkable specimen of living royalty quite distinct from his liking for the man. William had not refrained from questions during this past week, and Fessenden had been permitted to learn Germany from the throne. When he had mentioned that he intended, a year or two hence, to tramp the empire and study it from another point of view, the Kaiser had promptly extracted a promise to bring the burden of his information to Berlin. William expressed a lively sympathy for his young friend's desire for immediate distinction, and confided some of the difficulties of majesty in getting its own way. Nevertheless, he felt that Fessenden, despite his romantic enthusiasm for himself, was frank only to a certain point. He thought of all in his own depths that he could give to no man, and forbore to press him too closely. But his abnormally acute brain suspected something in that deliberate reserve which concerned himself, and he had accepted the proposal of the lonely sail in the hope of an impulsive confidence. He had no suspicion that the younger man had brought him out for the purpose of making this confidence. The wind fell, and they left the canoe to stretch their legs. "Do you really believe in the divine right of kings?" asked Fessenden abruptly. "I mean you." The Emperor stared, and then laughed outright. "Certainly," he announced in that harsh, abrupt voice which conveyed the impression that he had not the patience to lie. Then, having his own reasons for expanding under the influence of the lonely moon, he added, "Is not a peasant by divine law? How much more a hereditary ruler with his terrible responsibilities? With our vast fund of inherited knowledge and traditions, our instinct for rule, our gift of commanding respect and obedience, we are far more successful as rulers than your presidents, chosen every 4 or 8 years from all sorts and conditions of life, and more often for some unworthy political reason than for any merit in the man." He added deliberately, "The monarchs of the earth are the chosen deputies of God in heaven. They rule their people by right divine. The time will come when you will feel this as deeply as I do now. Of course, my understanding is illumined with the torch of the centuries, but there must be a beginning," he added graciously. "And you dissociate yourself absolutely from the race?" "Certainly. So will you one day. I'm a good Democrat, and I believe in the principles of the American Constitution and the Declaration of Independence." "Quite so, as long as they are permitted to hold. But when your revolution comes, they will go down with the rest, and then you will no longer be a Democrat." The pronounced roll of Williams's R's made him utter the last word as if he hated it. "And I suppose you think the Monroe Doctrine would go too?" "It would be as well to begin a new government on a sensible international basis," said the Emperor dryly. "That doctrine only maintains its fictitious life by the courtesy, or perhaps I should say the indifference, the present indifference, of Europe. It means nothing until you have established it by force of arms. It would be better to abandon it gracefully while there is yet time." The two men were picking their way through an uneven pass. Fessenden halted and leaned against the wall of rock. He fixed his eyes, which in the brilliant night light shone like steel, on the imperious and searching orbs that swung round him abruptly. It is by converting the Monroe Doctrine from a theory into a principle of international law without a war with Europe that I propose to make my fame, he said. William's pale face twitched, then settled into its hardest lines. He returned Fessenden's stare, and there was neither friendship nor good fellowship in his eyes. He was a monarch on the alert in the presence of the enemy. It was a moment before he spoke. Then he said coldly, "It is a large and no doubt patriotic idea. I shall be interested to watch the method develop. When shall you get to work? When shall Europe have its first astonished glimpse of your purpose?" "Europe will know nothing until it is too late to interfere. But I shall tell you the whole scheme now." "Tell me?" cried the German Emperor in his astonishment. "I owe the idea to you, and crazy as it may appear, I shall confide it to you. I should be rather base if I did not, and I rely, if not on your generosity, then on your foresight to let me alone. You can have Europe, and welcome, and when the time comes that you need my help you will get it. But you can't have South America, not an inch of it, and now I'll tell you why." Suppose I decline to listen, and none but himself would know what it cost him to admit that possibility. But the excitable color had flashed into his face, and his eyes were glittering. "If I do listen," he added in a moment, "I decline to commit myself beforehand." "It won't matter. Even if you betrayed me, you could not obstruct my purpose. Of course I wish my secret kept. Only the fool takes the world into his confidence. I only tell you, well, not so much for the reason I just gave, as because you have given me your friendship, and I like you better than anyone on earth except my father. You would have suggested the idea in any case, and if we had been cut out for enemies, I'd have left the next day, and it would have been a year before you would have known what I was up to." The Emperor's face did not soften. He felt anything but sentimental. "Why are you so sure that Europe, that I, could not balk you?" he asked. "Because I have $100 million at my disposal at the present moment, and the work will be done before you can cook up a war with the United States." The Emperor turned gray and let his temper fly. "Damn your American billions!" he cried. "If I could lay my hands on that amount—" "Well," said Fessenden, "when the time comes, you can have it." End of Section 22. End of Part 1. Recording by Todd.
Section 23 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leslie Langston. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Part 2, Chapter 1. "I wish I had been born in Oshkosh or Massachusetts," said the Archduchess with innocent humor. "What have you been doing with yourself?" asked Alexandra. "Your letters were long enough, but they seem to say less than usual." The Archduchess Renata Teresia took her friend by the arm and led her to the window. The fine lace which covered it, woven with the double eagle of the House of Hapsburg, concealed every detail of the room from the curious below, but it was a mere veil to those behind it. "Oh, I know this prospect!" exclaimed the American girl. The private apartments of the Hofburg looked down on the Franzensplatz, an oblong courtyard of inconsiderable size, surrounded by flat and dingy walls, its bare surface relieved only by a bronze Hapsburg leaning upon all the virtues he knew not in life. Opposite is the guard-room. In the courtyard today were a few tourists staring at the bronze or the remains of the moat and the gilded armorial bearings on the eastern side. All sorts and conditions of people, from peasants with their market baskets to the hurrying bourgeois and the member of Parliament, took took the shortcut through the palace courtyards, while private carriages with servants in medieval liveries and rickety cabs, driven by reckless, shouting coachers, awoke the hollow echoes of the deep portals and clattered across the Platz. From two of the upper windows, housemaids were shaking rugs, and the only ornaments of the dreary scene were the tall, well-built house guards who, lackeys as they were, carried their all-round horsehair plumes and glittering uniforms with the elegance and distinction so indiscriminately lavished by nature upon the Austrian race. "I know this scene," repeated Alexandra, "and I usually turn my back upon it. Why doesn't the Emperor have the private apartments on the Heldenplatz, where at least you might see trees and the tops of buildings on the Ringstrasse? This would drive some people melancholy mad. You have not been standing at this window ever since I left, I hope. Trotting solemnly around the riding school is better than that. But you seem to have been in Vienna more than usual this year." I congratulated myself that this was the year I was detained in New York. "That is brutal. I have only left this prison for 2 months at Ischl. Between the fire at Schönbrunn and various political reasons, we have been here since you left, now 8 months ago, and you are my only real companion. I do sometimes wish I had been born an American." "There is an asylum in America whenever you make up your mind to run. I have a handsome, determined, and adventurous brother. He has heard of you. You have only to say the word and his yacht will be in the Adriatic. Don't talk romantic nonsense. I'm not up to it." The Archduchess turned her back on the window and sat down before a table in an upright chair. Alexandra took a rocking chair, one of 3 she had long since presented to the Hofburg, that she might always be sure of a comfortable seat. Renata had no idea whatever of comfort. Her morning bath was supplied by a procession of servants bringing the necessary amount of water in ewers. She had never seen water gush from pipes except into a fountain, and she privately believed that rocking chairs were a relic of the North American Indian. But if her apartments were as high and angular and unhomelike as those of most royal palaces, she had a decided love of splendor and originality enough to avoid crimson and white and gold. The morbid, virginal face of young Ludwig von Bayern looked down from the wall opposite the windows of her salon, and although she made sport of his vanity, she gave the portrait a place for the sake of its beauty, and approved of one form his madness had taken. The walls and windows of her salon were paneled with blue velvet lightly embroidered with gold. The tables, most of the ornaments, several chairs, and even the window seats were made from blocks of lapis lazuli. On one side of the lofty room were her books, English, German, French, and Hungarian. Bound in flexible blue and white morocco, an unconscious tribute perhaps to her humbler Bavarian blood. Scattered among the embroideries on the walls were many miniatures. In the small writing room adjoining was a large desk of gilt and lapis lazuli with furnishings of gold and blue vellum. In this little room was one picture only, a small painting of Rudolf in the costume of the Transylvanian sportsman. The frame of this picture was eternally hidden under a wreath of green or flowers. The walls of her bedroom and breakfast room were paneled with the Gobelins of which the Hapsburgs have the monopoly in abundance and splendor. Her ancient narrow bed, surmounted by the insignia of her house, clutching at a mass of yellow brocade and lace, was high on a dais. Alexander declared that it looked like a catafalque, and was haunted with ennui and miseries of 100 princesses long since forgotten. When Renata, sleepless and in want of sympathy, demanded companionship, she was forced to transfer her imperial person into the enameled and inlaid but wide and modern bed of her American friend, who did what she could to banish ghosts. Alexandra had diplomatically refurnished her apartments by degrees, Until now, they were those of a young American who, while extravagant and luxurious, was studious of music and books, and a devotee of light and air. Renata never felt at home in them, but they exercised over her a certain fascination, for they breathed the freedom of their owner's personality. "I am told," continued the Archduchess, still with an inflection of bitterness, "that there are people who envy royalty." "That is your safeguard, the glamour. It is that blinding halo more than any other cause that has made this country rise serenely after 6 crushing defeats in 1 century. The Lord's anointed, genial yet remote, afflicted beyond all men yet carefully preserved to his state and people, alive yet dead, kind and just yet." She paused briefly, for although Renata was at times extravagantly informal and confidential with the one friend to whom her rank meant nothing, Alexandra, with all her audacity, never ventured beyond a certain point. There were moments when Renata's ancestors rose in her soul and peremptorily ordered up the drawbridge which the lonely princess loved to fling recklessly at the feet of her American friend. To taste the sweets of girlish intercourse, unrestrained by the fear of impelling her royal dignity or tainted by the suspicion of self-interest, there was no honor that the House of Hapsburg could bestow upon the American, and Renata knew that court life was too old a story to offer any further attractions to Alexandra. If the Archduchess had not been fully aware that the Austrian court was the dullest in Europe, Alexandra would have enlightened her. Her lively friend could rehearse every word that could be uttered at a function, the tidbits of scandal that would be murmured at royal dinners after the terrible interval of no conversation whatsoever. But for Renata, she cherished a deep and almost romantic affection, and believed her existence to be the most tragic in the world. Had it been possible, and it was a possibility of which she never despaired, she would have carried her off to New York. But for the present she spent 6 months of every year in Austria, and sowed seeds of which the Emperor and his court knew nothing. For outside the privacy of these rooms, she was more European than American. Although she was now accepted as a matter of course, for several years the haughtiest and most exclusive people on earth had tolerated her with ill-concealed resentment, by no means unexaggerated by jealousy. And Alexandra, feeling that pride of her country was involved, to say nothing of her own comfort, had succeeded in obliterating all trace of the alien. Only an American can imagine the force of the reaction, and this morning, returning after a long absence to find her friend more than ever in need of the diversion she knew so well how to provide, she was forced to pause suddenly and bite her lip. But Renata's ancestors were slumbering, and the atmosphere of freedom came subtly to her nostrils. "If possible, my father is more of a machine than ever," she marked dryly. "I sometimes think that his very remarks to me at dinner, I see less and less of him anywhere else, are dictated by his ministers. I don't blame him, poor man, for being afraid to love anybody again. If he wants to be a machine, I should be the last to deny him, and I really believe that he now feels nothing, and is a mere automation from 4 in the morning until he goes to sleep peacefully at 9 in the evening. I wish I were a machine myself. I must be the only refuge this side of the grave. But the stupid physical fact is that my nerve cells are still stronger than my fibrous tissue, and I must wait 30 years or so for nature to do her work. Your afflictions have been shocking, poor dear. I am not thinking of my afflictions. No one experienced in sorrow will ever whine. It is the future I'm thinking of, to say nothing of the present. I am 28. Except when you are here, I am utterly without companionship, unless, to be sure, when I am in the country on a horse. Here in Vienna, as you know, I rarely leave the Hofburg. leave these rooms only for the riding school or some other part of the palace. For my father, or his ministers, seems to dislike more and more the attention I attract whenever I show myself abroad." She paused abruptly and gave a curious, sidelong glance at her friend. "You have been thinking of matrimony!" exclaimed Alexandra. "Yes, twice during the past year. I have been almost tempted to consider it. Almost, but not quite yet. The change would be too temporary. If there's one thing that must surpass the eternal boredom of unmarried royal women, it is putting up with a wired automation and bearing his sickly children. And liberty. Now at least I can lock these doors, and even my father would not force them, and my ladies are only too glad to be relieved of my society. But perhaps I have spoken too strongly. In solitude I have found much happiness. I can dream and forget that not the least of my dreams can ever come true." She had spoken flippantly, quite brutally, but she finished with an accent of profound sadness. "You will become morbid if you are not careful," said Miss Abbott seriously. "Only the deliberately cultivated reasonableness with which you have accepted this deadly and ridiculous life of yours, and the superhuman control you have acquired over your natural impatience and impulsiveness have saved you so far. But 30 is a dangerous age. I am beginning to feel it myself. Wasted emotions, opportunities, passing youth, all that sort of thing. You, my dear, grow more beautiful every day, and your beauty has done you so little good. Gasps and murmurs as you trail down between the tapestries of the great hall of ceremonies, in the most gorgeous white gowns ever seen, or ride once a year or so in the Prater." She paused a moment and then added deliberately, "Why not cut it? It is incongruous and monstrous to see the most intelligent women in Europe cramped in a 3x6 cage like one of Louis XI's victims. What keeps you? Nothing but the silliest superstition in the world today, driveling out its precarious existence. You have your own money. My father can double and treble it. My stepmother would preserve you from all scandal. You could exercise your gifts and have a career, or marry and be happy. Come along. Don't be an idiot. There's just one thing you can never understand. I know you think we are fatuous, if not mad, to believe ourselves heaven-born, divinely appointed. But here we are. We have our inherited duties, and here we must remain. Ourselves are the last we are permitted to consider from our coming to our going. We come into this world with a birthright of obligations to millions of people whose ancestors permitted us first to mount the throne, in our case 8 centuries ago. We Habsburgs have been threatened with annihilation. We have lost so much that was precious. The German Empire overshadows and threatens us, and God knows what will happen when my father dies. But although our star has often turned black, it has never gone out. It has a way of flashing up from its embers and disconcerting Europe that suggests eternal fires, if they are carefully watched. And it is the hearth fires that need watching. William's ambitions will come to nothing if our people stand firm. I have no illusion regarding the real danger. So long as my father lives, we are safe against the worst that revolutionists can do. But Rudolf is dead. Both Austria and Hungary detest the heir, that cold bigot who has never a smile for the people. And court life will cease when he comes to the throne, for it is not likely he will divorce that woman and marry a princess. Only the most watchful care can save us. The Hungarians are straining at the bit all the time, and the moment disintegration begins, William will find some pretext to march in. He will lose no more time than Frederick lost when he saw a woman ascend a tottering throne. Although I am permitted to take no part in politics, I still have a role to play which is of almost as much importance to my country as my father's. One of my obligations is to make the world believe that a princess is above ordinary temptations and weakness. A tradition which the Hapsburgs have done more than any royal house to obliterate, and that makes my personal duty more obvious. Another thing, as you know, to the world I am not even the individual. During these last 10 years, my study has been to persuade my father's people that I am the conventional, safely stupid and normal princess, to make them forget my mother's supposed gift to this house. If I should do what you propose, Austria would either assume that I was mad as Ludwig and Otto, or, were they convinced that I had a better brain than my sort, they would accept my act as a deliberate insult to the monarchical idea. In either case, I should loosen one more stone in these rotting foundations of ours. Marriage out of class, elopement, a whispered intrigue. They are accustomed to all. But a deliberate renunciation, based on non-sentimental grounds, a flight to America, that would be the new thing with a vengeance. And it is only the innovation that tells. Oh, if Rudolf had lived. If Rudolf. She pushed her chair back violently, banished the seriousness from her face. Enough of this infliction. I have opened the safety valves and feel better. Come, show me your new frocks. Are they finer than mine? What have you brought me from New York? And the bonbons, the bonbons! Do you know where we go 2 weeks from today? To Hungary for the autumn maneuvers. I am so glad. I have not been to Budapest since I was a child. I long to go. I love Hungary. It dares to rebel, and sometimes it gets what it wants. And our dear cousin Willie is to be our guest. He's bound to come with a sensation up his sleeve. Sometimes I regret that I was not old enough to marry him, for although I fear and sometimes hate him, life with him might have been interesting, for at least he is a man. End of Chapter 1. Section 24 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leslie Langston. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 2. When Alexandra was 12 years old, Mrs. Abbott had taken her to Vienna to consult a famous surgeon for a threatened deformity. He had commanded that the child be left under his care for at least 5 years, and Mrs. Abbott, whose devotion to her husband amounted to a mannerism, left her with an old friend, a Hungarian whose infinite quarterings made her one of that small band so closely allied with the court that they have never learned to snub, since nobody has ever dared to take a liberty with them. This lady, who had married one of the Princes Windischgrätz, had formed a friendship with Mrs. Abbott in her impulsive youth, when the American's father had been minister to Austria, renewing it when she returned as the wife of a secretary of legation. The young husband had died in Vienna, and the princess showed a sincere and spontaneous sympathy which cemented their friendship into an intimacy where each might dare to accept a favor from the other. She also extravagantly admired the American's toilettes, having a natural and exquisite taste and rebelling at the frequent necessity to wear an old gown, soiled and frayed, perhaps under her load of family jewels. After her friend married the chieftain of millions, she visited her in New York and Newport, and was deeply impressed with a style of living far more comfortable and luxurious than anything in Europe, and quite as magnificent. Immobile to a world whose existence she barely admitted, with her own class she was simple and natural. and Mrs. Abbot having acquired the same tactics in an early experience of European courts, there was no marked external difference between these two exalted dames, and much in common. The friendship never waned, for Mrs. Abbot was frequently in Europe, and was the first American to dress in Vienna. When, therefore, she was once in a way confronted with a serious problem, the princess came gallantly to the rescue, and Alexandra for 3 years lived in a palace of immense and chilly but as full of old furniture and pictures as a museum, and often of gay Hungarian relatives, who played high and slept late. The Princess Saralta, as she was known to the elect, was a woman of much heart and cynicism, of strong loves and stronger hates. Without children of her own, one of the deepest affections of her life had been for the Archduke Rudolf. Her pet aversion had been the Empress, whom she denounced as a mixture of the country girl and the mystic, wholly unfit to wear a crown. She never forgave her for being not von Bayern but in Bayern, and when, in addition to the comparative insignificance of her birth, the sweet and gentle but shy and unhappy Empress treated a throne with contumely and sought the consolations of the inner life, the princess became her most contemptuous enemy. To Renata, the princess transferred the affection she had given to Rudolf, although it was unmixed with the enthusiasm inspired by the brilliant if reckless hope of a house to which she was loyally devoted. When Alexandra was left on her hands, Rudolf was still alive, but she was much interested in the rebellious little archduchess who in looks and temperament was unlike her mother or any of the recent Hapsburg women, and partly out of sympathy, partly because it pleased her to do one original thing in her life, she brought the two children together on all their holidays. They promptly gave to each other their hoarded stores of affection. Alexandra, lively, fearless, without awe of rank, yet with too much inherited and inculcated taste to take the wrong sort of liberty with the humblest of her friends, seemed in the nature of a divine gift to a princess who was never permitted to forget her rank by the children of the court circle. These little girls came, when invited, with phrases and sentiments carefully drilled, their small minds already agitated by the possibility of future favors. They bored and exasperated their intelligent if imperious and highly strung hostess, the more so that her courtesy must be unwavering, lest she remind them of their inferiority in rank. But Alexandra slapped her when she was angry, and hugged her when the tide of her young and ardent affections rose, indulged in the ribald merriment at the rigid Spanish etiquette of the court, the chill magnificence of the ceremonial rooms, of the army of splendid guards and chamberlains and lackeys, and the many other inconsistencies with the daily democracy of the courtyards, and the general external dinginess and internal discomfort of the wealthiest house in Europe. But to the emperor she accorded an unwavering respect, and she always amused him. When, after the terrible loss of his only son, a tragedy which practically banished his wife from his homes, Renata was first ill, then melancholy, clinging to her chosen friend day and night, he had given his indifferent consent to the American remaining in the Hofburg until his daughter could live without her. That time had not yet arrived, and although the incongruity of an American inmate of the Hofburg sometimes entered the carefully occupied brain of a monarch whose traditions would not permit him to receive the bourgeoisie wife of the greatest of his subjects, and bade him ignore the distinguished in art and letters, yet he was so grateful for any cause that might lessen the problem of his youngest born that he deferred indefinitely a half-cherished protest. He believed Alexandra's influence to be wholesome, and he dreaded the scene which he knew must follow any attempt to reduce the friendship to a more formal footing. Renata had pounded shrieking on his door more than once. So the years had passed, the children had played and studied together, and had been satisfied with their lot, and no specific excuse had ever arrived to interfere with an arrangement to which even the emperor became too accustomed in time to question. After Alexandra's physical trouble was over, Mr. Abbott had insisted that she spend her summers on his Hudson River estate, where he could see her daily, make sure she passed the greater part of her time out of doors, and preserved her Americanism. He had no objection to her close friendship with the Hapsburg, for he had a far-seeing eye, moreover fully appreciated the education she would have under the royal tutors, the simple food habits, and, not of the least importance to this erratic American father, the strict discipline to which the heiress of many millions would be subjected. But he invariably informed her, every year when he escorted her to the steamer, that the first time she returned with any heirs, any reduction in the sum of her Americanism, that would be the last she would see of her beloved Renata. Doubtless the advice was salutary, as all advice is, but Alexandra from the first had perceived the advantage her Americanism gave her over the born subjects of royalty. Not only did her national exemption from the courtier's deference and her unconscious indifference to future favors exercise a wild and picturesque charm, but her exciting yarns of Western adventure, spun for the most part out of a fertile imagination, her astonishing games, labeled American, won her the unswerving admiration of Renata and almost conquered the jealousies of the other little girls. As she grew older, she became fully aware that her influence over the Archduchess, aside from being deep mutual affection, lay in her fine careless independence and her utter unlikeness to anything in Europe. The influence of the girls on each other was of mutual benefit. The deep, serious nature of the Archduchess, with her centuries of storied impressions, her lofty sense of duty, even in her most rebellious moments, did much to remodel the lighter nature. The slenderer mental and ethical equipment of the American girl. On the other hand, the absolutely fearless outlook of Alexandra, her unswerving American point of view and Republican ideal, combined as she grew older with a close knowledge of European politics, her habit of thinking for herself, her mere tolerance of old world standards and traditions, her eager interest in new thoughts and movements, early awakened emulation in the brilliant Austrian, made her eager to lengthen her vision, to comprehend the thought of the more sensible of the liberated women out in the world, finally taught her to protect herself beyond the royal horizon, to feel and to know how it was with humanity in its multitudes. Alexandra watched the two personalities in her friend grow and flourish coincidentally, the one uncompromising, traditional, bigotedly loyal to her house and condition, the other tragically human, womanly, broad, generous, passionate, sympathizing with the masses in their struggle for happiness. As Renata grew older, the two women in her held many an excited controversy. There were hours of profound depression, discouragement, rebellion, abhorrence of the royal treadmill, and a wild pagan love of mere existence. Encouraged by Alexandra, she had taken an early stand against matrimony. Twice, however, she had submitted to her father's wishes and permitted herself to be affianced, but one of her princes dying before the wedding day, and the other disgracing himself, she announced that she had now done all that could be expected of her and should be permitted to remain single. The emperor acknowledged the justice of her argument and bided his time. Of his daughter's intense inner life, he knew nothing, but he recognized that he had an individual, not a mere princess, on his hands, and he humored her as far as was in his power and consistent with her conspicuous position. Liberty beyond palace walls or royal enclosures was not to be considered. Tradition was tradition, even to the toothpicks on the imperial table. Moreover, although she bore no resemblance to her mother, fate had spared her the growling visage of the Hapsburgs, and unlike most royal women, she looked born to crown and purple. To the world she was the princess, the goddess, a valuable asset for any reigning house, and, tradition aside, the glorified ideal of a vast and restless people must not be vulgarized or even dimmed. But although she had her separate household and a large income to spend on her wardrobe and private fancies, the emperor and his ministers had no intention that a young, healthy, and beautiful princess should carry out her romantic program of being an old maid. Happy in their ignorance of her resources, they occasionally frowned over the shrinking list of eligible princes. Early plans to place her on two of the highest thrones in Europe had been frustrated by a method so simple that neither the emperor nor his advisors had ever penetrated the mystery. Renata had treated each of the visiting young princes to a furious exhibition of temper which, taken in connection with her red hair and American influences, appeared to them to be of alarming domestic significance. The impression was ineradicably fixed by the ingenious and terrible tales poured into their ears by the fertile Alexandra. Men had loved her, but as men love a picture or a character in history. They hardly knew her better, for she was too proud for intrigue. And conversation in the presence of a watchful court is neither sympathetic nor enlightening. Moreover, her Obersthofmeisterin, the Archduchess Maria Leopoldina, was the most anxious duenna that ever had princess in charge, and the boldest officer dared not brave that protecting wing. Renata had her dreams, her ideals, but she found her heroes in history. A few ballroom flirtations completed the sum of her interest in mere mortals. Knowing that earthly love and passion were not for her, she did what she could to forget their existence, occupied her mind and wearied her body. The cruel afflictions of her family chastened her somewhat, but she still had her hours of intense rebellion, caught her imagination on the wing in a future which never before had risen on the horizon of what is technically known as the Great. End of Chapter 2.
Section 25 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Allison. Rulers of Kings, a novel, by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 3. This is certainly an improvement on the Hofburg, said Alexandra. It is the only palace I have ever seen that looks like a palace, not a museum, barrack, or hospital. And Budapest is as picturesque a setting for the kings and queens one reads about in books. The Danube is not blue, but it moves. It moves, and its islands are certainly green. The illuminations last night looked as if the stars had come down to kowtow to the Hohenzollern. He has indulged in much affectionate rhetoric, but has not yet broken loose. I wonder if he will tonight. He is sure to, I should think, and I understand that he fell on Count Andrassi's neck this morning, with a rhapsody of Count Julius, to whom we certainly owe the strongest tie that now binds Hungary to us. What children the Hungarians are to be so flattered by this visit! They could have shown no greater enthusiasm for a Charlemagne. He is the one picturesque figure in Europe, my dear, and the one man who could have outshone him is dead. The Hungarians worshipped Rudolf. The peasants will not believe that he is dead. This romantic, hot-blooded people must be enthusiastic about somebody, and my father is too old. William is young. He looks the emperor. He is as ambitious as Napoleon. There is an idea abroad that he dangles the scales of Europe in his fingers. Oh, if I had been born a man! The two girls were standing on the balcony of the private suite of apartments, formerly occupied by the Empress Elizabeth, when playing the part of Queen of Hungary. Down on their left, beyond the Danube with its mighty bridges, was the beautiful and busy city of Pest. Opposite them, on the most precipitous height of Buda, were the ruins of the citadel. The palace, a vast and symmetrical pile of nearly 1,000 rooms, crowns the lowest ridge of a mountain range, which slopes in irregular masses to the river. Behind rises the long shoulder of the Schwabenberg, its arm curved downward in the north to grasp the Danube. The great hills were brilliant with autumnal color. Many boats were on the river. The world was promenading on the Corsos. The flags streaming from every window were gayer than the woods. Far below, at the foot of the palace hill, in one of the cafes on the quay, the girls could hear the music of the chardash, and held their breath as its wild note of longing changed to furious appeal. "This is living," said Alexandra. "I feel romantic for the first time in my life. Can't we stay here?" "It is perfect. I should be happy, almost content if he were not here. But he must have taught the very Hungarians the hollowness of their fictitious love for my father. They have too much to forgive. They never will forgive it. He is old. He has suffered greatly. They pity him, that is all. And William knows that. He has chosen this moment of uneasiness in Europe to come here, looking the invincible young monarch, bursting with arrogance and daring in the success of his reign. No wonder the susceptible Hungarians think him the chosen of God, and assured of infinite conquest. Did you see the Pester Lloyd this morning? Till now it is the minds of the Hungarians which, with its own mind, Emperor William knew how to conquer, but he evidently knows as well how to conquer the hearts. This he proved today once more, and we can only give him the assurance that of all the languages in the world, it is the language of the heart which in Hungary is best understood. Oh, if I were a man! I wouldn't let a little thing like that stop me. Your brain is as good as his, and you have all the courage of all your ancestors. In more ways than one, you are like him who prompted the old bishop to cry, 'Sit fast, Lord God, or Rudolf will occupy thy throne.' Times are times, but I don't believe that all your talents were given to you for no purpose. I believe in the blind law of cause and effect. It is only in my wildest moments that I have dreamed that the first Rudolf and Maria Theresia circled low when I was born and shook a bit of their golden dust into my brain cells. I hate to talk nonsense. Here come 2 carriages across the bridge. The first of the guests, no doubt. We had better go in. It is 4:45. Mind you are careful not to allude to my father here as the Emperor. That is a great point in Hungary. If fate ever should whirl you to the throne, Renata, for heaven's sake have dinner at a Christian hour. I have indigestion for a month every time I come back from America." The girls, who had stepped out on the balcony in the broad light of afternoon, ignoring the protest of Maria Leopoldina, who, rather than carry the mausoleum of her charms into the sunshine, had retired in dudgeon, were dressed for a great banquet to be given at 5 o'clock to the guest of the King of Hungary, the German Emperor. The Archduchess, who, with some reason, had come to the conclusion that life with her was to be a sequence of weeds, interrupted by intervals of uncertain duration, varied her black with white only. Nevertheless, she was one of the best-dressed women in Europe, and only her patient tire-women knew the infinite range of her wardrobe. "I often sigh for color," she confided once to her American friend, "but I am too superstitious to venture, and perhaps it is as well. My role is the princess of the antique, the traditional pattern. In white I look ready for a memorial window or a bas-relief in the Augustan," to which Alexander had replied practically, to say nothing of the fact that it makes your own coloring twice as strong as it would be above a brilliant plumage. Certainly the gown of white velvet, embroidered with pearls and silver, which she wore today in honor of her enemy, enhanced her statuesque appearance, and gave her sharp black brows, the scarlet of her lips, and the brilliant masses of her hair an insolent effect of being able to supply all the color that a dazzled beholder could endure. The almost fierce incongruousness of her coloring might have defeated her attempt to convince the world that a mere princess dwelt within that virile shell, had it not been for the cold regularity of an Egyptian profile carried loftily above a form of antique height and mold, and a skin so white that despairing man had vowed there was sacrilege in the thought of its being put to mortal use. Her gray eyes were alert and so expressive that she had formed the habit of holding them half closed, and her black lashes were very thick. She had inherited her hands and feet from her Spanish ancestors. While not out of proportion to her great height, they were so finely fashioned that they looked too small for serious work. Her trick of eyebrow and shoulder, when animated, may have indicated the persistence of the French blood brought in by Francis of Lorraine. Nature, unspiteful for once to royal women, had given her the infrequent best of her ancestors, and even modified the not unpleasing nose that Elizabeth of Brunswick had presented to the Hapsburgs. Renata had immense strength, had been ill but once in her life, hardly ever had experienced the sensation of utter fatigue. Her horsemanship was as remarkable as her mother's had been, and when she appeared in the Prater beside the equally accomplished emperor, it was a sight that no man ever forgot. She broke in her own horses, when in the country, frequently groomed and saddled them. After Alexandra, they were her only intimates, and she had known her keenest happiness when riding 8 hours of the day through the forest of Upper Austria. Alexandra never accompanied the Archduchess on her longer walks and rides. She was an accomplished horsewoman and a resigned pedestrian, but she had the frail physique of her race, and had been born of a hard-working, fashionable mother, with none of that profound sense of parental responsibility so ingrained in the European from queen to peasant. She was handsome rather than beautiful. Her eyes were too analytical, her mouth betrayed too pronounced a scorn of the shams of life, her whole expression was too keen and humorous to compare victoriously either with the lofty, exalted style of the Archduchess Renata Theresia or the impassive harmonies of fashionable standards. But her eyes and hair were the brown that took lights from the sun. Her features were delicate, high-bred, full of character and energy. Her figure was light, round, active. When compared with any but Renata's, it was sufficiently tall. In her way, she was as complex as her friend, of the tremendous and conflicting elements drawn from every civilization in Europe, but her salient and unquestioned characteristics were loyalty and sincerity. She dressed exquisitely, and the thousands she spent yearly in Vienna had long since established her popularity. End of Chapter 3. Section 26 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Allison. Rulers of Kings, a novel, by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 4. Alexandra pressed her hand on the table in a flutter of nerves, to which she was little accustomed. But they had vibrated painfully more than once during the dinner, although, with all her experience of courts, she had rarely been present at so magnificent a scene. The immense throne room, or great hall of ceremonies, of perfectly simulated yellow marble, relieved only by white wood heavily encrusted with yellow bronze, seemed to quiver in its flood of amber light. The 3 chandeliers were huge inverted stacks of golden leaves, with no false note of crystal. The few women present were superbly dressed, and covered from crown to waist with the jewels of centuries, but they made an indifferent showing beside the barbarous magnificence of the Hungarian magnates. Every other man at the table, except the cardinals, was in uniform. The king, the archdukes, and the emperor's suite, in the Prussian, the few members of his household whom Franz Joseph had ventured to bring to the jealous capital of his most uncertain possession, and the grand stewards of the archdukes wore an Austrian uniform, and the ambassadors were in fullest dress. But it was evident that the fiery independent spirit of the great nobles of Hungary recognized no uniform except that of a glorious extravagance. Their fancy ran riot in color, in textile, in form. But whether in thick brocade, delicate or gorgeous of hue, in cloth of gold or silver, in white satin fitting like a cuirass and studded with jewels, or in silk so heavily embroidered with gold that it creaked like an armor, whether the long velvet cloak, trimmed and lined with priceless fur, its embroideries representing years of labor, its buttons and chains of big uncut jewels was worn, or used carelessly as a background, there was nothing in Europe, not even in Russia, to compare with them. The headpieces of fur, the plume fastened with a jeweled rosette, were under their chairs. Their high boots and silken small clothes were likewise eclipsed for the hour, but there was more than enough of them to make the great golden room look like a page of old Hungarian history. So their ancestors had sat at Arpad's table 1,000 years ago. The hair of these men might be shorter, but it is doubtful if they varied in another external detail. Their faces were mobile, excitable, sometimes very clever. A few looked like men of the great world, although in that costume it was difficult to look like anything but the feudal lord ready on an instant's notice to blow the trumpet in his villages and lead his bondsmen to battle. As their fiery glances wandered from the Archduchess Renata Theresia to the German emperor, from the beautiful woman who reminded them of their lost Rudolf to the dashing young monarch they so passionately admired, a man after their own indomitable Hungarian hearts, they seemed to create an atmosphere of uneasiness, of premonition. Alexandra could imagine their swift transition from extravagant courtesy towards their aged king into the wildest excitement of which the modern man is capable, and endeavored to hope that William would behave himself. The young magnate on her right, Count Zrínyi, was evidently a very excitable person. He had, from various causes, approached the verge of explosion several times. Never having met anything like this cool American girl, he had fallen madly in love with her. Blood flew to and from his face, his jeweled armor creaked, and twice he dashed the tears from his eyes. Alexandra would have imagined herself in one of the Nights of Arabia, had it not been for the intervals of rational conversation, when, seeing himself mirrored in the clear eyes beside him, and fancying, as many a wiser man has done, that it was a kindred soul he saw, he had talked of the grievances of the Hungarians, and their determination to have their own way in their own country. At present they were engaged in the extermination of the hated German language, and the universal substitution of the Magyar. It mattered nothing that less than half the population of their country spoke Hungarian, that the spirit of Romania still hovered over the land beyond the Theiss, that there were whole villages where the language was never heard, and that Croatia and Slavonia hated them, the intense national pride and spirit which had endured for 1,000 years, weathering every conquest, every humiliation, as ardent under the 2 centuries of Turkish rule as during the climax of their glory under Matthias Corvinus, had gathered fuller strength since the Revolution of '48, and the determination was growing daily to give emphasis in every possible way to the individuality of this most individual of European states. Let those pitch their tents in Hungary who would, but they must learn and use the Hungarian language, or feel themselves the aliens they were, Austrian officers not excepted. Alexandra yielded to an impulse, not so much of coquetry as of curiosity. She expressed approval of his patriotism in the beautiful Magyar tongue. She had avoided German instinctively, and they had talked in English. Like most of his class, he was accomplished in many languages. For the moment she regretted her experiment. He trembled violently and turned white. It was then that he shed his first tear. "You are not cruel," he murmured. "You have enraptured me. How kind, how wonderful. It is said to be the most difficult of tongues. Did you learn a few words, perhaps, before coming to Hungary, knowing our greatest weakness?" "Dear me, no. I studied Hungarian as one of many languages with the Archduchess. She studied it as a matter of course." "That is a very practical explanation," he'd said sulkily. "If I had had time to think, I should have known. Queen Elizabeth," he looked as if he would have raised his plumed and jeweled kalpag had it not been under his chair, "bewitched Hungary upon her first visit by speaking perfectly in the Magyar language. She took a great fancy to a young Hungarian girl and invited her to become a maid of honor, but when she discovered that she had been educated in Paris and had almost forgotten her native language, she sent her home to learn it, and would not receive her into her household again until she was proficient. We have never forgotten that. And Rudolf, it was his language. We refuse to believe that he knew how to speak German." "Do you regret Rudolf?" asked Alexandra, in the tone she might have used to demand his opinion of the soft music in the gallery. Again she had touched powder with her wicked torch. "Regret Rudolf? Rudolf?" He took himself in hand, and proceeded more calmly in a moment. "Mademoiselle, I regret the Crown Prince, like many others, for personal reasons, and, like the whole of my country, like all Europe, in fact, for grave political reasons. He was so warm, so genial, so fascinating, the best of good fellows, the most simple and unostentatious of princes, and, what all princes are not, we have one at this table, mademoiselle, a gentleman to the core. He loved Hungary as much as Hungary loved him. Had he lived, there would be no straining at the bit now. We should be content to wait. Had he lived, there would be in Europe today no uneasy anticipation of our poor old king's death. And not only could Rudolf make himself beloved by everybody, but there have been few better brains born to thrones, or in spheres where brains are more abundant. He would have sown his wild oats, poor chap, and have made a great ruler. Then our guest would have had a rival worthy of his mettle. Now he has none." With one of his abrupt transitions he continued, "And such tact, in all the years that he came to us and held his little court here in Buda, or was a mere sportsman in his hunting castle, he never made a mistake. Do you know that the king actually has his drinking water brought from Vienna? And the very food we are eating, and the cooks! Bah! I'll eat no more. It is your fault, mademoiselle, that I did not think of it sooner. I never go to Vienna. When he is here, our king, I honor him, for he is old and good and kind, now. But you will acknowledge, mademoiselle, that he insults us unnecessarily when he brings with him water and meat, vegetables, fruit, to this land flowing with milk and honey. Well, perhaps he does not like milk and honey. I detest both myself, and while I am willing to admit that your language is the most beautiful in the world, a union of velvet and steel, of music and running water, and of the sonorousness of distant thunder, yet, my dear Count, still will I give the palm to Vienna for water. It always tastes and sparkles as if it were gushing still from its springs in the mountains, and I am delighted that the king brings it along." The Hungarian looked at her speculatively. He was not a fool, and recognized her difference from the women to whom he was accustomed, although he did not pretend to understand her. The mystery and her curious treatment of his love-making made him more thoughtful than usual. He was about to feel his way towards a new channel of attack when his eyes encountered the heavy black-framed visage of the king's heir, and his ardent brain leaped in a new direction. "Do you know what that man has done tonight?" he murmured furiously. "He has left his wife at the station, in a railway carriage, while he dines here as the guest of the king. I only pretend to touch his hand. Do you call that a man, to make a woman his wife, the mother of his children, and treat her like his mistress? If he had not the courage to renounce his pretensions to the throne and live like a gentleman, why did he marry her? Would such a thing be done in your great country?" "Oh, well, we do not have morganatic marriages," said Alexandra soothingly. "It certainly was inconsistent of him to marry her. It is very awkward for us. We acknowledge no difference between husband and wife in Hungary. If that man ever does come to the throne, his wife will be our queen." "Rise," said Alexandra. "The king is on his feet." And now the king had made his pleasant toast to the illustrious guests. The room had rung with enthusiastic "Elgens!" and the German emperor was facing his audience in a stillness so profound that others besides Alexandra longed to have him begin a speech which all knew, from the defiant, almost impish light in his eyes, was to be something more than the voluble rhetoric commonly heard at royal tables. He had been in the highest spirits all the evening, joking with the king, at whose right he sat in the middle of the long table, and with everyone else in his neighborhood, temporarily charming even his avowed enemy, the Archduchess Renata Theresia, who sat on his right. In the light blue and white uniform of a general of the Austro-Hungarian army, his breast covered with orders, he had never looked handsomer, and in the atmosphere of approval that he loved he was ready, everybody felt who knew him, to do and dare anything, but the most expectant were unprepared for his actual performance. He began at last, turning with deep respect to the king, and a slight excitement was perceptible in his strident tones. "It is with a feeling of the deepest gratitude that I receive the hearty welcome of your Majesty. Thanks to the invitation of your Majesty, I have been able to visit the splendid town, whose grand reception nearly overwhelmed me." He paused as if again overcome by the memory, then launched his first thunderbolt at the tempestuous hearts of a people who but half a century before had almost succeeded in wresting their great kingdom from the monarch whose guests they were tonight, a people whose fathers had died cursing the name of Hapsburg and petitioning heaven for the success of the Hungarian arms. "We are following at home," announced the German emperor, "with sympathetic interest the story of the knightly Hungarians, whose patriotism has become proverbial, and who in a glorious past did not hesitate to sacrifice their blood for the Holy Cross," he added with pious haste. "Names like Zrinyi inspire the hearts of German youths to the present day. We witness with sympathetic admiration the festival of the 1000th birthday, which the Hungarians, surrounding their beloved king, celebrated with such astounding pomp. The proud architectural works of your great city give evidence of her artistic spirit, and the bursting of the bonds of the iron gates has opened a new way for commerce, and has ranged Hungary as an equal among the great and the most highly civilized nations of the earth." By this time the Hungarians were heaving like the sea. They had left their seats and were pressing towards the emperor, silently, that they might not lose a word of his utterance, and it was evident that only etiquette restrained their emotions. Never before, not in modern times at least, had a monarch so flattered them. Not for centuries had they been saluted as a practically independent state, unhyphenated, for once permitted to stand alone under the crown of St. Stephen, the hated double-headed bird brushed lightly aside. The air seemed shaking with deep political import. More than one man was trembling violently within his barbaric splendors. The emperor pulled himself up abruptly, and turned once more to his host, whose face, indignant and aghast, composed itself suddenly to courteous attention. William's tones had been rich with sympathy for a race passionately admired. They now softened with filial affection. "But what has made the deepest impression upon me, particularly during my reception in Budapest, is the enthusiastic devotion of Hungary to your Majesty, and not only here, but in all Europe, above all among my own people. Does the same enthusiasm for your Majesty glow, an enthusiasm which I venture myself to cherish in looking up, after the manner of a son, to your Majesty as my fatherly friend. Thanks to your Majesty's wisdom, our union stands firm and unquenchable, a blessing to our people, for it has meant the peace of Europe for many years, and it will continue to do so for many more. Enthusiastic devotion to your Majesty, of this I am sure, dwells as firmly now in the hearts of the sons of Arpad as when they cried to your Majesty's great ancestor, Moriamur pro rege nostro. He paused a moment before crying the hurrah for the king, which all present expected as a matter of course would be given in German. But William, under that apparently tactless exterior, capable of the profoundest diplomacy, had a still surer bolt in store. Raising his goblet on high, his eagle glance flashing from end to end of the pale company, his passionate tones thrilling the most antagonistic heart present, he cried, "Giving expression now to these sentiments, we will put all we are capable of feeling, thinking, and praying for your Majesty into those words which every Hungarian utters with his latest breath, Eljen a Királyi." As the words rang out in the Magyar tongue, so jealously beloved and preserved, from the lips of a monarch whom duty had never commanded to cope with its difficulties, the tongue the king, his host, ignored, there was an instant of almost stupefied silence. Then someone gave an Eljen, as wild and abrupt as a battle cry. The spell broke. The hot blood of the Hungarians leaped to their heads. They forgot etiquette and crowded about the emperor, shouting until the marble walls rumbled the echo. Their wild glances never wandered to the convulsed face of their king, nor from the triumphant eyes of the German. Several of the younger men and equally excited women stood upon chairs that they might see him better. Then, for the first time in that old palace, there rang out the word most hated in Hungary, Eljen a Cæsar! Eljen a Cæsar! Hooray for the emperor! Then again that most musical and thrilling of vocatives, Eljen! 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 Alexandra took her count firmly by the arm and pushed him into a chair. "You don't look very strong," she said, "and you will faint if you are not careful." Her own knees were trembling as she took the chair beside him, but she proceeded coolly, "What an infant you are to be taken in by the cleverest man in Europe." "He is the greatest man living," stammered Zrínyi. "This is a great moment in the history of Hungary, mademoiselle. It should be painted and hung beside Munkaczy's Arpad, or the Sally of Zrínyi from XVIII. He is the man for us, the man for us. I don't doubt every mustache in Budapest will stand on end tomorrow. What a pity you have none." "Mademoiselle," he cried, outraged at her flippancy, but she was moving away. She had looked once at Renata during William's speech. The Archduchess, as the Hungarians pushed forward, had withdrawn from the emperor's side and stood leaning against the wall, her head bent, her arms rigid. Her face was expressionless, but, Alexandra commented, her hair had never looked so red. William, as the king, experiencing satiety, led the way to the reception rooms, turned his head rapidly in all directions, taking a final survey of the scene of his latest triumph. His glance roved over faces angry, approving, terrified, adoring, encountered the amused stare of the American with haughty indifference, then rested suddenly on the face of his young hostess. The Archduchess had dropped her mask. Her head was thrust forward, deliberately waiting for the moment when William's eyes must meet hers. When they did, they lingered. The Hapsburg's eyes blazed with a hatred so implacable, with a defiance so reckless and contemptuous, that the Almighty's best beloved experienced a shock. It seemed to him, for the first time in his triumphant career, that he heard the steel of another will clash menacingly with his own. Sustained in his dizziest flights by his honest belief in his earthly mission, insolently aware that he had the best brain in the royal hierarchy, the most splendid energy, a capacity for work never surpassed, he was fully convinced that he had but to develop his gifts, use all his vigilance and what patience he could find in him, to realize his vast ambitions. But for the moment, in the presence of another human will, and that the will of a woman, he experienced a chill rising of the imperial flesh. He forgot his majesty, flung his head high like an irritated stallion, glared back his defiance, and jerked his eyes away. In a moment he was reminded of his manners. "Your arm, your majesty," said the cold voice of his hostess, and in silence, but with an impressive exhibition of royal self-control, they walked side by side through the first circle room into the blue drawing room. He was mightily uncomfortable, however, for in some subtle feminine way she made him feel as if she were towering above him by nearly a foot. It seemed to him that she grew an inch with every step, that her little crown of black pearls was rising higher and higher, and when he finally shot an apprehensive glance upward, almost laughing aloud at his folly, he was relieved to find that her nose was still on a level with his brow. But she was making the most of her height, which, with the diadem on her lofty head and the immense train dragging behind her, would have made a man of her own inches look insignificant. It is doubtful if William ever breathed deeper relief than when, a few moments after arriving in the drawing-room, he was informed that the carriages were waiting to take himself and his suite to the train, and that he must make his adieu. The guests had scattered through the long line of rooms. Many went out upon the balcony to watch the royal carriages and mounted escorts cross the illuminated bridge, and the roar of cheering thousands seemed storming the hill. The royal party retired almost immediately, and Alexander followed the Archduchess to the sitting room of her private apartments. Renata's ladies had been dismissed, and she had closed the dressing-room door on her tirewomen. She was standing alone at the window, sobbing convulsively. The room was ringing with vivats and aliens, for it was too hot to close the windows. Alexander pushed her into a chair, removed the pins and pearls from the heavy mane of hair, and sprayed her head and wrists with cologne. In a few moments the Archduchess had commanded her tears. She threw back her head and looked down upon shouting Pest with a sullen glare. "What wouldn't I have given to be able to wring his neck?" she said in a moment. "How dared he? At my father's table! What insolent cruelty! He, who need fear no one living, to come here and fling his dynamite into the weak foundations of this poor old empire. I wish to God I were on the thrones of Austria and Hungary. I'd pit myself against him without a qualm. It would be two of our ancestors over again, and joy in the fight. I believe that in one of his exalted moments he enrolled Frederick the Great among his ancestors." "Well," began Alexander, but Renata did not hear her. She had risen and was standing in the middle of the room, her long hair flaming about her. To the American girl, her quivering, slender figure looked ready for a coat of mail, her head for the helmet. "I can't help admiring the brute for flinging his designs in our faces," she exclaimed furiously. "Did my father understand? The Hungarians? The Emperor dies. Franz Ferdinand succeeds him. The empire, bound together by rotten threads, begins its disintegration with my father's corpse. Do you remember the rapacity of Europe, that greedy horde of vultures after the death of Charles VI? Frederick's swoop on Silesia? William, in the manner of a son, only waits the death of his fatherly friend to devour Austria to the gates of Vienna. And Hungary? Could you not see his bait? Hungary quiescent, Hungary once more an independent kingdom, or with himself as its nominal and indulgent ruler. Oh, for another pragmatic sanction! I have a plan, if you will sit down quietly for a few moments and listen to me. It is a practical plan, and I know it will appeal to you." The Archduchess resumed her seat. "Well, tell it to me quickly. I am panting for a practical idea, but the blood is blazing in my head." "William has made a deep impression on the Hungarians, and no doubt they understood him plainly enough. But impressions can be counteracted. He leaves here tonight, and your father will be in no hurry to invite him again. Do you remain here this winter, instead of returning to Vienna with the Emperor? Announce that you have found no city so fascinating that you cannot tear yourself away. Entertain constantly and brilliantly. Let loose all your bottled personal charm. Show them that you are the sister of Rudolf. Be seen in public. Make a royal pilgrimage through the villages. The Hungarians resent unceasingly that the Emperor spends but a few weeks of the year in Budapest, and they look upon Austria as a mere annex of the great kingdom of Hungary. They will be flattered, your slaves, with your personality. If you will come down off your high horse, they will end by adoring you, especially if you give them a royal good time. So much for the present. When the time comes, when the empire shakes and William threatens, all you will have to do will be to have a king's mount ready. Fasten the crown of St. Stephen securely on your head, ride up the mount, and wave your sword to the four corners of the earth. All Hungary would break into deficient Latin and shout, 'Long live our Lady and King!' The dust of Maria Theresia would quiver at that old war cry, and she is no more forgotten here than in Austria. You will be a fool if you throw away the greatest opportunity ever offered to a woman cursed with royal blood." "It would almost be like meditating an act of usurpation," muttered the Archduchess, but her head was thrust forward, her eyes were glittering. "But the alternative? Who knows? It might be for the best. It may be my destiny. These Hungarians, there are no people in the world so easy to arouse by appealing, not to their nerves and passions, but to their chivalry and highest ideals." She stood up again in her excitement. "Do you remember when Maria Theresia, desperate and almost helpless, with Europe sucking at every vein of the empire, the Austrian army an army of corpses, do you remember when she came here, young, beautiful, pregnant, eloquent, and appealed to Hungary to save her? How the magnates not only went off their heads and cried that they would die for her, but inspired more than their own retainers with their enthusiasm? Until from every mountain, from regions so remote that William had never heard of them, there poured down tribes so wild and terrible that Europe fled in dismay. If Austria exists today, she owes it to Hungary, and no Hapsburg since Maria Theresia has ever acknowledged the debt. And again, when Napoleon bribed and my great-grandfather appealed, how they spurned the one and poured out their blood for the other, who was neither picturesque nor grateful. Throughout their history, the Hungarian character has been astonishingly consistent. Their nationalism has been as unwavering, in spite of conquest and immigrations, as that of your own countrymen. They are as independent as Republicans, and as loyal as the British, but it makes them the easier for tact and diplomacy to manage. If I convinced them that I really loved them, that I was capable of the right sort of rule, oh, go now, I will think all night. Come down early, will you? End of chapter 4.
Section 27 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 5. When Alexandra presented herself at the door leading to the apartments of the Archduchess at 10 o'clock on the following morning, she was informed by the groom of the chambers that Her Imperial Highness awaited her in the Hungarian house. Her arms were full of newspapers, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. She ran down the little staircase just beyond the door and out upon the first terrace, blinking in the brilliant sunshine, but pausing to look at the cool gray Danube, the splendid bridges, the gay city opposite, then wandered about aimlessly for a few moments, her enjoyment still keen in the freedom of the Hungarian atmosphere, the unapproachable beauty of Buda, ancient city of kings. The hill which the palace crowns is so abrupt that its many terraces have the effect of the hanging gardens of old, and its pillared galleries of white stone, its wide and narrow flights of steps leading down the steep hillside through parterres of flowers or thickets of green to the great gates on the Danube, its upright, unshaded lawns and winding ways lost in romantic gloom, seduce the imagination away from the crimes that have been committed within the fair walls above, the prisoners that have languished in the dungeons beneath. When the most dazzling of suns floods the tremendous white front of the palace, with its carved and pillared rotunda, its straight and stately wings, the one bit of color in the crown of St. Stephen above, when the statues of kings seem quivering with life, and the water of the fountain flies upward in an eager bursting of its bonds to leap outward on all sides and rush back as eagerly in a confused and glittering mass of foam and spray, then must the most casual sojourner in the city of Pest, smoking his cigar in the shades of its Corso, comprehend the proud spirit of Hungary. The royal palace of Buda is the embodiment of that pride, personal and national, the glorified symbol of 1,000 years of steady and upward persistence, while battling with every misfortune that can assail a devoted nation. No wonder Kossuth lost his head when he was lord here for a few minutes, thought Alexandra. If he had sent Jorge on to Vienna, well, may I be in at the next death. She descended a wide flight of marble steps on the left of the palace, then another, and approached the little Hungarian house, built into a portion of the ancient wall, almost hidden by trees as old. It was a gay little tea house of primitive Hungarian architecture, its inner walls decorated with panels of native embroidery, the whole effect light, oriental, frivolous. Two of Renata's ladies were reading under a tree nearby. The Archduchess was alone in the one room of the house. Her eyes were heavy. It was evident that she had slept little. They flashed, however, and she suddenly sat erect as she saw the newspapers. "Ah!" she exclaimed sharply, "what do they say? I did not care to send for them myself." Alexandra threw herself into a chair and rattled the journals viciously. "I have come to read you a few select extracts. Oh, he hit the mark, hit it in the bull's-eye. I am told they are in such a state of enthusiasm and excitement over there that if he hadn't left last night, he wouldn't have been able to get out of Hungary at all. Here's the first gun. The majestic words will find an echo in all parts of Hungary, which will ever remain in the debt of the great Hohenzollern, who has forever conquered the soul of every Hungarian. The love and gratitude of the Hungarian nation will follow the guest of our king wherever he goes. But that is mere rhetoric. Listen to this. In every line there is so much heart and so much sympathy with the Hungarian nation, its glorious past as well as its promising future, that it seems not the language of politics only, but of a loving friend on whose well-meaning we may ever rely. Perhaps it will give cause for reflection in those parts of the German Empire which have been prone, without cause, to cast blame upon Hungary, now that they see with how great a sympathy the German Emperor expresses himself in our behalf. Here is another. As a political assurance, it is the grandest which ever came from the lips of the Emperor William himself. Many wounds are healed by those words, which put an end to such calumny. There are two more. Of course, there are columns, but I have marked the significant extracts. The toasts of yesterday will be written in the annals of the nation with letters of gold and sustain and rejoice the soul of future generations. No Hungarian will read the warm and inspired words of the German Emperor without a joyful and a burning heart. No strange monarch has ever spoken to our nation with so much feeling. This is the last. Where did the German Emperor find those colors for his palette? Why, they are our own colors. Where did he find that tune? It is the pulse of our own hearts. God bless this great monarch who knows so well how to appreciate our striving country. We utter these words of parting to him with a never-dying gratitude. There you are. I tasted gall with every word, but I am glad they have been printed, for they will help me to accomplish my object. I need strong arguments. My request to remain here alone will be a tremendous innovation. I shall send these to my father at once, that he may have read them before our interview. They may or may not have been shown to him. If I personally request it, he is sure to read them, no matter who is at his elbow. The sole consolation, she continued after a moment, is that William is not a Catholic. I doubt if the Hungarians would ever accept a Protestant king. Perhaps if Kossuth had been a Catholic, he would have been stronger in his exile. William may have to turn Catholic yet, or socialist, to keep his throne and get all the other things he wants. Surely religion, the incidental husk of it, cannot mean much to a brain like that. He would never let the Jesuits rule him, said the Archduchess bitterly. They have been the curse of the Hapsburgs, and their restoration constitutes Metternich's chief claim to infamy. But their power over rulers in this enlightened age is incredible. Perhaps, however, royalty is not so much enslaved by the Church as by its ancestors. Even I, to whom the Catholic Church is but one of many inherited forms, long since rejected by pride and reason, even I am sometimes the victim of that ancient sea of superstition that murmurs in the soul. I can see my father wash the feet of the poor and feel nothing but amusement. I can see him march bareheaded in the Corpus Christi procession, and only fear that he will get a sunstroke. His face was purple last June. But there are times in the cathedral, on great occasions of ceremony, when the mysterious colored dimness, the long sonorousness of priests, the glorified pageant, the divine music, and the intoxicating incense seem to liberate all the ghosts in my soul and send them to my head. Then I have a confused sensation of being in a past century. Old doors are opened. Old ecstasies, terrors, desires creep forth. I long to prostrate myself and grovel, to scourge myself into a spiritual delirium, to feel the foot of the church on my neck. Then creep out the old lusts of cruelty, of tyranny, of torture. What a mere ghost of power a civilized monarch has today. Can you imagine that there have been moments in my life when I regretted that? When, under the spell of Holy Church, I have, for a moment, been a composite of the worst of my ancestors? You are always picturesque, and you always make me rejoice that I am an American and not descended in the royal line, but I am astonished that you ever permit your reason, your personality, to be submerged in such a fashion. I should think if there was one woman who could seal up her ancestors and leave them to molder where they belong, it was yourself. You are not morbid, except in erratic, incidental, ancestral streaks. I don't think I am morbid in the usual sense, for I have too good an appetite and take too much exercise. But I am bound to have deeps and fissures in my soul, for the centuries have cut them there, and what must be in them sometimes affects my imagination. And my ancestors have a curious fascination for me, the idea that they may or may not have the power to shape the destinies of the living. There have been moments when I have been disposed to prostrate myself amid the remains of their mortal part in the crypt and demand their intercession. Did you know that Maria Theresia used to make her daughters, on the eve of marriage, go down into the crypt alone at night and pray among the coffins of their ancestors? There have been times, very rarely, when that idea has appealed to me with an almost irresistible force. For heaven's sake, stay here in Budapest, where you can live in the sun. You have grown moldy in the Hofburg this last year, and your ancestors have had it all their own way. I thought you had got over that sort of nonsense long ago. This is the result of William and a sleepless night." The Archduchess laughed. "Perhaps. I am willing to suppose that my predecessors have troubled me less all these years than they might have done without the fatal antidote of your American humor. Nevertheless, I have no right to be faithless to them, and I would not forget them if I could, and I find them much more satisfactory to contemplate than most of my living relatives, who, as a rule, have neither morals nor brains. I agree with you there. When death lays his iron hand upon a mortal's power to bore, his virtues rise and sit upon the corpse. That is the secret of the superstition which makes us think kindly of the dead. Do you mind if I read a letter from Fess? I have been too excited even to open it." "Pray do." Renata smiled with both sympathy and interest. Then she sighed. "I believe your brother is the only person I envy. I mean, the only person I'd be if some fairy would bid me choose. He has his destiny in his own hands. He has done such wonderful things. He is famous and powerful. His future holds the most astounding possibilities. And he is only 31. Oh, your America! Where will you stop? And what will you do to poor old Europe? Now you're talking. Come down out of your niche with the worm-eaten past behind it and identify yourself with us. Therein lies your only salvation. William and my brother have some great scheme on foot. I don't know what, but I know that much from a few words I happened to overhear between Fess and my father. William and Fessenden. They could turn the world upside down if they chose. Well, the Archduchess was leaning forward, her eyes blazing. "An alliance between William and your brother?" she exclaimed. She composed herself with a manifest effort and added, "It is really remarkable. I know your father and Mrs. Abbott so well, and yet your brother, I have never seen him, not even his picture. You say those cuts in the newspapers during your war with Spain were probably a composite of Roosevelt, John Jacob Astor, and Cervera. Fess, like my father, has never had his picture taken. He hasn't the patience, and says he has no desire to display his weak side to the world, that the weak side of a man is more likely to come out in his photographs than not. It is hardly remarkable that you have not met him. First, those years in South America, putting blood and iron in place of wind inside the Monroe Doctrine. Since then, he has had too much to do at home to come to Europe except for 2 months in summer, when he brings a canoe and a knapsack. About his only other recreation has been the Spanish War. But this letter has the Berlin postmark. I thought he had gone back. Let me see what he has to say." She glanced through the short letter. "He is not going back at present. He has one of his periodical attacks of disgust for business and details, and will tramp over here for a month or 2 longer." "Ask him to come here to Budapest," said the Archduchess sweetly. "It is high time we met, and as he is the most distinguished of young Americans, I should like him to be one of my court. I intend to have the illustrious of all sorts about me here, in art, in letters, in music, and irrespective of noble birth. I intend to show Europe what a court should be." "You have thought it out. And the Emperor? Are you sure? It is my turn to have misgivings. He will see many objections. There is no one so rigid in his traditions." "I shall stay," said Renata shortly. "He would never go so far as to follow some illustrious examples and shut me up. If the worst comes to the worst, I'll threaten to go to America and live there." "Good! At last my seeds are showing their little green heads. Now I know you will succeed in whatever you put your brain to. You may count on me. I'll even engage to help you alienate Fessenden's affections from William, and he is devoted to him." End of Chapter 5, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, April 24th, 2023. Section 28 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 6. The private apartments of the king at the southwestern extremity of the palace correspond with the suite on the southeastern corner, which had been furnished for his wife and was now occupied by Renata. He had sent his daughter word that he would receive her alone at 4 o'clock, and when she was announced, he was standing on the balcony, looking down into the distant street behind the palace. There were excited groups of people in the street, and he guessed of what they talked. From the many old houses, fine and simple, on the still loftier hill which faced him, and from neighboring slopes above and about, from the villas on the precipitous heights of the Schwabenberg, the flag still floated, and it seemed to him that the German outnumbered the Austrian in the ratio of 3 to 1. As he turned to greet his daughter, she saw that his face was more harassed than usual, but he advanced with a grace and courtesy which, even in his old age, were unsurpassed in Europe. The years which had robbed his heavy Hapsburg features of what beauty youth may have lent them had spared his light, erect figure, his exquisite hands and feet. His genial eyes kindled at sight of Renata, but he kissed her lightly and handed her to a chair. Had she been born 20 years earlier, she might have been his idol, and as it was, he admired no woman more and was proud of her. But not only had misfortunes, humiliations, reverses of every sort, and the cruelest personal afflictions that in number and degree have ever assailed a monarch atrophied his heart, but he feared to find even the idola of happiness in this gifted creature, lest the knife be driven into the responsive breast, and his own earthly expiation of the sins of all his ancestors be the more complete. His ancient habit of temperate affection for his older and married daughters excited no misgivings, but if Renata had never been permitted to know him intimately enough to love him, she sympathized with and admired him. If enthusiasm, hope, passion were dead within him, he was equally without bitterness, without resentment, without jealousy, and in theory at least, without indifference to the least of his subjects. Even the cruel insult of the day before had not stirred him to anger. He had lost and lost and lost from the day he had ascended the throne, and the driving of Austria from the Germanic Confederation and substitution in supremacy of Prussia must forever be associated with his name. In William's brief career, Germany had been reorganized, strengthened, incredibly promoted in industrial importance. William received an occasional snub and reminder that he was 2/3 mortal, but to associate the idea of failure with him was as unthinkable as to imagine him in the robes of a monk praying for humility. Personally, the emperor and king could afford to pass his pyrotechnics by with a smile, but there was more to consider than his own sensations, and he was meditating an early retreat that he might consult with his Austrian ministers. The room with its olive walls and its lowered awnings was cool and dim, but Renata deliberately rose and placed her chair where the light would fall fullest upon her. Then she turned her powerful gray eyes on the emperor, and he moved slightly. Like the rest of the world, he usually saw his daughter's eyes through their lashes, and it was now at rare intervals that he was reminded of the problem of his youngest born. He suddenly remembered that, when he was, the laurels fell from his brow, and involuntarily he braced himself. "I need not ask you, sir," began Renata, "if you recognized the calculation under William's impetuosity last night. There is no doubt that he made the deepest possible impression on the Hungarians, that if present conditions continue, no other subject will be discussed for months to come in this dissatisfied country, even to its remotest villages. At first I was merely humiliated, enraged, terrified, but I have thought all night, sir, and I have reached the conclusion that I have it in my power not only to obliterate the impression he has made, but to create one deeper and more persistent. His, he may not have the opportunity of renewing. You certainly are under no obligation to ask him here again. This is my plan. Let me live here and keep the Hungarians, from magnates to peasants, constantly reminded of the great love they bear you. If I can make them love me, so much stronger will the bond be between this restive country and Austria." She leaned forward and spoke as solemnly as if taking an oath of allegiance. "I know that if I am given my way, I can preserve this state to the empire, avert the calamity which all Europe expects to follow your death. I am willing to pledge every hour of my life to this great mission. I believe that every human being is put on earth to be of use in some form or other. Assuredly usefulness, to the uttermost moment, is demanded of us. So far I have accomplished no destiny whatever, and I do not for a moment believe that I had so many of the characteristics of my house concentrated in me for no purpose. Although, in endeavoring to find reconciliation to my lot, I have sometimes argued myself into a belief of the blind law of cause and effect, but I do not believe in it. I am here for a purpose, and the time has come for the accomplishment of that purpose. I will not marry. I am quite well aware that it is your intention to arrange an alliance for me before my 30th birthday, but there is no mortal power, sir, that can force me to the altar. I make no threats. I have no intention of resorting to any desperate measures. I am strong enough in myself. I simply will not marry. But I now represent a sinful waste of high usefulness. Moreover, the emptiness and monotony of my life have become quite unbearable. I ask that I may be permitted to exert, for the good of my country, the best of those qualities which have come to me from yourself and my ancestors." The Emperor stared at her for a moment without speaking. He was as astonished as it was in his power to be at anything. Then he gave her the answer she expected. "It is a subject for deep thought on my part, my dear child. A week from today I will give you my decision. Meanwhile, there is no reason why you should not remain here if you desire it." Then, as Renata merely continued to transfix him with her determined eyes, he continued hastily, "It is a great and generous idea, and I am much gratified to learn that you take so deep an interest in your house. I had thought you absorbed in books and horses. But are you sure you would not pine in this strange country? Remember, you would be obliged to send all your Austrian ladies home, and surround yourself with Hungarians. I, as you know, hardly dare to bring an aid among these people, so fierce in their national pride. The women are as proud as the men, and very independent, quite unused now to leadership of any sort. Every Hungarian woman in the higher aristocratic circles is a sort of queen, is a social law unto herself. You are accustomed to the courtier, to the flexible. I am sick of it, and as tact is one of the prerogatives of royalty, I hope you will give me credit for my share. As for being lonesome, nothing on this earth can ever approach the suicidal ennui I have experienced in the Hofburg. As for Schönbrunn, I loathe the sight of it. This change is necessary, sir. Moreover, Alexandra will be with me, and if there were drawbacks, do you think your daughter is the person to consider trifles when a great object is to be gained?" The Emperor's eyes happened to rest on her hair. It flamed against his green walls. "Red-haired women are dangerous," he thought. "It is well to keep them occupied. Why on earth doesn't she marry?" Aloud he repeated, "A week from today, Renata, you shall have my answer." Renata, having spent her first round, was content to retire. She knew that a definite answer was not to be thought of until the Emperor had asked the advice of his ministers. But the idea made an impression on him, no doubt of that. She informed Alexandra, whom she met in the garden. "And so did I. If I didn't tell him I would stay here whether or no, I don't think he has any doubt of my intention. If he won't give his consent, I'll spend all my money and all yours, and his refusal of the necessary allowance is the worst he would do, for he wants no more scandals. To remove me by force, and I'd leave Hungary in no other fashion, would be to make the world believe I was mad, and he has had enough of that. Besides, poor man, I made him think I should go mad if I didn't have my head for a while." "We are a wicked, unprincipled sex when we want our own way," commented Miss Abbott. "But to get it, that is the main thing, especially when there is a good and great end in view." End of Chapter 6, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, April 25th, 2023. Section 29 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rulers of Kings, a novel, by Gertrude Atherton, Chapter 7. On the following Thursday, Renata was not surprised to receive a note from her father asking her to grant an audience to his minister Count von Königsegg, who went to Budapest for the purpose. "Now for it!" exclaimed Alexandra. "Of course he's brought a corkscrew. Are your brain cells hermetically sealed?" "His corkscrew will do him no good. Nevertheless, I feel a certain apprehension, feminine, I suppose. He is the one person who has done me the honor to believe that I might play with politics in a manner to disconcert his clever manipulation of my father, and I have shown my dislike of him by ignoring his existence as far as possible. He detests me. Nevertheless, if I am able to convince him that I have no purpose behind the one I have advanced, I believe he will make no opposition to my plan. He has no desire to see William in the Hofburg and himself in obscurity. He will not have the least objection to using me. He is the sort to feel quite sure that a woman can be disposed of the moment a man sees fit. But if he thought that I had any ulterior design— Try American diplomacy on him if you get in too deep. Speak out bluntly and agitate his guile. Let him squirm himself into a corner, and then tell him to speak out or get out." "I sometimes feel half an American," said the Archduchess Renata Theresia. Down the long front of the southeast wing of the palace is a suite of some 10 or 12 rooms, large and small, beginning with the private dining room and finishing with the red reception room. The yellow throne room, or great hall of ceremonies, runs parallel, occupying the width of the circle room and audience chamber, which flank it at one end, and of the circle room and blue drawing room of its southern termination. From this last circle room opens another, which in turn leads to the private apartments occupied by the Queen of Hungary when there is one. The windows of these apartments, closed during the clouded last years of Elizabeth's life and since her death, were now open to the sun. The hangings were losing their musty odor, and the numerous belongings of Renata had already obliterated the little individualities of the Empress. Renata, whose strong soul had little in common with the unhappy woman who had permitted life to crush her, had tender pity for her mother's memory, but no great amount of sentiment. Not only were the rooms dingy and oppressive, but her own individuality was too strong to exist comfortably in surroundings stamped throughout many years by that of another. She had made up her mind that the day after her father's decision, whatever it might be, she should refurnish the 4 rooms of her suite, and when the Emperor's letter arrived they were full of stuffs, sent up from Pest for the approval of Her Imperial Highness. Some pieces of curious brocade were pinned into the panels, and the dusty old rugs had vanished. The girls, ordered to remain in strict seclusion during this week of deliberation, had entertained themselves in their own fashion. "I cannot receive him here," said the Archduchess, when she received the humble petition of the great minister for an audience. "Besides, I don't want to. If I could help it, no one should set foot in my personal surroundings, atmosphere, who is even uncongenial to me." "It is a family failing," said Alexandra dryly, "but I always admired Ludwig for putting his head out of the window when he had to have his tooth pulled, rather than have the royal atmosphere polluted by a dentist. It may have been uncomfortable for both, but it was magnificently consistent." "I am not Ludwig, and I have no intention of making a fool of myself," replied the Archduchess, also with some dryness. "I'll receive him in the tea-room. I like the blue walls. Shall I wear black or white? I look more imposing in black." "Oh, look your guileless best. White, by all means." Therefore Renata caused herself to be arrayed in a bewildering gown of a pellicular Eastern stuff, much embroidered, and billowing about her feet in the fashion of the moment. She wore her heavy hair in a gold net, and a string of pearls about her throat exposed to the base. She looked girlish, if not ingenuous, and very lovely. The Archduchess Maria Leopoldina, Obersthofmeisterin, or Grand Stewardess of Renata's household, together with one of the ladies-in-waiting, the Lectrice, and Alexandra, disposed themselves just beyond the door of the tea-room as the carriage which had been sent for the minister appeared on the bridge below the palace. "It is fearfully hot, and he's probably cross," said Alexandra from the balcony. "Better begin with iced coffee and predispose him to amiability of a sort." And thus it came about that the subtle and wary minister tarried for a few moments beneath the youthful presentment of his sovereign in the brave uniform of the Hungarian hussars, while 4 women smiled upon him and flattered him with many little attentions. Then he went into his fate. Renata had carefully arranged her features before the mirror and had succeeded in banishing the expression of haughty dislike evoked by the mere mention of her enemy. When he entered her presence, her eyes were half closed as usual, but their visible surface was soft. She dared not receive him with cordiality, but a frank admission of an enemy's stewardship of the plums she desired involved a certain amount of graciousness. "This is very kind, Your Excellency," she said gently, giving him her hand to kiss. "Had you permitted anyone else to bring me the Emperor's decision, I should still have been tortured by many doubts, but now I shall know my fate at once." She leaned forward slightly and deepened her emphasis, her lashes lifting a little. "Of course, I shall abide by what you and my father think best, but remember, it is little less than life or death to me. No one knows better than you the dreary monotony of the lives of royal women. You know how my mother stood it. You who know men, and must know women so well, must have suspected that had it not been for the constant scandals which seem to be the peculiar curse of my house, I might have taken my life in my own hands before this. But the very years of suppression I have endured, ordered by a sense of duty to the dynasty, has strengthened and deepened that feeling until it rules my life. Now, for the first time, I have had an inspiration, which, if permitted me to act upon, will fill my days with no dishonor to my house. Of the good I may accomplish by remaining here I will not insult your understanding by dwelling upon. But although we never seem to have been friends, I am so well aware that I am now in your power that I have given you this glimpse of my inner self. So be merciful," she added, as if with an attempt at playfulness, while a smile rippled through her eyelashes. For a moment the minister did not reply. He was not a man easy to nonplus, but he had come to test his strength with the haughtiest woman in the empire, and he found himself staring at the loveliness of a softly impassioned girl. He had come to flatter, and his very spine thrilled at subtle compliments delivered in a voice whose cold music had become as sweet as a harp someone was playing in a distant chamber. He had come to sound with the elastic skill of time-honored methods, and his scornful archduchess had thrown wide a window of her soul and left him blinking. He had entered with a smile and the supple backbone of the courtier, but quite aware that he might retire with his tail between his legs and a fully matured enmity in his fertile brain. He was by no means sure of her even now, and he studied her face. She had lowered her eyes that he might. But there is no influence so potent, no wine so heady, as the flattery of royalty to courtier, and the, perhaps unconscious, flattery of this woman of all women, of whose coldness those nearest to her complained, seemed to rise like a rosy mist to his brain. He swept it back, however. There was too much at stake. Although he did not hate her as much as she imagined, for he was philosophical where women were concerned, he had recognized in her a powerful individuality, a violent will, which, if given its head, might deprive himself of the sweets of existence. "I am deeply flattered and grateful, Your Imperial Highness," he said finally. "Truly, like His Majesty, I had believed you to be absorbed in the purely intellectual life." "Oh, I was," exclaimed the Archduchess, with sad ardor. "But pardon me. His Majesty is deeply moved by an idea as great in conception as it is indicative of an ardent loyalty to the dynasty. He was overwhelmed when you advanced it, and could give you no answer at the time, but he has thought of little else since, and has deigned to consult his ministers on the subject. As it was manifestly impossible for His Majesty to return to Hungary within so short a space of time, he did me the honor to appoint me his messenger. Even my visit will probably attract more attention than is desirable. But fortunately Count Zichy had invited me for the shooting, and I have taken pains to speak freely of the ostensible object of my visit to Hungary. Of course, it is my duty to kiss your hand in passing." He paused and looked at her with a frankness which rivaled her own. "Your Imperial Highness," he said impressively, "personally, I am deeply in favor of your remaining here. I believe you can accomplish all you so nobly and intelligently have conceived, and the time will come when we shall have need of the strength and loyalty of Hungary. More than 300,000 of the army are drawn from this state, and there are no better fighters in Europe. It is quite true that the seat of government should be in this division of the empire, which is little less in area than all the other divisions put together. The Hungarians are a more progressive, enterprising, more modern race than the Austrian in certain respects. On the other hand, they still have much savagery in their blood. They have been so shut out from personal competition with the higher civilizations of Europe that they have too rich a soil for the seeds of degeneration. Their very lack of morality has always been robust, and today the Hungarians believe the city of Budapest to be as superior to Vienna in morals as it is in industrial activity. While Austria is retrogressing, disintegrating, Hungary is progressing, has all her old virility, ambition, unconquerable patriotism. Moreover, when Ferdinand was elected King of Hungary, he promised to live here, and the Hungarians have never forgotten that promise, never ceased to resent the neglect of their capital. His Majesty's brief, compulsory annual sojourn, that he may keep the letter of the Constitution, which commands that the king shall spend a portion of every year in Hungary, merely exasperates them, trade as well as society. Therefore your suggestion to remain here, promptly upon the extravagant hopes raised in their imaginations by the juggling of the German emperor, and to use your great gifts constantly to remind them of their loyalty to the dynasty, has struck me as one of the shrewdest instances of statecraft which has ever come within my experience. Perhaps, as the Archduchess blushed and gave a delighted little exclamation, perhaps I should say that was the manner in which His Majesty's communication impressed me. It was such an idea as might have come to Maria Theresia, wise in statecraft from her youth. But it is true, you have never condescended to politics, apparently had not given them a thought. I have certain inherited instincts, and is not the capacity to rise to an emergency also a part of my inheritance? It is true that I have taken little interest in politics. My books, my music, my outdoor life, my brilliant American friends sufficed me. Being uninvited, I could not meddle in affairs of state without bringing one more calamity upon this unfortunate house. And this dynasty, I do assure you solemnly, has all the loyalty and the fealty of my soul. With this sudden idea of mine, politics have nothing whatever to do. I know the current history of Europe, and I know William. God forbid that I should be expected to talk politics with these Hungarians. It would be to turn the palace into bedlam, and I am accustomed to the repose of stellar voids. My only idea is to make them love me, to win to myself what they gave to Rudolf, to increase. I am more frank with you than with my father, and choose the word advisedly, the popularity of the dynasty. I shall entertain magnificently and constantly, give them such a winter as they have always claimed to be their right and never have had. I shall travel and make the peasantry merry. I shall give up my studies and throw myself into this program heart and soul, but it is a purely feminine program. If there is anything else I can accomplish, I know that your Excellency will instruct me. And here she proved the possession of really great talents. Pleading a necessary word with her Oberhofmeisterin, she left him alone for a few moments. He drew a sharp but silent breath. He had never seen a woman look more like an angel, and he knew no woman in whom he was so convinced the devil made extended sojourns. He understood for the first time why she had disciplined her spirit to rise triumphant above that breadth of jaw, the grand sweeping lines of her body, above her diabolical hair, for he was too astute to question her integrity on this point. In a flash, he understood why she would not marry. But ambition? And a permanent and ever-widening outlet for that tumultuous spirit, that repressed and violent nature? Was she sincere for the moment? Had he been sure of even that, he would not have hesitated to give his cordial endorsement to her plan. But he had persuaded the emperor that unless they could be positive, she meditated no act of usurpation upon the succession of her unpopular cousin, she must not be permitted a liberty with which she might even before that event plunge all Europe into war. The Emperor, who asked no more of life but peace, had told him to go to Budapest, investigate the mind of his problematical daughter, and then act in accordance with what His Majesty believed to be an unfailing judgment. What a tool she might be, His Excellency had thought. She looked like anything but a tool. It suddenly rushed upon his brain that he had never seen a woman who looked so surely born to sit upon a throne. Why not? Why not? And if he were her good friend now, if he, whom she knew to be the arbiter of her destiny, if he were the one to place the scepter within her reach, who so fitted to serve her hereafter, to rise higher and higher in power? For this woman would take no puppet consort. Might not Europe welcome such a solution of an agitating problem? Not William, perhaps, nor Russia, but by that time William and Russia might be too occupied with each other to scramble for plums in the Austrian pie, and a young and beautiful empress, with an intelligence capable of assimilating all the statecraft her ministers chose to impart, always of imposing dignity, irreproachable, her heart and soul given to her state and people, her beauty the constant inspiration of the artist, would she not be worshipped by her subjects and appeal to the interest and chivalry of Europe? If she had the tact to appear nobly indifferent to any such result during the lifetime of her father, if the Hungarians, immediately upon the death of their king, arose as one man and proclaimed her queen, she would tower above reproach or criticism, the most picturesque personality in the world, far more certain of holding the dual monarchy together than Maria Theresia with the aid of the pragmatic sanction. For today the majority of nations wanted peace and the preservation of the Austrian Empire. Franz Ferdinand might attempt a struggle for his rights, but it was more likely that the army of Austria would march to this woman than against her. It well might be that she alone could rouse England as well as Europe to defeat the designs of William. With Franz Ferdinand on the throne, war, internal and external, Königsegg believed to be as inevitable as the messenger of death in the Palace of Kings. He had experienced a shock from crown to heel. The Archduchess re-entered the room and graciously asked him again to take the chair opposite hers. He commanded his eyes, but permitted his voice to tremble as he made his first cautious move. "Your Imperial Highness, it is my bitter regret that I have never been permitted to know you before. Would to God that you were a man! What a solution of all our difficulties!" "But I am not a man," replied the Archduchess indifferently. "It has flashed upon me, humiliating thought to my sex, that the greatest of the Hapsburgs was a woman." Renata knew as well as he did that the greatest of the Hapsburgs was Rudolf I, but this was not the moment to establish the claims of the dead, and she demanded, "Has it taken you all these years to make that discovery, or have you been too busy making history?" Her first words were delivered in the tones of one moved to cold analysis. Her last were accompanied by an enchanting smile. She had drawn her eyelashes together, lest a flash escape. She was quite aware of what was passing in his agitated brain, and her own heart beat high. The minister drew another long breath. He dared not express himself more plainly. He was absolutely in the dark as to whether she understood him or not. A false move, and he might be the laughing-stock of the empire. Failure to comprehend this imperial sphinx and his future might be passed in heaven or upon his estates for all the world would know or care. Muttering an obsequious request, he rose abruptly and walked down the long suite of rooms. As his back turned, Renata's statuesque face twitched with an almost ribald mirth, and her eyebrows peaked in a manner which made her look truly diabolical. But when the minister returned, she looked pleading and girlish, a trifle nervous. He stood in front of her. "Your Imperial Highness," he said solemnly, "I came here in much doubt, for you have never permitted me the honor of knowing you. But this brief interview, the most enlightening of my life, has convinced me of the wisdom of your plan, and of your ability to carry it out in every detail. I believe that you alone can hold Hungary to the throne when the hour comes which we dread so deeply, for there is no question that you can reduce this gallant, passionate race to a state of willing slavery. Your brain will become more and more fertile with expedients, but I should be deeply honored if you would maintain a regular correspondence with me, for this is an experiment with unimaginable consequences, and I shall give it my unflagging attention. There is much I may be able to suggest to you if you will deign to permit me." Renata had too much tact to rise impulsively, for she towered above the minister by not a few inches, but she held out her hand and shook his warmly, and her face was radiant. "I am so glad! I am so glad!" she cried softly. "And you do not hate me! I have been so desperately bored and hopeless that it has given me a certain pleasure to make enemies, if only for the sake of sensation. And as you were the most powerful man in the empire, it amused me to defy you. In your magnanimity you have forgiven me. If you knew how grateful I am, how I thank you!" His Excellency trembled, but he kept his head, how he never knew. "Your Imperial Highness," he said, "I too am a patriot. I am acting in this instance, as in all others, in the service of the empire. If, in addition, I am to be permitted to act in the service of a woman, of such a woman, madam, will you permit me to retire?" End of Chapter 7, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, April 25th, 2023. Section 30 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rulers of Kings, a novel, by Gertrude Atherton, Chapter 8. We parted with mutual distrust, a mutual increase of respect, even of tolerance, and a common determination to make use of each other, said the Archduchess to Alexandra as she finished the account of her interview with the minister. They were alone in her salon. "I reserved my Americanism for a future occasion and played the old European game of the cat and the mouse. He is not in the least sure which is the cat and which the mouse. Neither am I, for that matter. But I have the advantage of knowing him better than he knows me. However, here I am for the present." Alexandra drew a long and almost voluptuous sigh of content. No more awful evenings in the Hofburg, whist with His Majesty, or worse still, with M.L. A little music, tittle-tattle about the same threadbare old royalties, the last novel, French and wicked, the play, the last baby, there are always several, yawns, decorum ad nauseam, mad desire to lie down on the floor and kick up your heels. Oh, just and beneficent heaven that sent William to Hungary with a wasp at his heel! Let us forget William and Austria. Where are the cigarettes? The girls smoked in silence for a time, the Archduchess staring hard before her after her habit, as if she were poring over the cryptogram of the future. When the short Russian cigarette had burned to its mouthpiece, she returned to the present. "I suppose it will be wise to pay my new friend the compliment of asking his advice about my Hungarian household, about the Obertshofmeisterin, at all events. I will write him an autograph letter tonight. What tact I shall develop with a few weeks' practice! I wonder who the new duenna will be, but no one even he approved of could be worse than Maria Leopoldina, and after 12 years in the arena with her, I flatter myself I am more than a match for the most masterful he could select." The Archduchess Maria Leopoldina, a member of a younger branch of the House of Hapsburg, who had succeeded the scrupulous but too obsequious English governess, had been selected after much anxious thought on the part of the Emperor, consultation with his ministers, and with his old friend the Princess Sarolta of Windischgrätz, as especially fit for her delicate post. The Empress's prolonged absences from court, as well as the inevitable suspicions engendered by her increasing repugnance for contact with common mortals, made it doubly imperative to give the headstrong young Archduchess a duenna who would, by precept and example, educate her conspicuous charge in the great responsibilities of her position, and curb any bent to eccentricity. Maria Leopoldina, a conscientious woman of masterful temperament but considerable tact, had done her work well and took to herself the credit of much that had been evolved by the thoughtful mind of Renata herself. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that her early lectures, delivered to an impatient but imaginative young princess, had sown seeds which might have floated longer with a more pliable guardian. For several years she insisted upon the observation of the very letter of her great authority. No friend could Renata make without her approval, no acquaintance talk with for 5 minutes alone. The Archduchess had never appeared in the streets of Vienna without her, but in the country, particularly on Renata's personal estate on the wildest part of the Danube in Upper Austria, where they were as secluded as soldiers in a border fortress, she wisely allowed her charge a good deal of liberty, and as the years went on she relaxed by imperceptible degrees the rigor of her sovereignty. She left the girl more and more to herself, merely asserting her authority at discreet intervals, that the rebellious nature confided to her should not experience the temptations of freedom. She knew that if she had failed to win her august kinswoman's heart, she had her respect and gratitude. For not only had she early suggested to Renata the benefit she could confer upon her house by playing the role of the lofty and immaculate princess, devoid of common weakness, inaccessible to common temptations, but she had inculcated the great art of self-command, and in the depths of this profoundly accepted lesson, Renata had discovered the strength to endure her life, accept her colorless future, and dominate her nature by her intellect. Between Maria Leopoldina and Alexandra there was no love lost, but there was a golden and bejeweled truce. Alexandra, even at 16, at which age both girls attended court functions, although tutors and governesses were in attendance for 2 years longer, under the general supervision of the Obersthofmeisterin, was too wise in the ways of royalty openly to defy this valuable woman, who rejoiced in the absolute approval of the emperor and his ministers. And the Obersthofmeisterin, who often longed to shake her and pack her off to America, dared not, in this one particular, brave the wrath of her princess. During the first 2 years of her reign, however, they were more than once perilously close to open war, and a fatal rupture might have been precipitated by the more impulsive Alexandra had not Mrs. Abbott arrived in Vienna for her stepdaughter's 18th birthday, and during a moment of extreme tension. Grasping the situation and its dangers, Mrs. Abbott admonished Alexandra severely, and made her present the duenna with a magnificent set of diamond stars, given out of the fullness of her heart on this the most sentimental of birthdays. The present was peculiarly welcome to Maria Leopoldina, who herself, the youngest of her family, having married in her uncalculating youth a junior member of an impoverished house, was sadly deficient in that jeweled panoply which diverts the eye from the shabby gowns of so many of Austria's noble dames. Moreover, this concrete illustration of the vast wealth of the American girl inspired respect, if not awe, and these sentiments were nourished at decent intervals by other offerings of increasing magnificence. As time went on, Alexandra too imbibed the great lesson of self-restraint, and developed a high, impersonal way of looking out upon life. She ceased to irritate the Hapsburg, and admitted her own debt as well as that of her friend. Nevertheless, she had no love for Maria Leopoldina, and was alive to all her foibles. To Renata's remarks she replied, assuming a severe and elderly demeanor, elevating her head until the roundness left her throat, from which her voice issued with a scraping sound. "Will your Imperial Highness kindly remember tonight that the Princess Cockalorum is only entitled to 1 minute of your august notice, as it is necessary to remind her that her manner in public with Lieutenant von Pudel is unbecoming in a member of the Austrian court, which has dignity if not morals? And will your Imperial Highness exert yourself to remember that the wife of the American ambassador, although no doubt charming, is still an American? It is not necessary to inquire after her entire family. And my dear child, your hair looks like a rat's nest. I shall dismiss that coiffure tomorrow." Renata laughed. She should be glad of a holiday, poor soul. I had rather be a poor prisoner of a princess than a slave of a duenna like an Obersthofmeisterin. I have an idea. Why not Sarolta? She is Hungarian. She is in every way suitable. She would be persona grata here, is loved and trusted by my father, and while standing to the world as an impregnable outpost, would really give me a free hand, and with all her cynical soul enjoy the experiment. I shall write to her at once to manage it, as only she can. That would be the last thing necessary to make me feel as if I had been born again. Now, Alexis, let us give our attention to these rooms. I think I shall have cloth of gold in these panels and curtains of these Turkish embroideries. My writing room must be blue. Shall I have my bedroom in cloth of silver and white, and my dressing room in these old rose brocades? And all the furniture must be new. Nothing ancestral here. There is an intoxicating freedom in the air of Hungary. Ah, I really do feel as if I had been born again. End of Chapter 8. Read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, April 25th, 2023.
Section 31 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 9. The Princess Sarolta was obscuring the moon with the smoke clouds of her big black cigar. It was 9 o'clock. Dinner in the Kirali Palota was now served at 7:30, and the court could smoke behind the pillars and the vines of the long stone terrace beneath the west windows of the private apartments of the king, without consideration of possible field glasses on the heights above. The princess, who normally resembled a mummy, looked more like a witch in her encircling fumes, and her eyes glittered and blinked behind the red disc of her cigar. They were black eyes, and their fires in youth, and indeed long after nature had given her more than one admonishing nip and claw, had recklessly leaped to so many other combustible hearts that even now the court gossips disentangled the pulsing tales of her past from others more commonplace. But with wrinkles and man's manifest preference for her conversation had come not only reform, but the evolution of a severe and uncompromising code of morals. She astonished Vienna for a number of years by the vehemence of her criticisms and her treatment of certain noble dames, whose fires were still unquenched, or who found in intrigue that taste of liberty which knocks alluringly upon even the doors of Austria. With the mellowness of approaching age, the enthusiasm of the princess had tempered somewhat, and it was observed that she grinned behind her big cigar when an after-dinner scandal exhaled a faint perfume of novelty. But by this time her fame as a she-dragon was securely established. Her tactics, combined with a fortune inherited coincidentally with her reform, from a relative who had married a wealthy and, as it proved, childless Jewess of Budapest, gave her a unique and impregnable position, which made her the most natural guardian in Austria for a young princess who had left her father's roof to hold court in his most conspicuous possession. The emperor, who was a little afraid of Sarolta, but who asked her advice on all momentous domestic questions, bundled her off to Budapest with a deep sigh of relief. Her reputation as a dragoness relieved him of much of the anxiety with which he had entered upon this radical experiment, and he had not chanced to take note of her mellowing. But Renata had, and, believing herself exempt from the weakness to which the princess still showed her teeth, knew that she would have the real authority, while the Obersthofmeisterin sat scowling in the foreground, her wrinkles impassive above the chuckling within. As for the Count von Koenigsegg, Sarolta had begun his education while unwrinkled, and not only had done him many good turns since, but had taught him to believe that there was one greater diplomatist in Austria than the Princess Sarolta Windischgrätz, and that was himself. Therefore, when, after a hasty and pleading note from Renata, and a long and humorous petition from Alexandra,
She gave the minister to understand that it was his wish she assume charge of his interests in Hungary. It was but a matter of hours before her women were packing her boxes. She had come to Buda in full possession of his confidence. The situation amused her intensely, but while she was too wise ever to betray a confidence or to share her amusement of a man with his enemy, yet she did not scruple to use any secret she might possess when engaged in the manipulation of human destinies. She cared as little for Koenigsegg as for the Emperor, sentimental memories being no longer insistent. But nature had denied her children, and she had a considerable hoard of affection in her erratic but wholly human depths. Now that Rudolf was dead, she cared more for Renata and Alexandra than for anyone in the world, and was determined to use the phrase of her American protégé, that they should have the time of their lives. Tonight she grinned amiably at them from the depths of a rocking chair long since presented to her by Alexandra, which accompanied her wherever she went. The party was a small one. The Oberhofmeisterin and her charges, 2 young Hungarian ladies-in-waitings of her selection, the Countess Wilma Festetics and the Countess Piroska Zapolya, and 2 invited guests, Prince Bela Ilahasi, a magnate who in simple evening dress looked a middle-aged and somewhat humorous man of the world, and Count Zrínyi, whose national fire and still youthful ardours, he was 35 in years, had given him over to love of an American on the night of a great and memorable dinner. It had been decided that the Grand Chamberlain and other court officials were only to serve at great functions, and that those who were in waiting upon the Emperor during his annual sojourn were to give their services to the Archduchess when she demanded them. Zrínyi was leaning against one of the pillars, his black eyes flaming down upon Alexandra, who smiled upon him indulgently. She thought him a nice boy who might be useful in the cotillon, and in general advice of a lighter nature. They were all discussing the momentous question of the first entertainment to be given by the new court. The dictum of the Princess Sarolta that it must be a great ball, to which men and women should come in the ancient dress of Hungary, had been received with approval by all but Prince Esterhazy, who scowled at his girth. "I thought I should burst the other night," he admitted, "and I must say that my native costume always makes me feel more or less a fool. I suppose I have lived too much elsewhere." "You are no patriot," said his old friend, whose eye, as it followed his, twinkled with some malice. "I insist that you give up Vienna and Paris this winter and remain here as my private cabinet." "You may need help," he murmured as he looked at Renata. "And are we to wear Hungarian costumes too?" asked Alexandra. "By all means," answered Renata for the princess. "I have already designed mine. The skirts and apron will be of white lace, and the bodice of black velvet." "That will be your second stroke of diplomacy," murmured Alexandra. "But it seems to me that I should be a screaming absurdity in an ancient Hungarian costume." Not if, muttered Zrínyi. "Why not make it a fancy dress ball, everybody to be a personage of the court of Matthias Corvinus, during whose reign Hungary reached the height of its splendour and power and prosperity?" asked the Countess Piroska Zapolya. She looked full at the Archduchess with innocent blue eyes which were too widely opened for frankness. She was excessively pretty, and her mouth pouted like a spoiled child's. She was a descendant of that Stephen Zapolya, Voivode of Transylvania, who in 1526, after the terrible Battle of Mohacs, when Hungary was threatened with annihilation by the Turks, and her king lost his life, was elected to rule over the distracted country by the faction which believed in a native dynasty and peaceful relations with the enemy. Another powerful faction elected Ferdinand of Austria, and in spite of the occupations of the Turks, which gave the Hapsburg as little authority as his rival, his dynasty kept its grasp upon the shadow until it became substance, while the son of the trooper who had been raised to a position of such power and magnificence by Matthias that his ambition knew no bounds, was unable to extend his rule beyond Transylvania, and his dynasty ended in his son. His descendants, powerful magnates as they were, had 2 enduring grievances: their inferior descent as compared with that of the magnates whose line ran back unbroken to Arpad and haunted the mists beyond, and the ancient victory of the Hapsburgs. The first grievance was little discussed, but no Zapolya permitted himself or others to forget that his right to the throne was as great as the Austrians' impoverished, and knowing little of the world beyond Budapest, the present generation was even fiercer in pride than the majority of their order, and bitterer in their hatred of the Hapsburgs. They were wise enough, however, to know that Hungary had not the strength for a native dynasty, even could one be established without devastating civil wars, and the father and brother of the clever little maid of honour had been the first to fling open the gates and drive out the wild waters of unrest towards William of Germany. Count von Koenigsegg had advised the selection of Piroska, for he believed she would be hostile and a willing spy, and Sarolta had acquiesced because she believed that herself and Renata would be more than a match for any disaffected young woman. Outwardly the Countess was irreproachable. Her manners were high-bred and charming. 5 centuries of intermarriage with the best blood of Romania and Hungary had obliterated all characteristics of John Zapolya except his ambition. She was lively and cultivated, and there was nothing in her manner to betray her hostility. She was the only enemy in camp. The other maid of honour, Countess Vilma Festetics, although proud and reserved, had loved the dead Elizabeth, and had transferred her large measure of passionate loyalty, since unclaimed, to the princess who, in her great beauty and greater isolation, seemed to her the most romantic figure on earth. Without humour or more logic than the larger division of her sex, she was capable of martyrdom for her ideals, however narrow. But she was bright and shrewd, and never having trusted Piroska Zapolya, suspected that she might be too high in the favour of Renata's enemies. In appearance, the young countess was of a type more often seen in Hungary than described. She had neither the sparkling blonde nor the voluptuous brunette, which, with their womanly figures and happy animation, have made the women of that romantic country so famous. She was small and slender, and her colouring was drab. Under the hauteur of her delicately cut pale face were the tense lines of tragedy. Her breeding helped her to control a high and intolerant temper. Of the most ancient blood in Hungary, poor, high-spirited, and proud, she had seen nothing of the world, but her high accomplishments and qualities, and the affection which she had inspired in the Queen while a child, had induced Sarolta to select her for what the cynical elder believed to be a temporary post. She was also glad to give the girl a few months of light-hearted luxury, and would have included many like her had it been possible. She is the sort that in a less enlightened day would have used the poisoned bowl and then killed herself at the foot of the altar, she had said to Renata. But she will be loyal to you, and when she has nothing on her mind she can be very lively and young. We have many costumes of the time in our chests, Highness, the Zapolya was saying. I am sure that Miss Abbot would look charming in one of rose-coloured velvet, to which she would be more than welcome. And if you would conclude to ask the deputies, some tailor here could use the others as models. We have also 2 or 3 of the purple velvet costumes with the long gold chains, and the head braidwork of gold and pearls, worn by 2 of the 300 youths sent by Matthias in the embassy to Charles VIII, King of France. If you were escorted into the throne-room by a great number of pages in this costume, Highness, the effect would be one of perfect loveliness. The Archduchess understood her perfectly, but she felt her own strength and was amused at the flash in the American's eyes. Moreover, her mind grasped the peculiar advantages which a fancy-dress ball would afford herself. She said sweetly, "The national costume during the reign of Matthias differed little from that of any other reign, I suppose. It merely reached its height of extravagance. The national characteristics have always remained the same. Then, if you will allow me, I will look at your costumes, and no doubt find one that I shall be delighted to copy." In spite of her hostility, the little countess was flattered. She assured her princess, with something like spontaneous enthusiasm, that she should order the costumes brought to the palace on the morrow. "I have a painting of Matthias in his robes of state," said Prince Esterhazy. "I wonder will anyone have the courage to impersonate him? He was a mighty figure, that son of John Hunyadi, and I have not the slightest doubt that the blood of kings was in his veins. There is no man in Hungary, alas, fit to wear his mantle, not even at a fancy dress ball. He was a plebeian, said the Countess Piroska, lifting her little nose, and even could it be proved that John Hunyadi was the son of King Sigismund, all his fame, even the medicinal water named after him, could not obliterate the bar sinister. The little cat, said Prince Esterhazy under his breath. He replied, when a man makes a success of his life, the bar sinister lends him the added distinction of picturesqueness, and not only did the Knight of the Black Raven have the blood of real kings in his veins, but Sigismund united on the head the crowns of Imperial Germany, Hungary, and Bohemia. Sigismund had his faults, but he was the head of the Holy Roman Empire, and neither he nor his great son and greater grandson need descendants to keep the family name alive. I suppose the ball must open with the Czardash, said Renata hastily, and forbearing to glance at the crushed Zapolya. And I do not know how to dance it. Zrini found his opportunity. May I be permitted a suggestion, Highness? He asked. The Czardash has been ruined by society, is a miserable, degenerate thing. They sway and glide and languish. Have you ever seen the peasants dance it? They have preserved it in all its original simplicity, energy, and variety. If you could see them, and then dance it here in the palace as it should be danced, it is never vulgar, never boisterous, merely virile, full of the abandon of a happy and healthy people. But how can I see it? I learn any dance quickly, but I must see it. Tomorrow is a festa, said Zrini eagerly. The peasants will be dancing all day. If you would go far enough, you would see them in their native costumes. Impossible near Budapest. But if you would deign to go 5 hours on the train to a village in one of my estates— Deign? Whispered Alexandra. The Archduchess turned to her Obershofmeisterin with a very pretty show of deference. I should like it, she said, and I believe it is the right thing to do. I could go very simply dressed. They have not yet seen me. I should be under no restraint. What do you think, ma princesse? I shall have to go too, grumbled Sir Walter, and there must be no publicity about it. We must not get the reputation here in Budapest for eccentricities. Neither must we ever explain ourselves. How early can we leave here in the morning? At 5, said Zrini. And we can return late. The palace can be lighted up at 7 as usual. I like the idea of seeing the Czardash properly danced once more. So be it, then. Mind you are at the station before us, Gera, and that you exert all your talents in carrying out the programme. We shall dine with you, of course. Ah, said Alexandra. Alien, murmured Zrini. Renata for a moment said nothing. Then, with a sudden impulse for which she could give no reason then or later, she turned to Alexandra and said, Where is your brother? Have you heard from him? Not a word since I asked him to come here. He had probably started on his wanderings before my letter reached Berlin. He may be on the Russian steppes or over in Pest. The one is as likely as the other. End of chapter 9.
Section 32 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Allison. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 10. Fessenden drew his leg over his horse's neck and looked idly about him. The sun was directly overhead. He had forgotten his compass, and apparently he was lost in the very middle of the great plain of Hungary. But he had been lost many times before, and in far worse places than this green and smiling expanse, so flat and lying in an atmosphere of such clarity, he could well believe the gentle Magyar boast that with the naked eye a man could be distinguished from a beast at a distance of 15 miles. There appeared to be nothing whatever on the horizon, but an occasional small farm dotted the prairie, and here and there he saw a goose girl with her little flock, a shepherd in his native costume, a long white coat of spun wool with panels of black embroidered at the edges, a garment as immaculate as if just from the loom, and swung carelessly about the shoulders, the sleeves evidently designed for ornament alone. The little goose girls might have stood for a study in lonely childhood. As Fessenden turned his head, One was a solitary figure in the vast expanse behind him. But when he passed her, she had nodded brightly and seemed quite content with her lot. It was not his first visit to Hungary. He had voyaged on the Danube and the Theiss in his canoe, and had climbed Retchezat to the lake of Zenoga, making his way thence to Romania. He knew something of the language and much of the hospitality of the amiable peasant people, and could recall no other country in whose wilderness he would rather be lost. Moreover, the great plains of Hungary reminded him of the wild reaches of his own country. They were green and smiling, indescribably friendly and gentle of aspect, in spite of the barbarous hordes, the fierce battles that had ravaged them, the blood that had soaked their soil, and the American deserts, without history of consequence, scowled eternally at the sun that devoured them, and gave no hospitality to man. But both represented nature in one of her abrupt desires to emulate the plains of space. Both gave man a sense of personal freedom, of disseverance from the complications of life. And the great Alfold had long since suggested to the practical mind of Fessenden what could be done with the western deserts. In the last 5 years he had reclaimed the largest of them by means of a complicated system of irrigation and encouragement of immigration from the eastern states. One of his dreams was to make the United States fertile and productive from end to end, if only to relieve the congestion in the great centers and give the plain people of his country the happiness they constantly, with reason or without, demanded as their birthright. But he had sighed humorously more than once, as he reflected that to compass all his plans would require at least 2 more lifetimes than nature had placed at the disposal of any man. But he had accomplished a great deal, and he was only 31. 30 years more, and did his energies survive devastating tropical fevers, the rarely relaxing strain of organizing and guarding industries, investments, transit systems, the ever-trembling aggregations of capital called trusts, sound a money basis as his own were built upon, all the manifold ramifications of a fortune which, through the increased resources of the country during the past 10 years, through his own and his father's genius, and by the mere force of momentum, was now close upon $1 billion. Still far in the lead of all the other colossal fortunes which in the past decade had raised the United States to a position no less menacing to herself than to the rest of the world. Did not only his health, his life survive the strain, but his ambition, his hope, his faith in the worthwhile, then he might expect something like immortal fame. Most men would have said that he had fame and power enough to satisfy any man of his years. His accomplishment in South America alone had made his name a byword in 2 hemispheres. In company with his college friend, Jeremiah Keene, who promptly renounced the Northwest, he had gone to South America, intent upon fencing it off from European invasion and saving his country from what he believed must otherwise be an inevitable and humiliating war. Privately, he thought the Monroe Doctrine an obsolete absurdity, and heartily wished it never had been conceived. Like all of his countrymen who thought, he would infinitely have preferred the civilizing forces of Europe and South America to the tumultuous opera-bouffe republics of vicious hybrids, where no American could invest his money with a reasonable certainty of seeing the tail of it a year hence. But the Monroe Doctrine was as sacred to the American people as the Lord's Prayer. Therefore the only thing to do was to make it theirs in fact as well as in fancy, and such an accomplishment must be the work of one man, of a citizen of the United States, who possessed that hitherto unheard-of combination of boundless wealth and burning patriotism. The government would never give a serious thought to the matter until the fleets of Europe were in the Caribbean Sea. The 3 years in South America Fessenden looked back upon as the most picturesque and satisfying of his life. He had twice nearly died of fever, and he had been stabbed and shot, but life had been adventurous, exciting, never worth the moment's purchase. Above all, one long test of his gifts and resources, with victory in the end. Where immediate bribery had availed not with the suspicious villain in temporary power, he had tracked the biting rival to his lair, furnished him with the necessary outfit and promises, while Keene and other agents persuaded the ever-disaffected people that another revolution was due. With the impromptu gunboats and inexhaustible ammunition sent down by Mr. Abbott, the revolution was an invariable success, and the enthroned dictator, with all the vices of his kind, was still shrewd enough to comprehend that did he wish his reign to be permanent, he must be true to his benefactor and give him a free hand. As the state passed into Fessenden's control, he built a railroad close to the coast, and as he employed native labor as much as possible, and there was a rapid influx of American merchants, he was reverenced as the white god who had brought security and prosperity to a tormented country. With the more advanced states, it was a mere question of capital, particularly as the enterprise was a private one, and sure to bring an increase of civilization and wealth. The last tie had been laid 7 years ago, and South America girdled by a complete system of railways, with at least one train on each section running daily. Today the trains had increased 10%. Many thousands of discontented North Americans had immigrated. There were American schoolhouses, churches, villages, and towns in every state, and a new and enormously profitable investment had been found for American capital. 400,000 Negroes had immigrated, and, reverting easily to a state of amiable and naked barbarism, sinking to the bottom as naturally as the black mud of the Mississippi, worked in the fields for the white man and forgot the Constitution of the United States. Fessenden's praises had been sung until he might have become conceited and obnoxious, had it not been for the hostile press, which called him a robber baron, an unscrupulous bloodletter, and a future czar, and so preserved the balance. Then had come the long years at home, varied only by the yearly tramp in Europe and an occasional visit to South America, where Keene was his general representative and his boyhood chum, Jeff Hunter, his scout and secret agent. 2/3 of the control of affairs had gradually passed into his hands, but he had found time to carry out his father's more personal program, as well as his own. The great army of working men in his employ believed in him blindly, and withstood the pressure of trades unions. He had indeed raised the standard of wages throughout the United States, and had made so many bitter enemies that much of his best talent was consumed in circumventing the attempts of other great capitalists to ruin him. With the decent laboring man, he was more popular than any president of the United States could hope to be, and this class was not only grateful for his actual benefits and appreciated his sincerity, but believed that he had been especially created to pilot the United States through her difficulties as the great men of the early days of the Republic. His methods and his genius were different, but so were the times. With the professional politician of the laboring class, with that breed who made their bread and beer by agitating, he was deservedly unpopular, but he now had most of them in his pocket, and they gave him little trouble. He hoped to bring about a condition of living in the United States which would avert a death struggle between capital and labor. If this task were beyond him, then would he at least be in a position in some measure to control it. When the war broke out in Spain, it was a matter of deep mortification and disappointment to him that the great electrical and mechanical ideal he had conceived in his youth was so far from completion. It had, indeed, given him more trouble than all his other enterprises together. 3 accomplished electricians had met with violent deaths in the building on the prairie, and he had their discontented families on his hands. 2 reporters had been maimed for life while attempting to solve a mystery which annoyed the public, accustomed to the easy elucidations of the press, and others had lost their jobs for failure as signal if less painful. All these men were among Fessenden's bitterest and most enterprising foes. Again and again, when his keenest attention was demanded in New York, he had received an excited telegram, bidding him hasten to the spot and witness the final combination which was to effect the great result. And as invariably he had added to the sum of his disappointments. 5 years ago the buildings, in the course of a windstorm, had burned to the ground, and not only the difficult and expensive machinery had gone with them, but the personal effects of several hundred men. More than once Fessenden's faith had been shaken, and even with the vast resources at his disposal, he had hesitated before the increasing costliness of his coy ideal. But he dreaded the possibly demoralizing effect of his first failure. The position in which he could place the United States lured him on, and his father believed in the idea and encouraged him to persist. When the war threatened, Fessenden went out to his western settlement and worked in the laboratory and machine shops himself. At the last possible moment he hastened home and raised one of the most satisfactory regiments that went to Cuba. By this time he was a rigid disciplinarian, and his original genius for detail was fully developed. He also found his opportunity to distinguish himself and returned to New York better pleased with life than since he had left South America. And the old Fessenden? There was much of him left, for strong individualities with the eternal boy in them change less than psychologists would have us believe, however much they may develop. He was less enthusiastic about some of his old ideals. His patience was at the same time greater and less. He was even more practical than nature had made him, matter-of-fact and intolerant of shams, and somewhat hardened and cynical by his constant manipulation of fabulous wealth and the buying of men. Although money would never be his god, his life and times had taught him to respect, almost to reverence it as the mightiest force in the world of his day. He had, in his brief span, watched the crumbling of ancient aristocracies, the progressive ascendancy of the middle classes all over Europe, their reconstruction of power in their various states, their contributions to solidity and permanence, their slow absorption of the helpless classes above, and their increasing contempt for royal figureheads. In his own country he had witnessed an outburst of wealth that in volume and results had never occurred before in the history of the world. He saw the financial center of gravity swinging steadily from London to New York, the enormous aggregations of capital, combined with the unlimited production of the United States, controlling the markets of the world. Money had raised the United States from a negligible quantity, often mentioned with disrespect, into a menace which was winning for her the precarious tributes of hatred and abuse, more especially since she had let it be seen that she estimated affectionate overtures at their just value. Therefore was her most characteristic product filled with a quiet and gentle arrogance, sadly if contemptuously confident of the illimitable powers of wealth, and owning to a sincere respect for but one man in Europe. With that man, in spite of a deep mutual friendship, he played many a game of chess, and once in a while he was beaten. He no longer regarded the severe and oftentimes thunderous visage of William of Germany with envy, for time and work, fever and bitter anxieties had robbed his own face of all its freshness and most of its youth. His long body had lost its lankness, and was closely knit, properly covered, and very erect and imposing, but his face was thin, sallow, lined, and his finely cut features had acquired the sharpness peculiar to the American of intellect who gives his life to practical affairs. The sort that has the mere million-making kink is always as fat of face as of wit, but his smile was still quick and delightful, and his eyes, if sharper, were as bright and dark, sometimes as happy and eager as ever. He had acquired the trick of throwing back his head, lowering his upper lid, and darting a look over a cheekbone, which was merely impish, or peculiarly disconcerting, according to his mood. As regards to the rest of his personal appearance on this October morning in Hungary, he wore a sweater, the oldest pair of trousers in his wardrobe, and a straw hat with the brim turned down, by which it will be seen there was a good deal of the old Fessenden left. Indeed, there was a great deal, and as he rode straight towards the Gala village on Count Zrini's estate, he was in a very susceptible, not to say sentimental frame of mind, which was usually the case when he was alone in Europe. The fountain of romance in the depths of him still bubbled. He had worked it deeply in the way of adventure and the realizing of patriotic ideals, superficially when he met an attractive woman. But life had pressed him too hard for love. Moreover, he was easily disillusioned, and this particular ideal increased in stature and seemed ever more impossible of attainment. He stood on a lonely height himself, and he wanted a woman who stood on one as lonely. End of chapter 10.
Section 33 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 11 of Part 2. Fessenden stood for a few moments at the window before entering. Although he had danced the Czardash many times and was arrayed as one of the elect, the deserted street of the village and the muffled strains of a gypsy band had informed him as he approached that it was a day of dancing and feasting, and he had dispatched a casual boy to summon the tallest young man of the village. From the genial peasant he had borrowed a native costume, and without the aid of gold, for he carried a love potion in his indifferent command of the Magyarg tongue. Another New Yorker might have been daunted by the white-divided skirt, which looked like anything but trousers, and the white blouse hanging free above it, but not Fessenden. He would indeed have preferred the Sunday best which the man had offered him to his own undoing, but had generously refused it. The men all looked very fine in their gay cloth or leathern jackets, embroidered, inlaid, their bright sashes, loose shirts and flapping trousers, embroidered with worsted or silk. But the women, after decorating their lords and brothers, would appear to have had no time left to enhance their own charms, for they wore common cotton frocks and had made no attempt at adornment beyond a ribbon or string of glass beads. The room in which they danced evidently belonged to the rich man of the village. It was of fair size for a peasant's house, and its prints of saints and Mary were draped with embroidered towels. The older folk sat against the wall, and some 60 young people danced in what at first sight looked to be a solid mass. The Czardash was near its finish, and the couples were executing the vigorous and intricate figures, even separating for a second and flying together again, without the collision of an elbow or the twitch of a facial muscle. Suddenly, Fessenden swore in 3 languages and clutched the arm of his host. "Who is that girl?" he demanded. "I do not know her name. The Count came 2 hours ago with 2 Austrian peasants," he said, "but we doubt who wished to learn the Czardash. We know nothing further except that they speak Hungarian well and are virgins, for they wear their braids hanging. But we are curious, for that one you admire is very pretty and lively, and the other is as beautiful and queen-like as a Romanian peasant. Observe her, my friend." The music had ceased, and the crowd was melting towards the open. A girl worthy to be compared to a Romanian stood almost in the middle of the room, talking with pleasing humility to a young man who, even in his peasant's costume, was plainly the lord of the village. She wore a common blue cotton gown a size too small for her, and a kerchief pinned so tightly about her head that only half an inch of her hair brushed flatly backward was visible. But the figure was magnificent. The hands were small, pointed, white, the skin of face and throat had never been exposed to a peasant sun, and the visible hair was red. The girl suddenly raised her eyes, and Fessenden screwed up his own and left the window. So he had seen the Archduchess, was about to meet her at last. The fountain burst its bonds and flew to his head. His deep, almost passionate love of adventure shook him slightly from head to foot. The color came into his face and his nostrils quivered. If he could only corner his sister and warn her before she betrayed him by a feminine scream. She was standing just within the door, arranging the ribbon at the end of her long plait of hair, which, like many another, had been disordered by the energy of the dance, and the hanging tresses brought forward for reconstruction by herself and several other maidens may possibly have fetched a sigh from the lips too soon surrendered. Fessenden entered and placed his back between her face and Renata. "Now, don't even raise your eyes," he said rapidly. "I want to be unknown here. I want you to introduce me to her and not tell her who I am." Fessenden had underestimated his sister's accomplishments. "I won't do anything of the sort," she replied, smoothing her kerchief with steady fingers. "It is just one thing I should never dare to do. The responsibility shall be entirely your own." "Very well. I can manage it if you do not betray me. What on earth does this mean anyhow? Are you and she here alone? I don't see the ghost of a chaperone." Our first idea was merely to look on, but we had no sooner arrived at Count Zerini's castle this morning than Saralta was attacked by the gout, or pretended she was. She is an angel, and ordered us to our rooms. We made Zerini borrow clothes from 2 of his servants, and here we are. I've never had so much fun in my life, neither has Renata. She looked over him. "You are not a bad imitation," she admitted. "So many of them are fair, and luckily they all wear their hats. Pull your brim a little lower. Your eyes are hopelessly American. Of course you'll fall in love with her. I've seen it coming for years, but don't propose on the spot and spoil all our fun." "What do you take me for?" And Fessenden left her to an admiring peasant and sought his host. "That girl is very pretty," he said discontentedly, "but I can't dance with a girl so much shorter than myself. I am always swinging her off her feet. Will you introduce me to the other Austrian, or Romanian, did you say? What is your name, my friend?" "Arpad Hundai will do as well as any other." The peasant embraced him on both cheeks. "A great name," he said solemnly. "All I have is yours." A moment later, Fessenden was standing before the Archduchess, while Zerini's willing eyes were diverted by Alexandra. "You will dance this with me?" he asked in Magyar, his eyes bashfully lowered. "You are not a Hungarian," she exclaimed. "Alas, that your first word should be so cruel. It is true that I speak the German tongue better. I have been much away, but my children shall speak only Hungarian." "It is to be hoped so." "You will dance with me?" "I do not know. I am tired." One is never too tired for the Czardas. It would raise a Hungarian from the grave. This was uttered with simple fervor. He felt her powerful gaze and dared not raise his eyes, but the majestic beauty of her figure was in the direct line of his vision, and involuntarily he lifted his hands to tuck in his shirt, but bethought himself in time. "I don't know," repeated the Archduchess coldly. "I am tired, and I do not happen to be a Hungarian." "A Romanian? We have all said it. You are so beautiful." "No." The leader of the gypsy band struck his cymbal. His brothers drew the first long wail from the fiddles. The crowd thronged in. Fessenden raised his hands and placed them firmly about the slender waist of the Archduchess. "Put your hands on my shoulders," he said. "I shall not let you go." She drew herself up rigidly for a moment, then obeyed him. "I know who you are," she said. "So much the better," replied Fessenden. "This is a great moment in the history of Hungary," said Zerini solemnly. "It is," said Alexandra. "A daughter of the Emperor of Austria and a Hungarian peasant? What a symbol! It is full of portent. If you only knew how much." "Ah, you dream of a universal democracy, I suppose. I fear I dream only of the independence of Hungary, with William as enlightened overlord, and the humiliation of Austria. I can't talk politics and dance the Czardas." Fessenden summoned to his eyes a far and impassive stare. Renata pointed her lashes to her cheeks. They were the tallest couple in the room, and those who sat had much to say and comment. There were little to criticize, for their natural grace and beauty of form diverted the eye from their few mistakes. and in truth those whose blood is quick must learn the Chardash easily. For a time the music is a wail of almost hopeless longing, and the feet and body move hesitatingly, monotonously, the man and woman at arm's length. Gradually it grows sweeter, more inspiring, and the feet move faster. Life seems to awaken. The music swells, and the man takes the girl's left hand and raises it high. Then, as it becomes triumphant and peremptory, he swings her faster and faster, executes wild and rapid figures, stamps his feet, snaps his fingers in the air, increases his speed to that of the whirlwind, flings his partner from him and catches her again, to whirl and whirl and whirl, in a circle scarcely larger than his feet, and all without a moment of forgetfulness, a rude embrace, a change of expression. It is a story of elementary passion before man was created to express it, Renata had said to Alexandra before they had ventured to take part. And certainly the Hungarian peasant, intelligent and gay, but polite and dignified to his morrow, is worthy of a place beside the impersonal artists of any civilization. Nevertheless, the Chardash is so intoxicating that no one can dance it perfunctorily, no matter how self-conscious at starting, and there was nothing here to distract the attention of the most fastidious. The air was pure, for the windows were open, and the Hungarian peasant is clean. No matter what the pressure of the speed, not a foot was trodden, not a temper shaken. Fessenden had danced half the native dances of the world, sometimes in hours of greater abandon than this, and Renata had a natural love of the dance and indulged it whenever possible. As she had recognized and intuitively obeyed her friend's brother, she realized in a flash that for 16 years he had occupied a silent but permanent place in a shadowy realm that was hers alone. He had been Alexandra's favorite theme from childhood, and Renata's interest had never flagged. His sister was as truthful as most women, but in her extreme youth she had possessed a violent imagination, and her unknown brother, dwelling in the wilderness, had inspired it to deeds which had caused the little archduchess to sit open-mouthed for hours as she drank in his blood-curdling and heroic adventures with Indian tribes, robber bands, pirates, and wild beasts of every variety whose pictures were to be found in Alexandra's natural history. He had seemed to her the most splendid and picturesque of living creatures, and although the reduction of Alexandra's allowance for a year to the wages of a footman by her perturbed father had cured her of the habit of exaggeration, she still could tell a pretty tale, and there had been much to recount during Fessenden's sojourn in South America, and after that the world, beyond palace walls, held of romance, of freedom, of the grand free play of personality. As she grew older, she forbade her fancy to lead him into the backwaters of sentiment, that being a part of the necessary discipline of self, but there had been times when the effort had exhausted her. Two thoughts had flashed through her mind as she realized that she stood face to face with him at last. The one came from depths she did not pause to analyze. If I had suddenly heard that he was dead, instead of meeting him like this, I should have been appalled by a sense of personal loss. The other thought flew straight from superstition and made her for the moment the sister of the peasant woman about her. This colored frock, I might have known it would bring me bad luck. In a moment she had angrily dismissed both suggestions, but she endeavored to nurse a general resentment. She had been taken abominable advantage of. He had known who she was and dared to treat her like any ordinary girl masquerading. That royalty, or aristocracy, for that matter, moves on unself-conscious heights is one of the fictions of fiction. The aristocracies of Europe may not, in the manner of the American, carry their ancestors like a bunch of chips on their shoulder, but like royalty they are simple and unaffected, only so long as they are not expected to be humble and are not approached by the wrong sort of people. The intense dramatic moments of William of Germany might alone convince the unthinking of royalty's sense of its own value. Renata was not dramatic, or at all events had ever wanted opportunity, but had she inherited the simplicity of her mother, which assuredly she had not, she would have found it a difficult task to forget that she was the daughter of an emperor. But she had experienced no such inclination. She might sigh for liberty, and in erratic moments wish she had been born an American, but to her composition had gone the haughtiest particles of Europe. She was not only the last born of an ancient line of kings who had exercised despotic rule over vast possessions, but who had built about themselves a triple golden wall of ceremony. No court had ever been so uncomplacent, no royal favor so difficult to gain. Today no house in Europe was so tenacious of its ancient formalities. Every act of Renata's life to which the least importance could be attached had been the combined result of her active consciousness that she was the daughter of the Emperor of Austria and of instinctive ancestral tribute. Therefore did the Archduchess Renata Theresa feel that her sacred self had been trifled with, and was filled with wrath against her friend and her friend's brother. but it is both difficult and anomalous to nurse the severer passions while moving one's body and feet to the cry of the Chardash for the fulfillment of human happiness. A mist rose, too, and diffused itself through the historic tears of Renata's brain, and created an illusion. The music of the Chardash, older than the House of Hapsburg, as old perhaps as that mysterious gypsy people who brought it to Hungary, was the song of the wind among peaks, about a wild and lovely valley high in the eastern Alps. She was primeval woman dancing with primeval man. A silver hammer rang on the distant rocks. The wind drew its bow on the young branches of the trees. All the new world moved in measure about her, groping towards its birthright. The vague, melancholy promise of nature grew ever more distinct in its utterance. It swelled in fuller volume from the heights and passes. The man felt it and swung her with swifter assurance, clasped her surrendered waist more firmly than in the wild and breathless whirl, where the male, inspired by the reckless adoration of the music, expresses the insolent triumph of his manhood, and the woman alone hears the persistent note of sadness, the warning of the unfulfillment of mortal desire. The heroine of this tale was the creature of another will. In that dizzying circle she followed his every motion, the peremptory guiding of his hand, with neither thought nor desire of resistance. And when he flung her scornfully from her, she leaped back to his embrace as automatically as the meanest peasant in the room. At the end she was conscious of nothing but that the mountain tops were flying about her in a furious attempt to meet and crash together. The shouting of the men, the abrupt loud stamping of their feet as the musicians played like madmen, came to her confused senses as the forces of the earth bursting their bonds. And when the illusion abruptly finished and she found herself on the veranda, she leaned heavily against the wall and sought for nothing but her breath. Fessenden mopped his streaming face. "By Jove," he remarked, "that was warm work. But it's a great dance, and you were simply magnificent. When I get my breath, I'll tell you how grateful I am." Renata lifted her head and assumed an expression of frigid severity which shone oddly from a face that was wet and red from hair to throat. "Would you like to walk up and down the road for a change?" asked Fessenden. "No," exclaimed Renata, still short of breath, "I should not." "You are not ready for another?" "No, I am not ready for another." She spoke with an asperity quite unnatural in a princess who never forgot to be gracious, lest she wound that amour propre of those at her mercy. The tumult within her had soured and fermented into a sudden hatred of the colossal wealth, the constant exercise of a power greater than her father's, and the habit of republican independence, which enabled this man to stand before her as unconcernedly as if she were a girl of his own class. Her wrath might be unreasonable, but she was in no mood to admit it, and she was divided between a desire to relieve her tension with tears and for power to humiliate the man. Fessenden, who was too hot and thirsty to be sentimental, much less conscious of outraged royalty that he had been swinging in the Chardash, glanced about longingly. "I think there must be wine in that shed," he said. "Where there is a crowd after the Chardash there usually is wine, and doubtless the Count has set up a barrel of his own. If you will wait here, I'll fetch you some." As he walked away, his white blouse and skirts flapping in the breeze, Renata sank upon a bench. For the first time in her life she was nonplussed, at a loss what to do. Her long experience with Alexandra did not help her in the least. Not only had she always regarded the American girl as sui generis, but it had been her royal pleasure that she should be so. She suddenly became aware that her friend was standing before her. "Of course you are angry," said Miss Abbott contritely, "and I must confess at once that I knew he was here and might have warned you. But Fessenden is Fessenden, and I knew that he would do what he wanted in spite of me or anyone else. Would you rather go at once?" The Archduchess rose with alacrity. "Yes," she said, "let us go as quickly as possible." End of section 33.
Section 34 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Part 2, Chapter 12. Fessenden sat over his coffee on the terrace of his hotel in Pest and stared up at Buda with little appreciation of its evening beauty. The sunset glow still lingered, pushing forward the dark masses of the Schwanenberg, where brilliant points of light were appearing among the dim outlines of the villas. On the long ridge above the Danube, and the abrupt irregular heights beyond, lights were darting forth rapidly, and one wing of the palace was illuminated. The irregular groups and single dots of fire gave the fissures and cliffs the ruins of the citadel, on its isolated height far to the left, and the beautiful outline of the palace, a dark and savage grandeur. On the rough side of the cliff, far below the citadel, was a mass of lights, like a meteor fallen upon a void. So dark were the woods and rocks about the little kiosk where men and women drank their iced coffee to the music of the gypsies. Along the ridge on the right of the palace were the melting outlines of public buildings, of ancient churches, the arches of the chapel above the dust of Shikol Gulbaba, which alone commemorates the century and a half of Turkish occupation, and the modern structures which cover the baths the Romans built 2,000 years ago. Down on the riverbank, in the shadow of the precipitous gardens of the palace, the cafes were brilliantly alight, and the music of cymbal and fiddle floated over to Pest and mingled with the strains of the gypsy band in the hotel behind Fessenden. On the long line of terrace before the hotels of Pest, hundreds sat at little tables smoking and drinking their coffee. On the wide promenade in front, many more sauntered, the women gaily and fashionably dressed, many of them beautiful, animated, bewitching, no doubt, to the fine-looking men who accompanied them. Fessenden had a fervent admiration for the women of Hungary, and he had sat at the same table during former visits and observed them with pleasure. But tonight his eyes rarely wandered from the balcony at the southeast extremity of the palace, where several figures were discernible, and the regular rising, lingering, disappearing of what might have been the travail of a miniature volcano. The volcano, doubtless, was the Princess Soralta of Windesgratz, for the figures had moved from time to time, and there appeared to be no man among them. Once the tallest of the group had entered the room at the corner and stood for a moment against the light. Fessenden, his heart beating faster, had fancied he'd recognized the Archduchess, and had half risen in angry determination to cross the river and storm the hill, but had thrown himself back in his chair and ordered another glass of iced coffee. Nevertheless, his anger did not cool, nor his determination weaken. It was now 3 days since he and Renata had surrendered themselves to the wild exhilaration of the Chartish, and he had not even received permission to call on his sister in the palace. Alexandra had written him that the Archduchess was doubtless very angry, as she had ignored the day in the village as completely as if her memory had failed her, and everyone was in doubt as to the manner in which they were to dance the Chartish at the ball. "But the ball will take place," Miss Abbott had added, "and if you will possess your soul in patience and remain here, I shall make a very especial point of your coming." She can hardly refuse. Indeed, she would know that if she did, it would be the end of our friendship. I refuse to look ahead in this matter. I have always known that something would happen when you met. It is all on the knees of the gods. The 20th century is not the 18th, nor yet the 19th. For my part, I want to see history make itself, and the past, I hold, is merely designed by the inexorable law of progress as a background for the present. There will be an American queen in Europe yet. I am glad I'm young, and I love you both. She had asked Zrinyi and Prince Ilhazi to call upon him, and he had pressed a tailor into hasty service and dined with them at the Park Club on successive evenings. He knew that he must meet the Archduchess before long, for these nobles had designed entertainments in her honor, nor was it likely that she would refuse his sister's request. But he was not possessing his soul in patience. He was used to personal activity in the leveling of obstacles. Moreover, the resentment of the Archduchess seemed to him the most erratic manifestation of feminine perversity to which a man had ever been subjected. If she chose to dress herself as a peasant and dance with peasants, what right had she to vent her anger upon him for dancing with her as respectfully as the most courteous among them? He had chosen to ignore her state, and no course could have been more consistent. He would not apologize, for he had done nothing culpable. He was as entitled to incognito as herself. To vent her wrath on him for a situation of her own making was a caprice so far unworthy of her character, as he understood it, that he was inclined to believe there was a misapprehension of which he knew nothing. By which it will be seen that there are many things Fessenden knew better than woman. Whether he was in love with the Archduchess of Austria or not, he was at no pains to discover. But his instincts for adventure was now on edge. The youth in him was rampant. New York was non-existent, His weeks of rest in Europe, passed almost entirely in solitude and sunshine, had made his pulses full and quick. He was ready for anything, and his will had never set itself more squarely. Here were all the high elements of romance at last. Moreover, when he awakened in the night and heard the distant wail or rush of the Chartish, he trembled and experienced a sensation of being stabbed by something that was both sharp and sweet. The attitude of the Archduchess, the insurmountable barrier she had raised, but whetted his determination to know her. With all his contempt for monarchy, he was still too wise in its ways to make the mistake of republican approach. He was unconventional, but he was also a man of the world. While he would not hesitate to insist upon talking with any sovereign as man to man, with no more formality than he would yield to the President of the United States, he knew that to walk up to the palace door and demand admittance, even to his sister's apartments, would be merely to make an ass of himself. Moreover, he had long since learned that one of the secrets of man's victory over life is never to court certain failure. The morning before, he had crossed over to Buda and walked all round the palace. The great gates of the Danube looked impervious to battering rams. On the farther side of the courtyard, the central portion of the palace, which was of asymmetrical height in front, was built straight down to the street behind, in no less than 18 tiers of rooms. There were guards everywhere, and it looked as impregnable as a fortress. The gardens surrounded the front and south of the palace. At the north end were more guards, and just without the great courtyard, easy of access at its northern extremity, its southern gates closed upon the private gardens, was the guardhouse. Connecting the vast front of the palace with a mass at the rear of the courtyard were galleries and many rooms. The private apartments of the royal family did not look upon the court, but were in the extension beyond it, above the sacred portion of the grounds, to which the public was never admitted. No princess had ever been more securely entrenched. The wild idea of disguising himself as a working man and obtaining entrance to the portion of the palace as yet unfinished within had invaded Fessenden's brain and been dismissed. In that huge labyrinth, a man would be lost and found many times before he was escorted to the guardhouse. Fessenden, who liked a good story, had read the romances of the day which dealt with the imaginary modern princess of the imaginary modern kingdom, thrilling scenes of rescue, hair-breadth escapes, revolutions. They had been in his mind as he whimsically examined the palace, but they were no guide for him, even had he been of a less practical turn of mind. Were there a revolution in Budapest, none would be safer than the Archduchess. There would be no hair-breadth rescue from that palace, unless, indeed, of himself. There was no moat, no drawbridge. The walls were ever visible to more than guards. He would meet her at balls, at dinners. A word alone with her in the garden, or a corner of the balcony, would seem to be all that he might anticipate. Nevertheless, the situation was romantic enough to keep him in Budapest. Nor, he suspected, was Renata a woman who needed romantic accessories. She would doubtless have interested him similarly in his father's house in New York. She was evidently a creature of many sides, an infinite number of ingredients mixed into not altogether a harmonious whole. As Fessenden caught himself sentimentally wondering if she were the isolated being of whom he had dreamed, and who, like himself, lacked completeness, he remembered that he had promised Zrini a game of Csendes, the Hungarian poker, at 10 o'clock. But as he strolled up to the Nemzeti Casino, he vowed anew that he would know the daughter of the Emperor of Austria and King of Hungary if he had to run a gamut of all of the conventions. End of Section 2, Chapter 12. Read by Deborah Castle, Tacoma, Washington, May 10th, 2023.
Section 35 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 13, Part 2. It was on the following morning that the Archduchess remarked to Miss Abbott. They were walking on the third terrace and paused under the shade of a heavy tree. I have decided that the bodice of my costume shall be of blue velvet instead of black, and the train. Alexandra being too dumbfounded to reply, Renata continued, I have concluded that superstitions are unworthy of anyone who claims to live by the light of his reason. Therefore, I have made up my mind deliberately to violate all that may still linger like weeds in my mind. Blue is very becoming to you. I think more so than any other color except perhaps green. I have also ordered several green gowns. I shall not interfere with your pinks and yellows. That is kind, my dear, for you certainly would extinguish me. I see your new role is to lack nothing in thoroughness. Have you made up your mind how the Chardash is to be danced? As it should be danced. Why not? All the manifestations are on the part of the men. The women do little but keep time. The moment was favorable, the ice of Renata's 3 days' reserve being broken, but Alexandra hesitated to introduce the subject of Fessenden. When Renata chose to be unfathomable, there was an aloofness about her which suggested that her soul was surrounded by the watchful ghosts of all her ancestors. She had never looked more aloof than today, despite the apparent frivolity of her conversation. She was standing very straight, apparently absorbed in contemplation of the roofs of Pest, glittering in fragments through the leaves of Buddha. In the deep shade of the tree her face looked like marble, her hair like metal. There had been no coolness between the girls since the day of the festa. They had been much together and talked on any other subject, but it had been evident to Alexandra that a part of the Archduchess's mind had been bent introspectively, and she had retired to her bedroom earlier and left it later than was her habit. How Fessenden had impressed her, what tortuous train of thought she had been following, Alexandra felt it would be folly to guess, for she knew there were depths and ways in that mind no friend would ever enter. But it was her policy never to manifest surprise, except at some lighter erraticism, and she did not lift an eyebrow when Renata turned to her and said sweetly, "Do you think your brother would dine with us tonight? We were to have been 40, but Sarolta tells me that Count Abris Talecki is ill." "I am sure Fessenden would be delighted." "Will you write, or shall Sarolta send him a formal invitation?" "I will write. Perhaps I had better go at once." "I will wait for you here." How did she know he is in Pest? Wondered Miss Abbott as she ran up the stairs in the terrace wall. And what is she up to? When she returned, Renata was sitting on the rustic bench staring at the ground. Alexandra sat down beside her. "What do you think of Count Zerini's invitation to visit his castle in the Transylvanian Alps?" she asked. "I should like to go. Retizat was the scene of Rudolf's first visit to Transylvania. He was the guest of Count Samuel Talecki, who took him to Boldugfalba, the castle of Baron Candefi. It is not far from Zerini's castle, and they went into camp on Lake Zanoga. That was one of the most delightful experiences of Rudolf's life. He hunted the bear all over those frozen peaks, high above any vegetation except the alpine roses. He used to thrill me with his descriptions of those terrible, rugged mountains, the breathless wait for the bear, sometimes terrified, as often stolidly unsuspecting, and then the wild dance of the Wallach and Romanian beaters round the campfire at night to the music of their flutes. Rudolf and all the others of the party sat huddled under a rock, muffled in furs, smoking the long Hungarian pipe. But the wild men of the mountains were warm enough, for they danced like fiends, and the effect of the wild gyrations almost in the very midst of the leaping flames, the great teeth of the rocks cutting the sky on every side, the gathering storm shrieking into the sweet wild music of the flutes, the infernal cries of the excited creatures. I remember Rudolf swept all the things off my most precious table in his animation the first time he told me the story. Those were his happiest days, his hunting expeditions to Transylvania for bear and other game, and he loved to talk to me about them, for no one else cared to listen, at home at least. Even when I was a child, he often came and spent an hour with me, partly out of pity for my loneliness, partly because I was so much like himself in many ways, and in despair that I could not join in all his sports. He promised me the last time he returned from Transylvania that the next year I should go with him to Gorgedny, the crown property where he always went after that first visit. The occasion upon which he won his oak as a Transylvanian bear hunter was almost as exciting in another way. When he had killed his first bear, the beaters tied its legs together and, raising it on crossed poles, carried it through the forest to the stretchers, followed by all the Romanians in their strange costumes, shouting, "Set Traiasca! Set Traiasca!" The guests surrounding Rudolf responded with "Elines," almost as wild, and Count Talecki dipped an oak twig in the bear's blood and presented it to Rudolf, who stuck it in his cap. When he returned to the castle in the evening, all the delighted and shouting people knew by that sign that their prince had taken his position among the great bear hunters of Transylvania. Renata had been speaking rapidly and excitedly. As she finished, she sprang to her feet. The blood was in her cheeks, and her eyes were flashing with a curious, angry animation. "Do you think any man could ever come between me and the memory of my brother?" she demanded passionately. "Between my duty to his memory, to his unfinished work? Do you think that I could ever admire, love, respect any man one half so well? What of his weaknesses? He had the greatest of natures. He knew that he had the fate of Europe in his hands, and he would have made the soberest of rulers. Do you think that any woman was ever so fortified as I against the common weakness of women? Rudolf, Austria." She turned abruptly and walked down the dim path under the wall. Alexandra caught her breath. She felt curiously uncomfortable, as a sensitive American girl, unskilled in feeling, always does at the sudden revelation of passion in another woman. Calmly to analyze the passions of the world and stare ironically at the complications of life through a lorgnette was all in the mental process of a girl brought up with the peculiar advantages of Alexandra and possessing her uncommon acuteness. But direct contact vaguely offended the cool purity of her lighter nature. She also experienced a sensation of terror which vibrated oddly among her calm and calculating particles. Should she write and tell Fessenden to go at once? Or might it not be merely Renata's imagination that had taken fire? Impossible that she could love a man with whom she had not exchanged 10 words, who to his sister's critical eye had looked like anything but a god with his shirt hanging over his skirts, and sweating like any crimson peasant in the room. She had sent Zerini out immediately to wash his face. No, she decided after a few moments of hard, maidenly thinking. It was merely the romantic streak in that abundant dreaming nature that had claimed dominion for the moment. Aggravated, no doubt, by much retrospection and idealizing sense, the occasion and Fessenden, to Alexandra's mind, stood in need of at least 3 days' perspective and created glamour. But should she send away Fessenden and leave Renata at peace with her dead and her duties? She hardly had realized what she expected to result upon the meeting of these two. A vague and picturesque drama, mixed with much history, with a final prophetic vision of the two in New York, had whirled through her head. Passion, suffering, tragedy, she had given them no thought, well as she knew Renata's capacity for all. Her friend had been the heroine of many romances woven by her energetic brain, but the romances had been creations of an exalted and poetic nature, like unto what she assumed the gods and goddesses had compassed. And Fessenden, how would he fall in love? He usually teased her and joked with her, but his serious side and his achievement had no more fervent admirer. He had never told her an anecdote in which a woman figured sentimentally. To what degree women had the power to move him she found herself unable to imagine. He certainly was adventurous, born to make and to change history. Therefore had she coupled him with Renata in some great drama of the future. But in looks and deportment he was as little romantic as any other American. She calculated rapidly that he had upset most of her theories about him at least once a year since she had known him, and recalled that she had frequently wondered how well she ever should know him. She half rose. Should she send him away? She sank back with a laugh. That was beyond the power of anything short of law or violence. She recalled the angry and determined letter she had received the day before. He will come, she thought. They will meet and talk. Well, it is all on the knees of the gods. Renata returned and sat beside her. "You were talking about visiting your count," she said. "I am sure you want to go, and it will give me the opportunity to make the progress I intended through some of the villages. But it will have to be a little later. I must start the ball here first, make as deep an impression as possible before leaving Budapest even for a week. Why do you not ask your brother to take tea with you today? I shall be engaged this afternoon, but you will enjoy having him to yourself. Forgive me that I did not think of it before, but my mind has been so full of other things. The best plan of campaign with the members of the left for one, and tell him of all our plans and schemes. I should be glad of the advice of one so accustomed to the management of men." End of section 35.
Section 36 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 36. The Princess Sarolta, apparently absorbed in the achievements of the chef of Kirali Palota, and the lively conversation about her, observed her imperial charge and pondered. It was the first time that Renata had played the part of independent hostess beyond the limits of a small court and the few privileged friends, and the princess was not surprised at a sudden blossoming into a graceful, almost informal hostess, with a word of personal meaning for each of her guests as she greeted them, and an animation at table which a keen sense of liberty and a desire for popularity had finally set free. But what puzzled and faintly alarmed the valiant but suspicious soul of the Oberthof Mysterian was her exceeding graciousness to the brother of her American friend. The Archduchess had lifted her chin coquettishly as he bowed formally before her, and then offered him her hand with a spontaneous warmth as she made known her wholly feminine and unroyal pleasure in meeting the brother of her dearest friend. To the handshake and the remarks the princess had no particular objection, but there was fitness in both. But why the blush and the coquetry? Why the curiously puzzled expression of Mr. Abbot, followed by a flash of relief and pleasure? Why the constant change of expression as she turned from Prince Ilhazy, who sat on her right, to the American who sat on her left? The princess was abnormally acute in the ways of her sex, and with age she added to the sum of a knowledge born of much experience, while forgetting nothing. It was towards the middle of the dinner that her alarm faded, and she remarked to herself, "She's up to some game or other. She's playing a part. But what an actress! Who would have suspected? But no. Has she not always been playing the parts demanded of her rank? This is merely one of her own choosing. But what does it mean? I must find out before I sleep tonight." Renata, to those who knew her well, had never looked so beautiful. She wore white, for a coloured wardrobe had not yet come, but the low bodice of her gown had been trimmed with blue velvet flowers, and there were sapphires on her neck instead of the usual pearls. Her brilliant coppery hair was arranged with so many little sparkling combs that it looked as if enmeshed in a diamond net, and almost in front was a sapphire lily. She had adjusted her new manner to perfection. While losing nothing of the dignity of the princess, she was a girl delighting in the levity of the hour, a human being conscious to the quick of unrestricted intercourse with lively and intelligent minds. She joined at the general conversation as far as possible, pleasing and astonishing her guest with her intimate knowledge of Hungarian affairs and the crisis of the moment. There is always a crisis in Hungary. Her subtly expressed sympathy and her constant intimate references to the mother and brother who had been so beloved by this ardent and appreciative people. Her evident devotion to the memory of her brother who would have ensured her popularity had she reminded them less of him, been less attractive in herself. Those within her range had no sense whatever of being entertained by royalty, forgot the awful dinners they had sat through with their king, were at exactly the same informal ease as when dining with each other. And yet, so deathless is the reverence of the monarchical born for majesty and all begotten of majesty, so insidious the flattery of those whose souls are steeped in purple, that even these most independent of all monarchists unconsciously swelled with the full enthusiasm for the beautiful and gracious hostess, inasmuch as she commanded homage by divine right. During the early part of the dinner, Renata was conscious only of the buoyant atmosphere, the gay content of her guests, their versatility of mind, their very evident admiration of herself, the smiling approval of the beautiful women in the pink flood of the palm and flower-filled gallery where the table was spread. It was her first taste of power, and it was not only sweet but inspiring. Her own enthusiasm waxed high. She felt expansive, democratic. Her ardent nature struggled with its bonds. She felt a momentary impulse to tell them that she was happy for the first time in her life, and felt as keenly as the common bond of human nature. She hardly knew when she began to feel the subtle difference between the American's homage and that of the great Hungarian magnates. For some time, her words with him were desultory, so much of her attention was demanded elsewhere. But as the conversation at the long table coupled and the beautiful Romanian, wife of Count Abris Teleki, who sat on the other side of Prince Ilhazy, absorbed more and more of his attention, she found her own consecutively claimed by Fessenden Abbot. She had been content with the apparent impression her coquetry and graciousness had made on the American, reflecting with arrogance that there is nothing so dense as the vanity of man. It was not long before she was made aware that Fessenden, if admiring, was not prostrate, that sensible as he might be to her flattery, his head was still cool. But it was not until they talked without interruption that she experienced for the first time in her life the sensation of being a mere woman talking to a mere man, and realized in a flash that she had spent the early part of the evening in a fool's paradise. Given to self-analysis, she wondered at its fascination, for Fessenden's attitude after the Chardash had been intensely irritating, but every nerve in her had been on edge during that extraordinary dance. However he had comported himself at its finish would doubtless have served as a pretext for opening a safety valve among the sensations that were oppressing her. Tonight she was filled with goodwill to all the world. She had already sighed for democracy, and while she sighed again at the death of an illusion, it was doubtless consistent to accept pleasurably a momentary sensation of true equality. That this famous American, who was beginning to appall the world with his resorts, was dazzled by her beauty and captivated by her charm, was apparent to whomsoever chose to observe, but it was a surrender of a man to his goddess. His eyes were level, not upcast in the homage of courtier to princess. His masculine vanity was flattered, no doubt, but by the woman, not by the daughter of the Emperor of Austria. For a time the conversation was impersonal enough. "I hope you will come to my ball," the Archduchess had said, and then added with a laugh, "That ball, how often its plans have been changed. The Princess Sarolta thought that it should be given to the aristocracy alone, but I have finally decided that all the members of Parliament shall be invited, and all who have distinguished themselves in art and letters. I am not very patient. I do not like doing things by degrees. You saw Alexandra this afternoon? I told her to take you into her confidence. It's a very great scheme, and I am entirely at your disposal. But what do you intend, in this instance, to do about the wives of your untitled members, and the wives of your other distinguished guests who do not come to court as a matter of course?" "Oh, the women cannot come. They do not expect it. They would be valuable allies. It's quite impossible. The women of the aristocracy would rebel, would stay away from court, no doubt. I wonder. Court life in Hungary is very rare. Surely you are powerful enough to set your own fashions?" But Renata looked determined and unmoved. "I should lose much and gain nothing, and besides I do not wish it. An empire is an empire, not a republic. If I opened the gates, where would be the end? I should be shaking hands with 8,000 people of your evening like your poor president. You would find that rather interesting. Your wild and picturesque peasants, Hungarians, Romanians, Wallachians, Serbians, Croats, Orthodox Jews and what not, would come pouring in from their fastness. I shall go to them in their villages. To hold a little court for them, as it were, will be delightful. But here it would be only to cheapen myself. It would be a very great victory gained if you could bring the members of the extreme left to court. The Emperor cannot. But if you invited their wives, no doubt you would conquer their prejudices. The wives would see to that. Do you think I have given no thoughts to the Kossuths? I have my plan of campaign. Just you wait, as Alex would say. She lifted her eyes and looked directly at him. There was not even defiance in their race. It has also been decided that although all the magnates and their families will come in the national costume, only 100 of the younger will dance the Chardash. The older, the men at least, seem to have lost nothing of their fire. But I fear apoplexy. It certainly requires a wind of youth. I suppose I shall not be permitted to dance it, he added discontentedly. Whom shall you dance it with? She hesitated a perceptible half-moment, then she answered, I shall not dance it at all. He turned to her with a flash in his eyes, and her own dropped. Allow me to contribute an idea. Why not have it danced by peasants? Many of the women have beautiful costumes, although they do not always wear them. Enough could be found at all events. Bring them here. House them in the servants' quarters for 2 or 3 nights. Do not offer to pay anything but their expenses. Ask them to come as a favor. Give them a feast and dance of their own afterwards. All the peasantry of Hungary will be delighted. Let your other guests dance the Chardash in their own way afterwards. You would then please everybody. I suppose no one has dared to tell you, but the women are by no means enthusiastic at the prospect of having the breath whirled out of them, and many are disappointed at not being able to wear their latest costumes from Paris and Vienna. Ah, that is the truth, I suppose, she laughed. The evolution of a ball. One would think this was the first that ever had been heard of. But I like your idea. Yes, it shall be. And only those who wish shall dance at the Chardash. Then, said Fessenden quickly, you can dance with me afterwards. I have to wear some sort of a costume anyhow. She caught her breath, and again her anger rose. It is customary, she began haughtily, then paused, at a loss how to word a rebuke. This was not only an American, but a sovereign in his own way and a friend's brother. She stole a glance at him. He had thrown back his head and was staring down at her with a glitter in his eyes that made them seem peculiarly contracted. He looked more angry than she felt. She lifted her head and said defiantly, I shall not dance at all. That's a great pity, said Fessenden coldly. for I never knew anyone to enjoy dancing more. Then, as her face flushed and her own eyes glittered, he added deliberately, I have no intention of ignoring an experience which I have lain awake more than one night to remember. There is no reason why the subject should be taboo, and it makes an absurd and annoying complication. Do you expect me to be eternally on my guard lest I make a reference to it? For a moment the Archduchess did not answer. Her next words must decide the status of their future acquaintance, possibly would determine whether they ever met again or not. There was no mistaking the gauntlet he had thrown down. She was to take him on his own terms, or not at all. Should she? Her anger had ebbed in an unaccountable manner. There was something very alluring in the prospect not only of a new variety of homage, but of adventuring farther on the path of liberty. Many changes had lifted their heads within her since her break for comparative independence and a rapid victory. She was beginning to perceive how fatally easy it is for women and nations to cross the border between liberty and license. 4 days ago she had made an appalling addition to the limited sum of her experience. She had known for a few moments the intoxication of abandonment. The retrospect had filled her with an alternate fury and delight. Womanlike, she had vented her wrath on the man, and he had commanded her waking thoughts to the exclusion of the Austrian dynasty. Then, with the elaborate subtlety of feminine mind, she had persuaded herself that her duty to her country demanded that she win the American from the man she menaced the future integrity of the Austrian Empire, and buoyed up by the virtue of her cause, she had drawn him into the circle of her influence, having first analyzed him into the abstract condition of her curiosity. During the last half hour she had quite forgotten that virtue alone had summoned Fessenden Abbot to court, but as she hesitated, fascinated, but doubting the policy of letting me eat the fruits of victory, the devil which sits on his tail in a corner of every woman's brain plucked this virtue from its hook and flung it into the light. She raised her brilliant, powerful eyes to his and said sweetly, You have placed me in a position from which there are only two outlets. I acknowledge myself defeated. What is it you would like to say about a Chardash? I am quite ready to discuss it threadbare. He laughed, but without annoyance, for she had uttered the words Chardash in a tone that gave him a sharp sensation of delight. The laurels are to you, he said with commendable sobriety. It is my turn to acknowledge defeat. I shall never mention the subject again, except at your command. She had accomplished her purpose, and should have been satisfied, but she was filled with a sudden desire to hear all that he had left unsaid. What had he wanted to tell her? How had he felt for her that day? What did the memory mean to him? She cast about in her mind for the words that would express a delicate and elusive query to lead him on while not committing herself. But an interview with the Koenigsegg was a simpler matter beside playing with fire when the fire was actually between one's fingers. The hereditary game of coquetry was no guide. Nonplussed, but unwilling to leave the subject, she bit her lip and drew a long breath. What are you sighing about? Asked Fessenden. I am a woman and inconsistent. I know less about women than you do, so I can't help you out. At all events, unless you tell me what is the matter with you. Alexandra is direct, but she has a great deal of subtlety. I haven't a particle of subtlety. I'll give a direct answer to a direct question from anybody but a South American president or a Chinaman. What is it? I don't think I'll tell you, said Renata hurriedly. How I long to hear all your adventures at first hand. Even listening to Alexandra, I have held my breath. But we're going to have a coffee on the terrace. A few moments later, as the company was standing about the pillared gallery behind the vines, the Princess Sarolta took Alexandra's arm and strolled with her beyond the others. Why are you angry? Asked the watchful Oberstdorf-Maestrine. Renata is trying to make a fool of my brother. You're making a fool of Rini. Your brother has doubtless been made fool of before. I was afraid that Renata was taking man in the person of your brother as seriously as she has taken all life heretofore. Alexandra was on the alert at once. You're quite mistaken, she said indifferently. Renata has a very particular reason for turning her brother's head. I promised in a moment of enthusiasm to help her. I do not know that would hold, but I'm in a quandary. I want Renata to succeed in all that she has undertaken, but I do not want my brother sacrificed. At your age, tender consideration for a man is a characteristic. It's one of the amusing reminiscences of age. When you have learned, my child, how much they can stand and fin. I am relieved that it is the way, for although I hope to have Renata under my supervision when she goes through the inevitable, yet I shrink from it, and there is little I do shrink from. she would suffer quite horribly because she must be utterly without hope. Even intrigue would be forbidden her. She has too much at stake. But no, as well now as any time, as well your brother as any man. He looks as if he would never officiate a woman. He is not hot of head. He knows the world and lives on the other side of it. You're all wrong, Sarolta. Renata is playing a game. The game is fire, replied the princess dryly. The end of section 36. Section 37 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 15. After that, Fessenden took his tea. He detested tea every day in the Hungarian house. Sometimes the entire court was present, all conforming to the English custom approved by their princes, except the Augusto Mistrane, who consumed glass after glass of iced coffee to the secret envy of the rest. Sometimes only the younger ladies in waiting were present besides the Archduchess and Alexandra, but even at dinner, to which he was frequently invited, Fessenden rarely had a word alone with Renata. Twice he had ridden with the court to the summit of the Schwabenberg in the early morning, but he had been obliged to content himself with observing the fine effect of flaming hair among the sweeping branches of the acacia. If Fessenden had not long since come to the conclusion that it was a waste of man's valuable time to puzzle over the idiosyncrasies of any woman, he would have wondered at the sudden change of the Archduchess's tactics. She had dropped coquetry as abruptly as she had assumed it, and now treated him with a sisterly frankness which in some respects was a curious imitation of Alexandra's. The truth was that Renata had taken warning from an angry glint in a friend's eye, although the subject of Fessenden had been mutually avoided. Moreover, Renata had informed herself that the American's friendship would doubtless be as valuable to the house of Hapsburg as his love, and far easier for her inexperienced self to manage. He had thrilled her unaccountably in the Chardash, and startled and fascinated her later by his momentary conquest of her will. But she had finally taken alarm, and when he arose in her thought, she wrote a letter to Count von Königsegg, or demanded the company of her lively ladies-in-waiting. When she was alone in bed, she sternly reviewed the Hungarian program and forced herself to plan for the subjugation of the Party of Independence. On this question she had much correspondence with the minister, for she had received more than one veiled command to let politics ostensibly alone while exercising the purely feminine forces of attraction to blind all parties in a common loyalty to the throne. This was not a difficult task for a beautiful and intelligent princess within the circle of her influence. But if a powerful band of enthusiastic radicals chose to keep themselves far beyond the outer edge of that circle, how was she, hedged by every restriction, to cast her nets about them? She did not regard Fessenden's suggestion as feasible, not for the present at least. If all else failed, however, she finally decided, with a secret preference for following his advice, that she would summon the most influential women of the aristocracy in secret conclave, and appealing to their patriotism, ask them to come forth temporarily from their haughty exclusiveness and meet the women of the dangerous element within the neutral shades of the palace. She had discussed this plan with the mentor, and it had been agreed upon as a last resort. The enthusiasm and curiosity she excited among the masses were sufficient to satisfy the most patriotic and feminine heart. Every day from 4 to 5 she drove abroad, taking invariably the same route, crossing the suspension bridge and driving out the wide Andrassy Ute into the Stephania Ute of the park. All Pest seemed to tumble into the streets and the footways of the bridge as she passed, and frequently there was cheering. Beloved as her father was in Vienna, his people showed him no further attention in public than a perfunctory salute. And although in Hungary the masses cheered him during his brief visits, it was much in the same manner as the American is enthusiastic over any spectacle that varies the monotony of business. But that the people of Budapest were not only genuinely delighted with this flower of the Habsburgs, but pleased and flattered that she chose to live among them, was evident both by their spontaneous enthusiasm and its reflection in the press. In all but the radical newspapers there was a daily chronicle of her doings, and gallant comment. The opposition had nothing to say in her disfavor, and was evidently unsuspicious of her motive in deserting Vienna for Budapest. One morning, persuaded by Alexandra, she entered a shop for the first time in her life. It was a shop in the Vestry Utsa, and she spent a delighted half-hour to the great delight of the sordid soul that kept it. When she left it, she was mobbed into a carriage by a throng that impeded the traffic. She passed through the ordeal with such a lack of condescension in her good nature that even the women cheered her, and there were murmurs of Rudolf among the aliens. When driving past the waiting crowds in the street, instead of favouring her admirers with her usual fixed smile and stately bow of bored royalty, she inclined her head slowly, including many in one salutation, and sometimes smiling in a manner that seemed both spontaneous and personal. And then one other morning, accompanied only by the Princess Sarolta, Fessenden, and Alexandra, she visited the Hall of Deputies and the lower house of the Diet. The new Parliament building, that epitome of Venice on the brink of the Danube, was unfinished, and both houses of the Diet still met in the old buildings in the Magnates' Quarter. Renata insisted upon sitting quietly in the Diplomats' Gallery for a time, and found much food for reflection. The Magnates meet irregularly, the deputies daily, while Parliament is in session, and transact the business of the nation when not engaged in moving their kings and pawns a square further toward independence. One finds no type in Budapest, and these were men of many types. Few possessed the famed Hungarian beauty, and the majority looked like energetic businessmen whose native fires were nicely balanced by determination. They were curiously unmonarchical in appearance and atmosphere, and the unenlightened stranger would have assumed without question that they were the working body of an aggressive republic. The ministry, striking-looking men, all of the Liberal party, sat in a semicircle below the desk of the President of the House and followed the proceedings with evident cynicism. The President, one of the few nobles in the lower house, was lecturing the party of independence upon the inconvenient extreme to which it was carrying its policy of obstruction. He sat aloft, and the beautiful Magyar language rolled down, an impassioned yet monotonous torrent. The constant interruptions from the extreme left in no wise disturbed it. The young Kossuth party acted much in the fashion of bad boys too big for the ferule. "They need Tom Reed," muttered Fessenden. "They interest me very much," whispered Renata. "I've never seen anything like them. Do they represent Hungary?" "That is what they are here for." "Your House of Representatives, does it look more democratic?" "Only when it has its coat off and its feet on the desk." "These men, why do they want William? Why do they want any king?" The great body are not extremists. They know that Hungary is not ready for independence, neither internally nor by a geographical position. No country is surrounded by so many enemies, who hate her for that obstinate individuality which has survived every reverse and threatens to engulf themselves. The Hungarians would make their own terms with William, and give him their help in smashing Russia. "Is this matter the talk of Europe?" asked the Archduchess sharply. "Not of Europe, but of those who do the hard thinking. How could William smash Russia? He only needs some money. Ah, he promised his grandfather on the old case's deathbed that he would maintain friendly relations with Russia. It's a matter of sentiment with him. Sentiment evaporates and promises are nullified when it comes to a question of self-protection or ambition. Will he ever be able to make this money? The Reichstag will not vote it, and the socialists become stronger daily. How can he get it? Well, he might raise the embargo on certain American industries, and as a return favor, they might advance him $50 million or so. You know that it's one of the few things he would not dare do. He cannot afford to antagonize another party. He is as much of a politician as your Roosevelt. Well, you see, success in a great war would bind all parties in a common approval." Renata was a thorough European in the sinuousness of her methods, but she recalled the picturesque advice of Alexander to push a fellow diplomat into a corner and tell him to speak out or get out. She fixed her disconcerting eyes on Fessenden and asked deliberately, "Do you intend to give him this money?" Fessenden was not to be nonplussed by methods direct or indirect. His sharp eyes met the strength of her gaze unmoved. "Can you keep a secret?" "Yes. If the time ever comes when our interests seem one, I shall let him have all the money he wants. That is the vagueness of diplomacy. I have no immediate intention of putting my hand in my pocket, if that is what you mean. Nor is the time ripe for him to strike." Renata drew a long breath. To bridge an interval, she asked, "Is it true, I mean in your personal knowledge, that the Balkan states would rally to him in case of a war with Russia? That they share the infatuated notion that he is destined to be a savior of the Eastern Europe instead of ourselves?" "I am as sure of it as one can be of anything in Eastern politics. And this story I heard yesterday, that he is having his second son taught Hungarian. Is that true?" "I heard it in Berlin, but not from the Emperor." For a moment Renata hated him. Then she registered a vow anew, and this time her chin seemed to absorb its firm pink flesh. She turned to Fessenden pettishly. "I hate politics," she said. "I shall play my part here quietly, but there is no necessity to talk or even to think about it, except when I am obliged to discuss some point with the Count von Koenigsegg. Of course, if you have advice to give me, I shall be grateful. But at other times, please forget and let me forget that I am an unhappy princess, imagining I have the fate of an empire on my shoulders. I am not in Hungary to talk politics." Renata lifted her eyes to his. They were both soft and dazzling. "Why are you here?" she whispered audaciously. The fires in Fessenden flew to his head and flashed from his eyes, but his voice, if unsteady, came to her ear distinctly. "If we are ever alone for a moment, I will tell why." Renata received a first electric shock of passion. He had won again, and with her own weapons. Tumultuous delight, amazement, anger rushed through her brain. She clenched her hand in an attempt at self-control, and it slipped from her knee and touched his. She recovered herself at once. "One would think you were a Hungarian, oblivious of the significance of a failure to comment upon the ancient ocean that rolled between them. They need only a spark, and are accustomed to women who are always expectant of the language of love. From Alexandra I have gathered that the American man has been too well educated by his women to let himself go until he is sure he will not be laughed at, and that he is greatly assisted by the national frigidity of temperament. What you learn of the national temperament will be from me, not from my sister." Renata was now fully alive to her role. That her being was still in tumult, her brain alert with womanly curiosity, mattered nothing. She would follow her programs to the end. If that end were unimaginable for the woman, it was defined enough for the princess. "I should like to know one man in my life," she murmured. "And you are an American, the only one I ever could know, I suppose. I find the prospect rather delightful. But you must not insist upon flirting with me. It would be an unfair advantage. I am terribly unskilled." "I have not the slightest intention of flirting with you. I have had no time to learn the ABC of flirtation, nor do I waste my time." "How long shall you stay in Hungary?" "I know less about that than you do. But you do not take long vacations. Surely your enormous interest in America, they must demand your attentions before long." "My enormous interest can take care of themselves." The blood ran up to Renata's hair. For a second she forgot her role. She tasted the sweets of woman's power for the first time, and wondered at the barrenness of the regal. "Would you stay here if your great fortune were in danger? If—" "I should stay here if the world went to smash." Renata became aware that Alexandra's lips were at her other ear. "Sarolta is going to sleep," whispered the warning voice. "She will be horribly cross. Hadn't we better go?" The Archduchess rose. "Yes," she said indifferently. "It's quite time, and we have promised to go on the floor for a moment. The President has left his seat. Doubtless is coming to meet us." A few moments later she was receiving the compliments of the ministers, most of whom she had met while her father was in Budapest. She was Archduchess of Austria and Princess of Hungary once more, touched with happy informality of her brother. The members of the press had been requested to leave the room. The deputies were standing at their desks regarding her with deep attention, and she played to them quite as much to the ministers. She stood just beneath the elevated seat of the President, and its sombre dignity made the proper background for her noble height and brilliant hair. She wore a large black hat and a gown of black velvet whose jacket opened over the white softness of chiffons. The color was still in her cheeks, her eyes sparkled. Her short upper lip curved in a smile which was less gracious than youthful, and revealed teeth whose like from time immemorial have inspired man with longing and forgiveness. Her eyes wandered several times to the benches of the extreme left. These men also stood at their post. There was one who overtopped his fellows by a head. This head was shaped like a cannonball and surrounded by harsh black hair. His nose was short and thick, but the face was strongly built, and the small black eyes dashed beneath the permanent frown. She turned to the President. "Who is that man?" she asked. "Molnar Lajos." He gave the names in the Hungarian sequence. "He is one of the most influential and the violent of obstructionists, and gives us far more trouble than the son of Kossuth." "Present him to me." The great liberal magnate hesitated. He thought of his king and turned pale. His eyes sought that of the Oberstdorf Meisterin. She raised her brows expressively and lifted one shoulder. The President, wondering, for he had known Sarolta through many imperious years, turned and walked over to the young radical. For a moment It was apparent that the disciple of Kossuth hesitated, but he had the courtesy of his race, and he hardly could decline to meet even an archduchess whose smiling eyes were not 20 feet from his. Moreover, she was young and beautiful. He felt that an apologetic glance at his colleagues was unnecessary, and a moment later he was bowing stiffly before the daughter of the king he hated. Renata began in the royal manner. "I found your remarks very interesting. Do you speak often?" "My painful duty compels me to, your Royal Highness." "Painful?" She looked at him with melting eyes. "Are you ill?" "Pardon me, you look very strong. You misunderstand me." "I will not tag on your Royal Highness to every sentence," he registered. "It is Hungary that is ill." "Ah, of course I know that you must refer to politics, or Molnar." The name of a man or woman unexpectedly introduced can be made the vehicle of the subtlest flattery, of a half-timid hint of deepening interest, may even foreshadow a caress. Renata's voice uttered the commonplace name with its longest vowel in a manner to mount to the head of any man. Wholly unused to the effort to please, she would have enjoyed this new exercise of power with all that was feminine in her nature had the dynasty been rooted in the fires of the earth. Molnar was young. He was barely 30. He was ardent and susceptible, and for the moment he was not in love. And although he hated the House of Hapsburg as passionately as ever his great master had done, still was he monarchical born. The soul that could hate kings and love liberty was haunted by the ghosts of ancestors who had lived and died in reverence of the Lord's anointed. The poison was entering his nostrils. If Renata had looked like most princesses, doubtless he would have held sternly to his ideals. But she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, and her ineffable air of breeding, her sweet condescension, and the changing expression of her powerful eyes were pumping the blood to his head. He made a final grasp for his politics and his pride. "It's your happiness, madame, that you can afford to know nothing about politics." "Ah, I wonder if I can. I have been much enlightened today, enough so to understand your meaning. Should I not know more? Can any member of my family afford to misunderstand this most important part of our empire? It is true that I am only a woman, but at least I have some influence with my father. Will you not advise me?" "Your Royal Highness," stammered Molnar. "Your Royal—" "Yes, of course you should understand our politics. Would to heaven that you did." "Whom shall I ask? I am in a position to hear only one side." "Ah," her face was radiant. "You will come to the palace and give us a little lecture. My ball is tomorrow night. We can arrange then for an hour when you are not too busy to talk to us." "I cannot go to your ball, your Royal Highness. None of the left will go." "Not come to my ball? Why not?" "We never enter the palace. But my ball has nothing to do with politics. I am not your sovereign. I have my father's permission to live here this winter because my American friend and I are so tired of Vienna, and I am so fascinated by your city. I wish to enjoy Budapest or Molnar. Is my winter to be poisoned by party feeling, of which I know too little? How illogical and how ungallant! You will come and bring your colleagues tomorrow night? It is to be the great night of my life, and I am sure you will not spoil it." "I? Ah," once more he braced himself. "I am afraid there will not be enough women to go round, your Royal Highness," he said meaningly. That was clever. But she spoke very softly. "Wait. I cannot do everything at once. I have an obispo of Mistrain. Remember that you are far more your own master than I am mistress of my acts." As she finally dismissed the bewildered obstructionist, she caught Fessenden's eye. It was twinkling with appreciation of a fellow man's enslavement. Renata saw in the twinkle approval of her manoeuvres in a great cause, and responded with a new chord of sympathy with all a woman's facile manufacture of subtle understandings with unconscious man. "I feel somewhat of a Jesuit," she said to him as they left the building. "But it is success or failure, and I shall not fail. Your tactics are those of the man who wins, and I suppose you reason that men will fall in love with you anyhow, that one more or less doesn't matter." "That's an idea," said Renata. The end of section 37.